witness, in my estimation, I call him the historian, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. Again, we welcome you. We have been trying to make a rather monumental decision, and that is whether we should go upstairs. We have ample room upstairs, but you appear to be so comfortable, those of you who are seated, and we don't want to get you too far away from the kitchen, nor do we want to get you too far away from the books. So, however, I think we'd be a bit more comfortable. People are still standing, and
the new book which the Journal of African Civilizations has just released, African Presence in Early Europe, is the second in a trilogy, a three-part series of works: African Presence in Early Asia, which appeared in the spring of this year; African Presence in Early Europe, which has just appeared; and African Presence in Early America, which will appear hopefully in the fall of 1986. I say hopefully because under the enormous strain of my many duties, it has been very difficult to write the sequel. It's all in my head, it's finished. I have not put down a word of it. It's been many years since the publication of They Came Before Columbus. I completed that in 1976. It's now nearly 10 years, and those 10 years have seen the development of a school. This is the most important development, the development of a school of revisionist historians. That is why I attempted to found the Journal of African Civilizations, because my great concern was to make sure that the vast amount of knowledge that lies hidden in millions of books, not millions, thousands of books across the world would not be lost. This book is the work of many scholars. I edit it, I coordinate the research, I draw upon many sources, but it represents the work of a whole school. It is beginning to affect the teaching of anthropology and the teaching of African history, because students in many parts of the world will no longer accept this sterile focus and concentration on the primitive. This is something I feel that more than anything else has been achieved by the Journal of African Civilizations, which I edit, and that is the movement away from a focus on the primitive African, on the peripheral African, to the center or heartland or core of his civilizations, because it is utterly impossible to get a sense or a glimpse of the achievement of a people unless you focus in on the center or core of their civilization. I was surprised to find that the Wall Street Journal was using the same terms I have been using for the past 7 years. They wrote an article recently talking about the core and periphery of civilizations, which is my thesis, where they pointed out that whereas in the center of Europe, everything seems to be so remarkably advanced, technologically advanced, if one went on the periphery of Europe, one would find extremely backward, poverty-stricken communities. I have been saying that for a long time. Nobody writes about those communities. I have lived in those communities, not just passed through. I've lived in both Western and Eastern Europe. I've lived behind the Iron Curtain. I've lived in both the communist and the capitalist worlds. And I have lived in villages in Europe where they have never seen a black man in all history. Because most of us think that all Europe was engaged in the slave trade. It was not. It was Western European powers. Many peoples in Europe have never seen blacks. Not since the early, very, very early, many thousands of years ago, the very early era when blacks crossed into Europe. And that is where, in fact, any study of the African and early Europe begins. Because we must understand that man was born in Africa. This now is accepted, but that was not accepted for quite a long while. People were searching for man, early man in Asia, early man in the Middle East, etc., so-called Middle East, Palestine, and so forth. But man was born in Africa. There is no doubt about that now. all the stages of man are found in Africa, right through until we find modern man with the present crania of modern man, etc. So there are no Europeans on the earth when man is born. There are no Asiatics, there is just man who is African. Man is born in Africa, therefore the first man is African. And you have movements, waves of people coming out of Africa, crossing into Europe and crossing into Asia. And when you go, therefore, to the first paintings in Europe, the first cave dwellers, the first paintings of Europe, the first art, the first tools, etc., they are African. We find African women crossing over 5,000 miles of Europe. We find all the pictures of our Europeans are African women. We find also that when we go to the earliest strata or layer in Europe, we find African skeletons, the structure of the bones, the structure of the nose, etc. It all shows there's the African. Therefore, there are no Europeans. Africans are 3.5 million years old. Europeans are only about 50 to 60,000 years old. And I was very struck many years ago, although I didn't know these facts then, when I attended a poets' conference in Wales, in Cardiff, I think it was, with some of the great African poets, Wole Soyinka of Nigeria, and another gentleman who is now dead. And Australians, New Zealanders, and other members of the white Commonwealth would get up and say, the younger members of the Commonwealth. I remember being very annoyed about that and saying, who are you calling younger members? In what sense are we younger? Because that is one of the theses that the Negro, the so-called Negro, is only 10,000 years old. He's the last, he's the youngest, and that's why he's so stupid. Man was born in Africa. There is no 10,000-year-old Negro. In fact, as I was to learn after many years in British anthropology, there is no Negro. The Africoid, as we shall now call him, and as we have been calling him in the journal, the African type, moves up into Europe. But first, that type is not a very advanced type. Neanderthal man or Neanderthaloid man has something slightly missing. It's some sort of lobe, the seat of the imagination. He is replaced by an advanced African type known as the Grimaldi. That advanced African type spreads all over Africa and goes up into Europe and goes up into parts of Asia. That type is known as the Homo sapiens sapiens. That is modern man. There is no inferiority or superiority in races because that is the type from which they all evolved. Somewhere around 50,000 years ago, some people put it slightly earlier, during what is known as the worm stadial, it's a period in the Ice Age, you have a body of black people are locked into an area known as Eurasia, which covers a part of modern Russia. They are in the ice, vast sheets of ice. Some of them a mile thick cover Europe in this period. There's a very unusual period. The African is separated from the sun in this period. In Europe, he's completely separated from the sun. He's living largely in caves. He covers his flesh with the hides of animals, so that he has several things protecting him from the sun. First of all, the sun is far away. He hardly ever sees it. The sunlight is tangential, feeble. Furthermore, he's in a cave most of the time, and again, he's covered with the hides of animals. As a consequence, the albino, which is a deviant, begins to emerge because blacks give birth to albinos, who are pigmentless humanoids. So you have the pigmented human, which is the African, giving birth to a pigmentless type, which at first is just a deviant. Now this happens in Africa even today. Black people give birth to white people. White in the sense that they have no pigment, okay? But the albino does not survive in Africa. No albino lives more than about 30 years in Africa. It is an extreme deviation, and you cannot survive with the intensity of the ultraviolet radiation in great tropical latitudes, okay? Hence, the albino would die out in Africa. The albino does not die in Europe. The albino can live in an ice-cold climate, does not suffer that disadvantage. So that albino type survives and begins to make other types that are pigmentless. The pigmentless type becomes stabilized because in the extreme ice, because of the great shadows, the long twilight, this man lives for about 10,000 years in the twilight, far away from the sun. The ice people stabilize the albino type so that you get a great number of people eventually being born in that area who are pigmentless. That is, their hair and their skin loses this melanin shield, which is necessary, absolutely necessary in the tropics. Then you have other changes, contraction of the nose, contraction of various aspects of the face because of the cold. Heat tends to expand, therefore you have people with broader noses, fuller lips, broader cheekbones likely in the tropics, whereas you have contracted noses, contracted faces in the ice, so that you have distinction between ice people and the sun people. These are very superficial things. We have invested them with something far more than superficial because our society has become so highly polarized and people think strictly in terms of white and black. These things have become tremendously important, especially within the last 500 years when people's worth, value, humanity have been determined by how contracted or expanded their noses and whether they're pigmentless or pigmented, which in nature is quite meaningless. Okay, but in our societies, these things have come to have a meaning. We find that black type did not simply die out, did not disappear, because now that we begin to scratch the surfaces of history, we are finding extraordinary things. We find, for example, and you can see pictures of it in this book, a black king in Britain. There is a picture in that book where you find a black king and a black male king and a pale-skinned white queen, a pale-skinned queen in Britain. You also find Thorstein, a Norseman, being black. You hear this tall, giant black Thorstein. You find a Viking king being black. You also find one of the kings of Ireland, Gormond, is a black king. So that you go through Ireland, you find that the Africans have taken over part of Ireland. You go into Greenland. When Eric the Red went into Greenland, he found blacks in Greenland. You find blacks in Ireland. You find blacks in Britain. Claudian, the historian, commenting on the victory of Theodosius, the Roman general in Britain, he said he defeated the blackamoors. A great number of the people living then in Britain were black. These are absorbed, as I say, and as over a period of time, these types are absorbed by the pale skin type, which becomes the dominant type in Europe, particularly during and after the Ice Age. That becomes the dominant type because that is the more adapted type in that climate. But it took a long time. It's not something that happens just like that. For example, white people in Africa don't turn black, and black people in Europe don't turn white. These are special circumstances and conditions that happen within a particular period of time. Okay, so don't misunderstand that there's a tendency, as long as you stay in Europe, to become white, as long as you stay in Africa, to become black. Okay, it's not as simple as that. Those are very special types of mutations that occur during very special periods, climatological extremes. But let us move away from that. What we do know in that period, which is known as the Paleolithic, the Stone Age, we have major contributions by Africans to Europe. The first pendants, the first jewelry, the first tools, the first burial practices. This is very important because the Cro-Magnon man who did not have more sedentary habits, that is like agricultural or tendency to settle and to have agriculture, etc., he burnt his dead as he moved on. Whereas Africans introduced burial. The burial of the dead, burial of the human dead, introduced various things. Some musical instruments were introduced in that period. We pass on to the civilization because that is most significant. While we do know the first man is African, and we have now a tremendous body of things developing to show how come the melanin shield is dropped in some certain places, producing the pigmentless type with the different hair and skin, different eyes, all of which are colorations, and then you get also other things in the climate producing a different texture of hair, a lankiness versus a tightness, and various kinds of lengths and things like that in terms of hair. All of these things can be explained in terms of climate. But when we come to civilizations, it has been said, okay, fine, all right, even if we were to admit that the black is the first man and that he did move up into Europe, after all, Europe did not have the Straits of Gibraltar then. You could cross by land. It's only 20 miles between Africa and Europe. They're very close to each other. The southernmost tip of Europe and the northernmost tip of Africa, you could walk across it within less than a day, okay? Even if you have the Straits of Gibraltar, you could easily cross over. So we do know of these waves of Africans going up into Europe, waves of Africans going up into India. But then comes the question, okay, fine. But then people say, all right, so you may have been the father of the European, but then what did you do? The European got smart, and he built all the civilizations, and he came back and civilized you. Those people who stayed, they just merely deteriorated, and those people who moved into new regions, they made all the great advances. That is not true. Because when we go into the early civilizations, and we're not talking about primitives now, we're not talking about first man now, we're talking about the first civilizations, the advanced cultures of the world, we find the black again at the beginning of those civilizations. We go into Crete, Minoan Crete, and you will find pictures there of a black in charge of the Minoan army. You find pictures there of many of the Cretans are black. And you find Crete is very important because, in case you don't know, Crete was to have a profound influence on Greece. Greece was to be the very flower and quintessence of European civilization. And there, Evans and Schliemann, these are the two greatest European excavators of Crete. And both of them are saying this is a black civilization. Both of them come to that conclusion. I remember some years ago, John Papademos, the Greek physicist, who is a very good friend of mine, he'd written a major article in the Blacks in Science issue. When he speaks, most of his colleagues walk out. They can't stand him because he has spent most of his lifetime to establish that Greek science, the so-called miraculous Greek science, is only partially Greek science. A lot of it is African science brought over from Egypt into Greece and claimed to be Greek. He has had the honesty to show how much his countrymen in history owed to the Africa. And he was in Crete for a year, and he wrote me a letter urgently, please tell me what to look for. I'm in Crete for a whole year, and I want to study anything that is African in Crete. And I put him in touch with various people who knew something about Crete, because this is not something I was studying at the time. And he came back with quite a lot of material. We have James Bronson, a very fine black artist in Chicago, who's given us a lot of pictures on Crete. One of the things I found astonishing about James Bronson, though, is that he always keeps his best pictures back. I was doing something for Gil Noble, it's not finished yet, an African presence in Asia. And when we came to China, all James Bronson had, for example, the Chu dynasty in China is all black. In fact, they call the Naqi, which means black man. So the Chang dynasty is black. And when we had to study that, we found we didn't have very good pictures. Just had a few primitive types or semi-primitive types. And then when I wrote James Bronson, I said, please send me more pictures. He sent me 6 pictures of African noblemen in the court of China. I said, don't you think that is important? He said, you didn't ask me for it. We have a wealth of things. You cannot imagine what incredible photographs exist, what incredible paintings exist from early times. On the cover of this book, which is just released, for example, are two African noblemen playing chess in 12th century Spain, right in the heart of Europe. And this is very difficult to find these things because one of the problems that we face when we come to deal with some black types in Europe like the Moors is that the Muslims had a thing against making images. It was sacrilegious, so that most of the paintings are done by outsiders. So the Moors themselves seldom painted themselves or represented themselves, so that we have a problem there. And in spite of that, we still have some very remarkable surviving paintings of Moors in Europe. But let me not touch on the Moors. Let me touch on Greece. Greece is the very center, as Egypt is, so is Greece to Europe. When we go back to the early history of Africa, when we go back to the foundation of African civilizations, Egypt is the flower, it is the fountainhead of African civilization. And there is now no doubt whatsoever as to who founded Egypt. Do not confuse the modern Egyptians with the ancient Egyptians. The modern Egyptians are not black. You will find some blacks among the modern Egyptians. Sadat, when he was here, Sadat said, I am a black man, and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years. He was speaking the truth because Sadat himself has Sudanic origins. Many people in his cabinet do not. Abdullah, for example, an Egyptian, when we had the Cairo conference in 1974, and Sheikh Anta Diop, the greatest of the Africanists, we call him the Pharaoh of African Studies, and by the way, we're bringing out a special book on Diop in the spring called Dr. Diop in America. And when Diop proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, he took skin from the mummies in the maritime excavations and tested them for melanin content and showed that they were African. And he showed that Herodotus and a whole range of people said they were black skinned. Abdullah, the modern Egyptian, jumped up and said, even if they're black skinned, they're white. And I heard this recently. You would think that is ridiculous. I was on the radio in New Orleans, and I started talking about Egyptians, and a white professor got on the air and he said, how could you after all the evidence has been presented that these are white Hamites, how could you call them, they're just tan, how could you call these tan Caucasoids black? And I said, but Herodotus said they were black skinned. He said, yes, but they were Hamites. I said, I don't care what you call yourself, sir. This is not a minstrel show. You cannot put on black skin and woolly hair in order to claim my civilization. You've done too much of that. Every time there is something remarkable in Africa, it's a Hamite or a Semite or some kind of mite. Okay, that seems to get involved in creating it. This is true of everything, even when we come to Ghana, ancient Ghana. They say it is some Arab came in, some pale skin Arab came in to found Ghana. If you go to the Southern African Empire, Monomotapa, they say the Portuguese built those remarkable structures. The Portuguese built it, the Phoenicians built it, the Chinese built it, the Arabs built it. You go to the Arab world, you go to China, you go to Portugal, you can't find anything like it. When they find the pyramids and they see this enormous, when the French came, they saw the tremendous Sphinx. The Sphinx is the largest representation of a human in the world. Broad nose, broad mouth, broad brow, broad everything, like the authority of a black god brooding down on the French. They took the cannon and blew off his nose. And then they have to when they see the pyramids and the extraordinary, they see the race of pyramid builders came in and built it. Well, if they are a race of pyramid builders, where are their pyramids? There's always this attempt. I said, have you seen the evidence? Have you seen the latest evidence of Tarseti? Do you know they don't know anything about Tarseti? Do you know in the latest Journal of Asiatic Studies, there's a man who's trying to prove that Bruce Williams, who discovered Tarseti, is a fraud and that there is no such evidence? They can't deal with that. It has to be a fraud It has to be non-existent because they have to revise completely their view of the world. That is why history is very important. This is revolutionary stuff because it is at the very center. This is striking at the pillars of this civilization. Because civilizations are built up by the way people think about the world. That's what a civilization fundamentally is. It's not just a technology, it's a way of thinking. That is the reason why a technology can become death dealing rather than life creating, because it has to do with the thought process. Civilizations are built up by certain thought processes, and the thought process behind this civilization is rooted in falsehoods so grave that when those falsehoods are threatened, it becomes a very serious matter. It's worse than taking guns and start shooting everybody down, because you're really striking at something that could get, if you start shooting, you can't get very far. But this is the kind of silent bullet that after years begins to split people's minds open. Most civilizations have collapsed from inside because of silent bullets presented by new thoughts, a new way of looking at the world, a new vision. These facts have been suppressed for centuries. How many of us know of a black king in Ireland? He's right there. It's in books. It's not something discovered yesterday. How many of us know of a black Viking? How many of us know that the Celts were described as black-bearded, black-skinned, black-eyed? I had to speak to the Early Science Research Society just a month or two ago. I was speaking to them. This is a totally white, that was the first time that I was speaking to them, and they have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that there were Celts in America before Columbus, but they don't know that the Celts are not white. They have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Egyptians were here before Columbus, but they don't know that Egyptians are not white. They think that by proving that they have established that there were other Europeans in America before Columbus, there were, but they weren't in the positions of ascendancy as the Egyptians. And it took quite a while to explain to them what had been happening in the field of African civilization that establishes the blackness of early Egyptian civilization. You know, Mrs. Sadat was very annoyed that a black man played Sadat in the television series. You know that program was banned in Egypt. So don't confuse it's like confusing the modern American with the ancient American. There are no Americans in this room. There may be one or two people with streaks of American Indian blood like myself. I have a streak of Makusi Indian, but we are all African or European or Asiatic. The American is in the reservations or he's in parts of South America. The same thing is true in Egypt. You do have blacks still, but he's become peripheral because you have many invasions of Egypt. Egypt has been invaded by the Syrians, the Western Asiatics, who defeated the blacks around 663 and 654 BC. Then it was invaded by the Persians under Cambyses in 520 BC. Then it was invaded by the Greeks under Alexander 320 BC. Then it was invaded by the Romans just before and after Christ, the Caesars. Then it was invaded by the Arabs, who now occupy and dominate it. They have nothing to do with the pyramids. Absolutely nothing. They were startled when they walked in there and saw those pyramids. Startled by that science. And the Greeks, you cannot imagine how many of the great names. G.G.M. James, a fellow Guyanese, wrote a book called The Stolen Legacy, which is reviewed here. He points to the doctrines that the Greeks owed to the Africans. Do you know the Africans were the first to develop an atomic theory? That the greatest of European scientists, Isaac Newton, who we recently discovered was studying the Egyptian documents. Papademos had shown, for example, in a major article recently in the book I edited, Nile Valley Civilizations, that Kepler and Copernicus and all of Galileo and all of these people had read Egyptians and passed all bits and pieces down to Newton. He was able to bring about a new synthesis as a result of his genius. But now we're finding that he didn't even have to read these guys. He was an Egyptologist himself. He was reading everything they'd done, and he himself said that the Africans in Egypt were the first to develop an heliocentric theory of the universe, heliocentric theory of this solar system, that the earth revolves around the sun. They were the first to develop an atomic theory they call atoms monads. They didn't reach the state of nuclear fission, that is recent, but they had an atomic theory. They had a sense that the world, the foundation stone, the building block of the universe was the atom. All that long, long before Christ. We're only now becoming aware of that, the impact on the medicine, on the science of the world through the Greeks, because Greece was to become the foundation stone of European civilization. Through Greece, all these things were to come down. Men like Anaximander, Anaximenes, Pythagoras, Xenophanes, Zeno, Heraclitus, Anaxagoras, Democritus, Plato, Aristotle, all of these guys were drawing heavily on African materials. And the next thing you hear, they're the father of this, the inventor of this, the creator of this. They were not without genius. These men had their own genius. But they could not have made the strides they made unless they had built upon a foundation that went back for centuries in Africa. And this was not the only thing that was to happen in that respect. We have several races that are found running through the various European tribes. The Twa, for example, of Africa, we find them far up, right up into Greenland. They found people called the Skrelings, who are black. In Greenland, the Arctic Circle, the top of the world. When Eric the Reed walked into Greenland, he found black people. As I said, when Theodosius the Roman attacked Britain, they found some of the people who were fighting them were blacks. You find in the religious hierarchy of Europe a great number of blacks. And here I want to mention someone to whom this book is dedicated, Professor Edward Scobie. Professor Scobie has done more work in this field than anyone I know. He is responsible for 3 articles in this book: Black Women in Europe, The Black in Western Europe, and African Popes. Few of us are aware of the African popes. There were at least 3 African popes of Rome. All of them have been whitened and whitewashed over the years. He presents us, for example, with the original painting of Pope Miltiades. There is no doubt about the blackness of this Pope. The only thing non-black about him, it was his gray hair and the whiteness of his eyes. Yet when you see him in the Vatican, he's white. I mean, surely the church knew that they were lying. I mean, how come these things are covered up? As soon as that era of slavery entered, the black had to be diminished in order to make it work. Because the Christian conscience could not carry the horror of knowing that if the black was really equal, how could you be treating him like that? He had to be an inferior. Only then you can carry that kind of conscience. Only then you can sleep at night. You have to think that the person you're mistreating and dehumanizing is not really human. And it affected everything. People have to find reasons for things. That is the reason why the black was, whenever you saw the black in some prominent places, he was put down. And yet in the church, the black had tremendous influence. Many saints are black. Saint Maurice, the patron saint of Germany, is black. It's only just before Hitler's time he was removed from patron sainthood. You find the Madonnas running their brilliant pictures of the black Madonnas. Now they have European faces. The child still retains its Africanness. Many of the black Madonnas have European faces, but they keep their blackness, because when you go back to the original black Madonna, Isis and Horus, you see the African mother and child. And after the death of Jesus, that is how Jesus and Mary was represented, as a black mother and child. We do not know that Jesus was black, but we know that he had African blood, because when we see his first physical representation on a coin at the back of Justinian II in the 2nd century AD, you could see he has dark brown skin and he has woolly hair like that of an African. His nose is not African. It's a Semitic type nose. It's whatever you mean by Semitic, but it's not a broad nose, but he's obviously mixed, but he's not European. The only time Christ got to confront Europeans is the day he was arrested. Yet when he appears on the cross, he is blue-eyed with blonde hair. Where did he get that from? He spent his boyhood in Africa, at least until he was 12. He's there sitting among the doctors in Egypt. He was sent there. Hosea says quite clearly, out of Egypt shall I call my son. He was brought back out and brought in to serve his ministry. And even if in the search of Jeremiah's search for the historical Jesus and other works that have been done, they still come back to an Egyptian source. Jesus is the last and the most powerful and the most remarkable of the Christ. But you have the Christ figure appearing in Egypt, in Africa, before Jesus is born. Christ, in fact, is an African word, karast. Karast means the anointed one. That's an Egyptian word. Someone asked me on the radio this afternoon whether Africa is a word that Europeans made up. No, sir. Europe is an African word. It comes from an African princess, Europa. Africa was not made up by Europeans. Africa comes from an African word. Africa is an Egyptian word meaning birthplace. Okay, please note that. Because I'm not saying that other people didn't have words for parts of Africa, because several people have presented theories about other words, and there may be other words. People do not usually name their continents because they don't think of them as continents. It's only within fairly recent times that we have started to think of places as continents. Okay? It is very important to note that it is only recently, for example, that we began to think of ourselves as planet Earth. Earth doesn't mean anything, it's just a name. Okay, so that you can't call yourself Africa because you can't conceive of all Africa. Those are recent events. You can't conceive of all Europe. You can't conceive of America. So Americans can't call themselves Americans because they can't see the whole continent. Okay, so they're usually people from outside give a name and that name sticks. Okay, like Egypt, for example, is not the name given by the Egyptians. The name given by the Greeks, but it sticks because the Greeks were to become very important, etc. So there are other names for Egypt. You don't get involved in the names because it's still the same place once you know what we're talking about. It's very important to note about the popes. In Scobie's article, we learn of 3 great African popes. They are not just African, they did have significant impact because St. Victor, for example, who's from 189 to 197 AD, he was the person to force an observance of Easter on Sunday by both the European Christians as well as the Asiatic Christians, because I think one of them observed it on another day and he had to bring it in line. Then St. Miltiades, whom I just mentioned, from 311 to 314 AD, he reigned as Pope during the most significant moment in Christianity. This is when the Roman Emperor Constantine became converted to Christianity and gave back a lot of the property of the church back into the hands of the African who restored it. Today the Vatican and how many of those places were given back to the church. And then there's St. Gelasius, who is responsible for candle mass, many hymns and collects, the feast of the purification and things like that. So you do have African popes, and you do have a profound influence on the Madonnas. The most saintly figures, the most worshipped, the most venerated figures in Europe are black Madonnas. And this brings us to something that is very interesting, the strange contradiction of the European imagination in relation to the black. Okay, particularly black women, where you find that black women are worshipped from very early by Europeans. The goddess of wisdom is black. Minerva, the goddess of chastity, is black. Artemis. Circe, the great enchantress who drew Odysseus and his crew, she is black. You find Andromeda. Some of you may have heard of the great Greek myth of and Perseus and Andromeda. Perseus is the great Greek hero, and he marries Andromeda. When you see it on TV, of course, she's white. But Andromeda is black. You will see it in the book Black Women in Antiquity. You will see how they are represented by the early Greeks. In fact, the early Greeks never contested that blacks had a profound influence on them. Martin Bernal, who is a classical scholar at Cornell, wrote a brilliant article called Black Athena, the African and Levantine Roots of Greece, where he showed that there was first of all what is known as the ancient model. The Greeks said that Africans gave them most of their gods. Africans influenced them in many ways, and Herodotus and the whole range of them, Euripides, Aeschylus, etc., all admitted that Egyptians had profound influence on them. It is later on, when it was not fashionable for blacks to have anything to do with anything, then they changed it around to an Aryan model. The Europeans felt that they were demeaning their ancestors by saying they owed all of this to the blacks, so they pulled that out of it and created their own model and said Greece must be Aryan because the language is Aryan. The language is Aryan, yes, it is Aryan in its structure, but there are 50% masses of things, the place names and the gods and a whole range of lexical items come from outside, and many of them come from African and Semitic sources, and Martin Bernal has tracked that down. So it's not just the sciences, but the many of the concepts and even the language was profoundly affected by the impact of the older African civilizations on the younger European civilization. This is very important because this is one of the reasons why we became slaves. That the European, because of his youth and because of his lack of experience in taking over things, he sought it through his insecurity to destroy everything he found. Africans didn't do that. When the Africans entered Europe as Moors, they didn't try to smash European culture. They introduced better things, and the Europeans adopted it, but they didn't try deliberately to smash everything they found. The Europeans did that everywhere. Here in America, Bishop Landon ordered all the books in America to be burned. He said, burn them all. They're works of the devil. They were the only people to have the truth. Everybody else was the devil. They burnt all the books. They did the same thing with the same arrogance when they defeated the Moors in Spain. Masses of documents at a time when we didn't have the printing press. It was only recently in the 15th century the printing press was invented. And at the time when books were one of a kind, sometimes it would take a century to produce the knowledge. I mean, it takes centuries to produce a book like that, because that book, African Presence in Early Europe, draws upon all that we know, going right back to the beginning of time of the African presence in Europe. Now that book can't be destroyed because it can run into thousands or millions of copies. It can't be destroyed because if you destroy one, somebody somewhere has one. But if in early times you destroy a book like that, that's it. Because it's not reproduced. So that when you hear the Library of Alexandria destroyed, or the libraries of America is destroyed, the libraries of the Moors are destroyed, centuries are destroyed. Centuries of knowledge are destroyed. That is the reason we have had so painfully to piece together the scattered parts of our heritage. This is not as easy as European history. European history, in spite of all the wars in Europe, European archives have been fairly well preserved. They have not been dominated by people that arrogant or that insecure as to tear their things to pieces. Yet they've done that to other people. That is the reason why it's taken so long before we reach that point where we're able to pull the strands together. But they're coming together now, make no mistake about it. We begin to see now with a new clarity, a new depth, a new certainty, the things that have been hidden, suppressed, or scattered all over the world. The imagination of the European, we find, is very contradictory in relation to black women. He makes the black women goddesses. There's Andromeda, there's Medea, there's Circe, there's Artemis, there is Minerva and all of these. And yet, he also thinks of her as a courtesan. He has tremendous sexual attraction to the black women. Thus it is that many of the kings of Europe have black mistresses. The Portuguese kings, for example, many of them, as Scobie has shown, several of the Portuguese kings end up with African-type features. There's all sorts of secret things going on. And in Italy, for example, one of the popes has a black child. When he's Cardinal de Medici, he has an affair with his black servant, and then he produces a black child and he makes him ruler of Florence, the Duke of Florence. You find one of the queens of France, her husband has a black mistress, so she takes vengeance on him and has a black lover. And then a black child is born, and he is startled by this, and he turns to the doctors and says, how could I, this is King Louis XIV, how could I give birth to a black child? And the doctor said, you see that black man in your coat, Nabo? When your wife was pregnant, you must have looked at her and the child turned black. And the king said it must have been a very penetrating look. Well, that led, and there are brilliant pictures of the black nun of Moray. That led to the nun of Moray. She was put in a monastery to protect the royal family from scandal, and she was kept there for most of her life. The Duke of Chartres fell in love with her and tried to smuggle her out of the monastery, but he couldn't get the permission of the king, and so eventually he had to return her, and in the monastery she died. You have also quite a number of famous individuals who were adopted by European kings. By the way, many of the poets also were in love with black women. Shakespeare had a black mistress, Lucy Negro. Baudelaire, the greatest French poet, had a black mistress. In fact, I think she inspired a great deal of his work. And you also find the traction. Napoleon once said the only way to solve the racial question is that you should have a white wife, a black wife, and a mulatto. Well, he could have neither black wife nor white wife, so he picked a mulatto and made her queen. He picked a woman from the Caribbean. So you have a lot of this going on, and it affects the royal family. You have one of the queens of Britain, Queen Charlotte Sophia, who has black blood. You can see quite clearly in her features. You also have a number of the European kings adopting black children. So, for example, Abraham Petrovich Hannibal, not to be confused with the Hannibal of Carthage. He's given this name. He's a slave in Constantinople, and the Tsar of Russia adopts him, and he becomes very important. He becomes one of the generals in the Russian army. He also becomes an architect. He also becomes a diplomat. He has diplomatic mission with Sweden. He also helps to build various things. And then his grandson is Pushkin. Pushkin was the greatest of authors, the greatest poet of his day. He had a profound influence on the Russian language, and he was the black descendant of Abraham Petrovich Hannibal. Many of these people are mentioned, but I want to come to something that interests me most of all, because it was to have the profoundest impact on what we know today as the Industrial Revolution. Few of us are aware that the greatest influence blacks have had on Europe came with the Moors. Who are the Moors? When did they enter Europe? What did they do? What was their impact on Europe? First of all, the word Moor was used by the Romans, mores, dark or black, coming from moros, meaning dark or black by the Greeks. And they used it when, in 46 BC, they came into West Africa and they saw black people and they called them Moors. So, but that doesn't answer our question fully. It shows the origin of the word, but that word was used for various ethnic types. We do have two types of Moors. We have the black Moors, which to a large extent originate among the Garamantes, who appear around 6000 BC. They spread over a great body of northern Africa. They are black types. But we also have a fair-skinned Moor. The Libyan, because some of the Libyans, James Bronson is shown to be dark-skinned. Some of the Libyans, Chandler is shown to be fair-skinned. Like you do have a type that is known as Tamahu. Tama means people Hue means like ivory. That is the color of the skin. White people or people of ivory skin. So you do have some Libyans who are surrounded by black populations and intermix with them. So that you have Moors, white Moors that intermix with blacks. They're known as the tawny Moors, and you have the black Moors. So you have a body of people like that. When the real story of the Moors begins seriously when Muhammad is born. Muhammad is an Arab. He preaches a new doctrine which attracts a great number of people. One of the things remarkable about Muhammad is that he did not seek to destroy the Christian thing. He embraced Jesus, he embraced Moses, because Muslims can embrace Jesus and Moses. It's not a religion that seeks to destroy the other religion or to deny it. So Jesus and Moses are in the Islamic thing. The Islamic pantheon, they considered as important prophets in the Islamic pantheon, so that he didn't have to destroy the Christian thing. Also, Muhammad preached equality and brotherhood, etc., and that had quite an effect. But like Christ, Muhammad was a revolutionary, and he faced the hostility of some of his own people. Christ was not liked by the Jewish high priests, because many of them believed certain things which Christ placed into question. Okay, Jesus said things like Mosaic law, or Moses says an eye for an eye and a tooth for tooth, but I say, if my brother offends thee 70 times 7, forgive him. Various things like that, which brought a new vision of the human. Jesus transcended race. He transcended the limitations, the tribal pettiness of the Judaic sect. Okay, therefore, Jew or no Jew, he transcended the Jew. Muhammad is the same, Arab or no Arab, he transcended the petty, warring, semi-primitive Arab tribes of his time. The greatness of these men lies in their universality of spirit, their ability to stand above littleness of their time or the littleness of their people, to rise above those things and to establish an idea, a vision that would embrace the world, that would give man a new chance to become something, to become a new man, to build a new world. So that even though Christ was crucified and Muhammad was chased out. For example, Muhammad, the years of the Muslim world begin with the Hijrah, the flight of Muhammad. In both cases, both prophets were embraced by the blacks. Jesus fled to Egypt when he was threatened by Herod. He spent 12 years in Africa in a village called Marathia near Heliopolis. And in fact, the first converted people who built the first great Christian churches are in Ethiopia. They're not in Rome, not in Europe. Europe came after. Europeans, in fact, although it wasn't, as Pontius Pilate said, it wasn't his fault, he washed his hands of the whole affair, because when he said, "Look, I have found this man innocent, here is Barabbas," the crowd said, "No, we want Jesus." So that in a sense, the Romans were not fully responsible for the execution of Jesus, it was his own people. But nevertheless, Rome did not come to Christ easily. It is the Ethiopians who built the first Christian churches. Let us remember that. When we see all of these blonde-haired and blue-eyed Christs, which were created afterwards. There is no harm in creating God in your own image. That you have all right to do. The sin lies in trying to push that down other people's throats as though it's the literal truth. To make us believe that Jesus is white. To make us believe that we have to bow down to a white image of humanity. Because this was part of the way of keeping us in our place. And this must be understood. With Muhammad's death came the Great Crusades. However, with his death came a division among the Muslims, which is very tragic and which in fact is going to haunt them for a long time. Because the Sunnites and the Shiites identified among each other. There were those who believed that Muhammad should be succeeded through an election. Those who believed he should be succeeded through that who was nearest in blood. and fights began between the Shiites and the one who believed in heredity versus the one who believed, the Sunnis who believed in election. This is going to become very important because you're going to see what effect it's going to have on the Moors. These Arabs now, they move out, they move into China, they move into India, they come down into Africa, and they begin to mix with the Africans. So that you have a lot of conversion occurring, and then the Africans begin to build something with the Islamic thing uniting them, just as other Europeans began to build with the Christian thing uniting them. Bear in mind, this has nothing to do with race, okay, because Jesus wasn't a European, yet he helped to unite Europe. Muhammad was not an African, yet he helped to unite Africa. Because these things, these ideas are universal, they have universal application. And it's not where they begin, but what impact they have on the world. Very important to understand that there was something growing up in Africa, that the Muslim thing was spreading all over the world, and then the North Africans under Musa bin Nasir, they were consolidating themselves, but they could not take all of North Africa because there was a tremendous fortress defended by Count Julian. And Count Julian was a friend of the Visigoths in Spain. These were Christian, so-called Christians, Visigoth Vandals in Spain, who were ruling at the time under King Roderick. However, Count Julian shifted and gave the Africans and Arabs his support because he sent his virgin daughter to the court of Spain, and Roderick ravished her. And to take revenge, he then gave boats to the Africans, and they crossed the straits and they marched up. First, Tariq went up. That word is remembered in our language whenever you hear of tariffs, duties on goods. That comes from an African named Tariq, who was the first to lead the troops into Europe. He came back, and then came Tariq, and Gebel Tariq, the rock of Tariq, which later became known as Gibraltar. And then in 711, many African troops, along with Arabian types, but the majority of the shock troops were African, moved up into Europe, and they established their bases in Spain and part of Portugal, etc. They were repulsed by General Martel in parts of France, but they established a center in Europe. And the Africans were able to establish a dynasty with the Arabs. And when I say Arab, I have to use this word carefully because an Arab could be black or he could be blue-eyed. Okay, it's not a race, it's just like the Jew. You have black Jews and you have white Jews. At the beginning, it is almost all black Jews. Within recent times, most of the Jews are white. Okay, so that it is not a race. Okay, but nevertheless, many people speaking Arabic are called Arabs, but we can make a distinction between the Arabian type and the African type. In the first dynasties, the Umayyad dynasty, for example, the Arabian type is dominant, or no, not dominant in numbers, dominant politically because he has his base outside, and he has his thing stretching out into China, India, etc. But in other dynasties, the African is very dominant. He isn't just there, but he's dominant. There are 4 major dynasties in Europe which are called Moorish dynasties. There's the Umayyad dynasty, which is followed by the Abbasid dynasty, which is followed by the Almoravid dynasty, which is followed by the Almohade dynasty. Almoravid dynasty and Almohade dynasty are African. Almoravid and Almohade are predominantly African. And you can see that quite clearly. The fights begin first, Umayyad dynasty set up, and then the Shiites and the Sunnites start to fight, and they kill 70 members of the royal family and execute the Caliph, which is the sort of king, and the Umayyad dynasty goes down for a while, and then the Abbasids come up, and then the Abbasids are pushed out, the Umayyads come back again, and then when they start to weaken in Europe, then you find Africans are keeping courts both in Africa and in Europe. In Africa, a new movement forms and a new religious sect with great power under Yusuf moves up into Europe and takes over and strengthens And then you find Almohades later on, when they fall into decline, another force from Africa comes through. So the replenishment of civilization, or these civilized forces and armies, comes from Africa. Now what did they do? Many people have written books about the Moors, and they could tell you all about these dynasties, but they never tell you how African they were. I mean, in the Almohade and Almoravid dynasties, you have ranges. I mean, there's a period in African history, in European history, where there are tall Senegalese sitting on white steeds, charging in Europe. Europeans charging down. Europeans fled like if the devils were after them. Very few of us learn of those battles. Few of us know of that, and it was a profound influence on Europe. It was so profound that the Industrial Revolution, the thrust of Spain and Portugal, because America was largely Spanish, even today, and Portugal controls Brazil, those things were possible because of Africans. No other part of Europe made those first thrusts. Those things were possible because of movements by Africans into Europe, because Europe was suffering tremendously there was tremendous twilight on the science of Europe. Many things that had been learned by the Greeks and Romans were lost. The Europeans had become very superstitious when the Arabs and Africans got the Hindu ciphers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Europeans wouldn't accept it because the European church said numbers are works of the devil. Europeans were using letters for numbers. You see, all that is universal today. You think it came out of Europe. The very things that were to defeat the Africans and the Americans, the gunpowder and the artillery, were not invented by Europeans. Gunpowder came out of China. The Arabs brought it out. The Muslims brought it out to China and brought it into Europe. Europeans didn't know anything about gunpowder. The Africans had been using gunpowder in Egypt, though not for the purpose of firing. They use it for certain effects. We have recently found the West Africans had gunpowder before the Europeans. They were not using it for fire sticks. They were using it for other purposes. And now we find artillery. The recent Leningrad manuscript, Russian manuscript, showed the first use of artillery by the Muslims. Europeans didn't know anything about artillery. All of these things were to come into their hands because of the thrust of Arabs and Africans into Europe. Africans and Arabs brought the whole wealth, because Arabs had invaded Egypt, brought the whole wealth of Egyptian science. The Dar al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom in Cairo, all the science that was going on at the time, translated into Arabic, then into Spanish, then into Latin, circulating in Europe. Europe had no proper universities, they only had two. The Africans and Arabs built a whole range of universities. They built the first public baths. Some of them are still standing today. They introduced air conditioning in Europe, and their air conditioning was superior to some of our air conditioning because they would bring the air over the banks of perfume flowers so that the air in the house would be fresh. All those things they introduced, they took water in pipes and ran it from the mountains right into the houses. They introduced the first sewage system, they introduced hot and cold water. You never hear about these things. Europeans don't talk about that. You never hear anything about these debts and contributions. Even the ships, this is the most important thing. Without those ships, they wouldn't have crossed the Atlantic. The caravel, which was used by the Portuguese and the Spanish, comes from the caravos, which were used by Arabs and Africans. Comes from the pangalos on the Indian Ocean, used again by Arabs and Africans. The sails that Vespucci and Columbus used were Arab Latin sails used by Arabs and Africans on the Indian Ocean. The compass was not developed in Europe. It came out of various uses in China and in Africa. In Africa they found the caravans. All the caravans had compasses. This is before Europeans started charging into Africa. The astrolabe wasn't developed in Europe. Europe did not make any major significant thrust until with the use of gunpowder and artillery which they had borrowed, with the use of sails and shipping, advanced shipping which they had borrowed, they crossed the seas and start conquering and shooting people down. And then through murder, exploitation, and the lust for greed rather than the lust for God, as they claim, the thrust brought them out into different situations. Now we ask ourselves, well, if the Africans had all of these things, they did all these marvelous things that were so brilliant, how come the Industrial Revolution occurred in Europe and it didn't occur in Africa? Why did we fall so fast and so easily? First of all, let me point out certain things. Every civilization must know its birth, its rise, and its decline. And then it is followed by another civilization. This is a pattern that happened in Africa, it happened in Asia, it happened in America, it happened in Europe. At the height of the Ghana civilization, for example, Europe couldn't possibly attack. 10,000 troops under Cromwell defeated the Britons at the time when the Africans could throw 200,000 troops in the field. Nobody attacked the Africans then. Then Ghana went into decline. It was attacked by other forces, not Europeans. And then the Mali civilization came. The Mali civilization was so strong that it was a confederation of powers that would take up all the states of Western Europe. No people on earth were as rich as the Africans. The Africans were so rich that when one king, Mansa Musa, traveled to Cairo on a pilgrimage in 1234, the value of gold dropped for 12 years in the world. One African king. So the power and wealth of Africa wasn't something that people took for granted. That was real wealth and real power. Then that went into decline, came the Songhai. And the Songhai went into decline, then came the invaders and the traders and all of these people. We were attacked during a twilight period. When Europe was attacked, she was in twilight too, but their twilight was illuminated because we gave libraries, we gave public baths. The first lighted streets in Europe are right there where the Moors were. Many industries were introduced in Europe, and yet the Moors, the older African head, did not seek to destroy what it saw. It built a fusion. It built a marriage of culture, not the European. When he walked in and smashed everything like Cambyses madly. These are works of the devil, burn them all, and he destroyed ruthlessly the American. Few of you are aware of what happened to the American. It's not just the African. The American died like flies. The diseases of Europe, for example, you talk about AIDS. AIDS is a joke compared to what struck those Americans. The common cold, for example, they had no immunity to the common cold. It was as bad as AIDS. They vanished. In my village, only if you married an African could you live beyond 30 years. American Indians who were pure American Indians died at 30. They were already old at 30. At my age of 50, they would have passed over into the great beyond long ago. So that these things are not understood. The profound internal and external reasons that led to the fall of the Africans. And that fall is not a permanent fall. We are not going to remain forever in decline. Many of us are filled with grave despair because when we look around Africa, we see absolute confusion, famine, disaster on every hand. This is a phase, man. This is not independence. This is just the curtain call. This is not, as Churchill said, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. This is just the end of the beginning. We have to think beyond this moment. And to think beyond this moment, we have to build a new strength, a new power, a new courage, a new faith, a new vision. And that can only come by remaking, redeeming, healing our psyche, making it whole again. Not feeling this sense of disintegration and loss, of being scattered and humiliated and broken. By feeling the new power that comes to us when we know that all is not lost. We can still recover. We can still remake this. We can still find again what was lost. This is the beginning, that recreation of the psyche, the creation of a new mind, a new spirit. The physical or the material structures of the world only undergo change when the spiritual or mental structures of the world undergo change. It always begins here. This is the universe. This is the ruling force. And we cannot change that thinking set. We cannot change that force. We cannot give it new power and force to remake our world unless we can draw upon something that feeds and inspires us. We cannot be constantly overwhelmed, as so many of us are, by the apparent gloom and twilight of the present, because there are things beginning to happen. There in South Africa, in spite of all that horror, a year ago, could you imagine South African white businessmen going to talk with guerrilla leaders? Could you imagine the Europeans forced to withdraw that money out of South Africa? Could you imagine a run on the rand? It's not over. It has just begun. And this becomes an arm. This becomes a part of that struggle. It cannot simply be a political struggle. It cannot simply be a changing of mask or changing of skins. It has to do with a change of spirit, a change of consciousness. And that change of consciousness can only come through revision and recreation of our history. Therefore, I appeal to you through these works. Think of them not simply as an accumulation of new facts. Think of them as leading to a different kind of spirit, a different kind of world, a different kind of man. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, let's give him another round of applause. Hold on one moment. Brother Charles. To relate to us has added to your storehouse of knowledge and has inspired you to dwell a little bit deeper into the subject of the African presence, not only in Europe but everywhere around the world. I also want to thank you as an audience for being so well behaved and orderly tonight. For February 15th. So please take note of that. I'm sure that you want to come out again and hear some more of his knowledge. And so right now I'd like to turn over the microphone.
Time has come now for questions, so please come up. You see, because you have counters. If a race or a group develops an advantage, they also develop a disadvantage. Okay, like for example, in our present situation, we have certain unrealized capacities. I have never found a black who's been able to use his pineal gland, for example. You see, you may have a potential. A potential does not mean a realization. Okay, the European, for example, may have a potential disadvantage, but it doesn't come out because it is balanced by the fact that he has a historical advantage. Okay, for example, where is the wealth? It's in the European hands. Where is influence? It's in European hands. Where is power? It is in European hands. Where is the technological initiative? It is in European hands. So that even if you may have an advantage, it doesn't make you superior because it is balanced out. Okay, because for example, it has been argued that the black man in America cannot do anything really because from the word go, he most of them grow up in the ghettos. They're brain damaged. They have they get poor food. They operate in very bad ghetto conditions. Therefore, they have brain disadvantages. Now, we don't accept those theories because we know that those things are countered out. So that if you start using the melanin thing, you get into the same problem, because people will say, okay, you may have potential, you may have something in your pineal gland. Show me what you're doing with it. Show me how come that you have, while the European over the last 500 years has created about 1 million inventions, blacks have created about 1,000. So how come his pineal gland, which gives him greater creativity, he didn't create the 1 million? The Europeans created the 1 million and he created the 1,000. Europeans created the 1 million because they're not superior, but because they have an advantage. They were in charge of the world. They went to the universities. They controlled writing. They whipped us down. They kept us and they put us on slave ships, etc. So they have been able to produce and invent more than we have within recent times. Prior to that disadvantaged period in which they were not in control, we were able to do far more than they. Not because we were superior, but because we were the first, not only as men, we were the first civilizations. We were far in advance of Europeans, so that when Egyptian science struck Greece, for example, the Greeks, just like today we have to go to European universities because a great deal of African knowledge has been lost. So we have to go to the European universities. The Europeans had to go to the African universities to learn. So you see, the problem that you have to face constantly is that whenever one group secures a certain advantage, it is countered out. It is balanced out by another disadvantage. So that it doesn't make sense to talk about superiority and inferiority, because in the final analysis it has always been found that it is the environment. Like if you develop a new spiritual environment, we can develop a new spiritual environment through our reconstruction of history, which enables us to make certain achievements, but we can't activate the pineal gland. We don't know how to activate the pineal gland, so to talk about it as a special biological advantage would make no sense, because we can't activate it. I mean, potentially it may be such. Let me give you an example of what I mean. I am brain damaged. Nobody would know that. But when I was 9 years old, I was dying, and I had a fever about 107 degrees, which usually kills you. It didn't kill me. It wiped out a part of my brain. There are things that I can do. You could drive a car. If you go out there, you could tell where is right and left. I can't tell right from left. I have to shake my hand. I have to make like this to know that this is the hand I write with. Therefore, this is the right side. If you put me on a highway and you let me go, I can't find my way back. I go to lectures sometimes, and I ask people to take me to the bathroom and not to go away because I can't find my way back to the lecture room. I am brain damaged. You can't tell me I'm inferior intellectually to anyone else, because that part of my brain which was kept intact, I use it more than most other people use it. So you see, even if you have a potential advantage, that doesn't make you superior. You see, you can't. That is the reason why theories of racial inferiority and racial superiority doesn't make sense. The Europeans started a lot of nonsense about the size of the brain, and then when he'd gone pretty far, then they discovered that Immanuel Kant, who was the most brilliant European of his time, had a pint-sized brain. He had the smallest brain. So you see, I mean, he could have built a whole lot of theories about how he has this big brain and how it has all of these convolutions, and then he find a little guy, a little brain like this. He opened the most brilliant man, and he find a little pint-sized. When I die and they open they're going to find part of it is just blanked out. I don't carry as much brain as most other people, but I make full use of the piece that I have. Okay, I think in some ways I have answered that.
Thank you.
All right. I translate what you're saying is that since initially all men were African, um, one, there is a need, in a sense, almost to return to African values, okay, to something that has some sort of root in Africa, okay. I think that the reconstruction of African history helps in that sense because the Europeans came to that conclusion, by the way, after the war. Some Europeans in France and so forth, many European intellectuals started to talk like that. Sartre and various other people, they felt that if Europe was to recover itself, if it was to heal itself, if it was not to destroy itself, which it is doing now, that it had to Africanize itself. In other words, it had to go back, it had to move away from those values that led to destruction and give a new power and healing, a new redemption through that which is African. I think that that can come partly through an emphasis on the African contribution. That can bring people closer to moving away from things that they seem to think are the only values to a different kind of value. My book, They Came Before Columbus, deals with that much, much earlier than the Aztecs or the Incas. My book shows that among the Olmec, the first North American civilization, and when I say North American, I include Mexico, because Mexico was not what it is today. Mexico included parts of California, it included Texas, it included Colorado and all of those places. So all that is Mexico, America then. It's not just Central. Okay, they have found now 14 stone heads. At the time I was writing, they would only found 11. They now have 14. They have found 14 stone heads with African-type features that belong to a civilization known as Olmec, dated somewhere around 800 BC. It's actually 948 to 680 BC. They have found skeletal types in the populations of the Olmec at Tlatilco, at Cerro de las Misas, at Monte Alban. They have found a significant proportion of the ruling class, not the common people, the ruling class to be African. As much as 13.5% at Tlatilco, going right down 200 years later at Monte Alban, it comes down to 4.5 as Africans begin to intermarry with Native American women. Then they have found the terracottas, a vast range of terracottas, clay sculptures of Africans with African-type beard, coloration of skin evoked by the oxide dyes in the clay, African-type hair, etc. This is in the private museums. I spent a lot of time in Mexico in August, just before the earthquake. I spent a week with von Wutenow, and last year I took 40 Americans with me. Minister Brown was one of them. He came with us to film the lectures. We went and looked at the terracottas, the clay sculptures. These are before Christ, showing African types in America. So you have clay sculptures, that is terracottas, stone heads, as well as skeletal types and skulls that have been established as African. This is very, very early. There have been other visits by Africans that are much later, like there are visits by the Mandingo, which affect the Aztecs, some of them. And you have visits to South America, which seem to have affected the Chavin Kupisnik culture, which is the same level as Olmec, and also later through Chavin have affected the Inca. And we're finding new things in South America. We find, for example, not much work has been done on that as yet, but there are other people in South America who has been affected by the Africans. They're now digging up and finding African heads. There's a remarkable, one of the things I found in Mexico when I was there in August, a stunning head. It is so realistic. It looks like a living person whose head has just been chopped off. Pure African. This is right in Peru. You know, and I remember a few years ago, 10 African archaeologists came to this country, and I took them to see Barry Fell's studio. Barry Fell is who wrote this book, America BC. While I was dealing with African, he was dealing with Europeans in America, although he didn't realize that some of his Europeans are really black, like Egyptians, Celts, etc. But he has had a remarkable museum, and one of the Africans who is chairman of the anthropology department in Khartoum in the Sudan he came down and he looked in the wall and he saw a plaque of beaten gold. And he looked at it and he read in English something written in an ancient Egyptian language. And he says, which part of Egypt did you get this? Only 3 people in the world can read this. I'm one of them. And Barry Fell says, that's not from Egypt, that is from Peru. He says, I don't believe you. This could not have been in Peru. And we had to spend half an hour to convince him. You know, he nearly got a heart attack. It's absolutely amazing. This incredible. I mentioned last year in New Mexico, I mentioned to the Western Epigraphic Society, I mentioned that Minister Brown and I think we took a photograph of some markings on top of the head. You know, that started a whole new investigation. And when I went back to the Early Science Research Society in Massachusetts at Salem, I found that they have a new book out. They're starting to take photographs and draw the markings, and now they're trying to decipher them to see what these people were saying on the top of the head. So the evidence there is absolutely overwhelming. I'm now doing a sequel to They Came Before Columbus, which deals with that. I'm not saying that to be funny, but I have cut off. There are many historians who are experts on slavery, but I don't know anything about slavery. I have lost all interest in slavery. I'm only interested in what great things blacks did. Okay, there are millions of books on slavery, and slavery is not to be forgotten and it's not to be ignored. But I am the person who's come with a mission to give another picture to balance that one out. There are many historians who deal with slavery, but I don't have time. I have 25 years to live. And I don't have time to deal with slaves because they have 25 million historians dealing with that. I am dealing strictly with what Africans gave to the great civilizations in the world before they became slaves. Note that. I am interested in what Africa gave to the world before it was enslaved so that it can be free again. There's not Israel slavery in Egypt. The Jewish sect was discriminated against in ancient Egypt. The Jewish sect was not discriminated against because of its race, because it wasn't white. Okay, the Jews weren't white. So they weren't discriminated against because of their race. All peoples at all times have some measure of discrimination because you have always quarrels between groups, quarrels between denominations and sects. That goes on today too. I mean, that is natural. And the Jews, therefore, in Egypt came away with negative things about Egypt, and some of them, as they were reminded in the Bible, remember that how long you sojourned in that country and how much you learned from the Egyptians, okay? So that there's always been this love-hate relationship, because when the Jews wanted to escape, they went into Egypt, okay? So that the thing is that, you see, the Jewish thing is a very complicated business because the white Jew is a departure, okay? And you see, you're really dealing with these guys around here now, these recent Jews, okay? I mean, that doesn't enter real serious history, okay? You know, I mean, there are many people who came converted to the Jewish sect, who became Jews, etc. And as happens in many of these things, the other types, you know, declined in power and influence, etc. But I am not a master of the Jewish question, you see, because quite honestly, it takes so much energy to deal with the historical aspect. The only thing I know about the Jews in relation to blacks is that the blacks saved the Jews at the time when you had both black and Semitic Jews, but they were close enough. They were close enough for the blacks to go to protect the Jews. Taharqa, one of the greatest of African kings in his time, in 701 BC, sent an army, a Nubian and Egyptian army, into Jerusalem to save the Jews from the Asiatics. The Bible says there was a plague and Assyrian forces were cut to pieces. But it wasn't a plague. It was the malaria, okay, which fell upon the Asiatics and really destroyed that army. So the blacks protected the Jews under Hezekiah against the Asiatics. And the reason why the blacks went to protect the Jews is because they were brothers. At that point in time, they were brothers. The Jewish thing has become very complicated because there's a whole range of things that has happened since then to do with European Jewry, etc. And I don't know much about that because it doesn't enter, at that stage, it ceases to be so much African history, it becomes more European history. But there is an aspect, there are many aspects of the Jewish thing that is part of African history. Well, there are experts in the Bible. One of the things you should read, which is very interesting, there's a man called Kofa, whom I met last year, who is an expert on this question, who could help you considerably. He's written an article in a book which I edited, Nile Valley Civilizations, in which he deals with the Jews and Egyptians. I can't remember it, but he deals with every reference to Egypt made in the whole Bible. Every possible reference, what is negative, what is positive, what is the relations of the Jews to the Egyptians, who are the Israelites, Judahites, Jews, etc. And I think he has written a lot on the subject, so he has references. So that is very helpful to follow up that question, because I know this is a burning question. I have recently been heavily questioned about the Jews, because a picture of me appears with Farrakhan in the final call, and I was called to ask, what do I have against the Jews? And I pointed out that I have nothing to do with that. I stood on Farrakhan's platform because Farrakhan invited me to speak on black achievements, and if the Ku Klux Klan was mad enough to invite me to speak on black achievements, they need the education, I would do it. So I am not involved in any anti-Semitic from all black leaders who seek to create a picture of black achievement, whatever the differences one may have with them about their views of various people, groups, or sects. I join in that respect, okay, because that is common ground. But where his opinions about Jews are concerned, I have nothing to do with that. I don't want to be sucked into that. And I was asked, please answer the question, are you anti-Jewish? I said, how could I be anti-Jewish? My publisher is Jewish. My dentist is Jewish. My lawyer is Jewish. My psychiatrist is Jewish. My best friends are Jews. Okay. All right. No, let me answer that. The reason why the tendency towards albinism occurred, and that has nothing to do with leprosy, though it is a deviation, is because the mineralization of the bones requires the synthesis of vitamin D. In the tropics, it is necessary to be black or to have some melanin shield, because ultraviolet radiation, this shield protects you, but there's such abundant sunlight that you could still synthesize vitamin D. In the extreme cold that occurred during a particular period in Europe, that became a problem because there wasn't abundant sunlight. There was weak and tangential sunlight. There was the cave dwelling. There were the hides of animals, etc. So that vitamin D synthesis with a melanin shield became a difficult problem. Hence, when there were tendencies to albinism, that albino was likely to stabilize itself because it became a selective advantage. Okay, that doesn't make that type inferior or superior. It only makes it more suited to a particular crisis in the ice. Okay, so that after a while, that deviant becomes stabilized and it doesn't become, therefore, a mutation in terms of inferiority or superiority, merely that type becomes more the type that is stabilized. But to say that leprosy produced whites, you would then have to deal with the problem about all whites are diseased, and that can't be established, because if you did medicine, you would find that is not true. No, no, whether theories have to be built not on assumptions, theories have to be built on facts. A theory can be right or wrong, but whether it is right or wrong, you have to show a body of scientific fact. If the theory is built on a mere assumption or a fantasy, then it's not really a theory, it is a fantasy. A theory must have a body of scientific fact. If the moment it is questioned, the scientific fact falls away, then it's not really a theory, it is a fantasy. Okay, you must have a body of scientific fact. Leprosy has certain specific things like AIDS. And unless you can establish in a laboratory that this is leprosy, you can't proceed any further because you have to have the medical knowledge to say, well, leprosy has A2, B2, or what have you, such and such factor, Kell factor, or what factor, and you can't find it in the laboratory. You have to abandon it because whatever any book may say, books are written by ordinary people, okay, whether they're inspired or uninspired. And a book stands, or a theory stands, by the body. For example, I can't jump up and say Africans were in America before Columbus. I never believed that. When I came to this country, I didn't believe that. I had to prove it to myself. In other words, it's not an opinion or a theory. My thesis about Africans in America before Columbus is not a theory. It is a proven fact. Because I can show the stone heads, I can show the terracottas, I can show the skeletons, I can show the structural correspondences between the pyramids, so that it ceases to be theory and becomes fact because it can be proven, not because Mr. X said so or Mr. Y says so or the Quran says so or the Bible says so, but because it can be proven to be so. And if something cannot be proven to be so, then you have to abandon the thesis. It's like Atlantis. Probably there is Atlantis. I don't know, but I can't prove it. Therefore, I don't talk about Atlantis. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. That this was not a lecture specifically on science, but it is important to note here that the Africans, according to the Greeks, like Herodotus, etc., they were the first to have specialists for every organ. In Egypt, you have this in the early period of medicine, you have specialists for every organ, and this is revived later in the Ptolemaic period. The tetracycline you mentioned is found among Nubians. They find the Nubians using tetracycline 14 centuries ago when we only started to use it in the 1950s. And we find also very complex things among the Africans. Africans using aspirin before us, using Salix capensis, which yields salicylic acid, the main active ingredient in aspirin. They were using other things before us, like we have got from the medicine press, urbane, capsicum, physostigmine, which deals with glaucoma, cola and calabar beans. They were the first to pioneer in the use of drugs to treat hypertension, like reserpine, which comes from them, carpectate comes from them, Annona senegalensis, which is used now for cancer, that comes from the African medicine chest. Also, they have one of the most effective skin remedies for certain skin diseases, etc. They also developed complex surgical operations. They were the best bandages in the world. The Africans are the only people in the world until recently who have their leaders mummified. You can still see Africans, you can still see the faces of Africans who died thousands of years ago. You can't see any European who died thousands of years ago. Okay, they brought chemistry of mummification to an extraordinary point where recently in 1964, I think it was in the University of Oklahoma, they found that the Africans had so well preserved Princess Mini, one of their princesses, that the cells in her hand were still intact. Okay? It is almost as they're taking it in a solution, like how we put organs in a solution in the hospital. That is the level they had reached. We also find certain medical operations like the cesarean section. That's not Egyptian. That was done by East Africans, the Banyuru surgeon. They noted East Africans performing the cesarean more than a century ago, at a time in the 1870s when the cesarean was experimental in Europe. And when every attempt at the cesarean in Europe led to the death of the mother, they could only save the child, whereas the Africans saved both child and mother. And the Africans were found to be using both anesthetics and antiseptics in the operating theaters. Why it's important to note this, they were also the first to invent the vaccine. Why it's important to note this is because when you look at TV today, all you see is sickness, disease, and famine in Africa. Nobody inquires what is the background to that, how did that happen? They say these are backward people, the Africans can't protect themselves. So people don't usually inquire into background, they just see the living present and that is thrown at them. That is one of the reasons why I have pointed out that most people's interest in Africa is only with them as primitives in the past and as problems in the present. They're not interested in anything else. They don't want to see anything but the dark side of the moon, the backside of the moon, the backside of Africa. That is the only thing that is put before us, the backside of Africa. Anything that has to do with the remarkable achievements of Africans, that is the reason why students don't want students do not want to identify with Africans. I teach a course called Black Civilizations. If I call it African Civilizations, it gets 3 students. When I change it to Black Civilization, the same thing I'm teaching. If I call it Black Civilization, it gets 50 students. Blacks and whites. You call it African Civs, no students come. They don't want to hear the word African because African to them means primitive. It means disease, disaster, famine, etc. They don't understand what happened. So they can't associate with that African because they think that that African is only linked to a certain kind of darkness. It's very important to note this.
Tonight, I come here to pay tribute to our late Sheikh Anta Diop, who died in February of this year. Sheikh Anta Diop was the greatest living African, at least in terms of the reconstruction of our history. No one who has lived in this century or before of African descent has made such a major contribution to the reconstruction of African history. I first became aware of Sheikh Anta Diop, as most African Americans did, through the translated work on African origin of civilization, myth or reality, which was translated. It's a combination of things. In fact, it's 2 works, excerpts from 2 works translated by Mercer Cook, which was published by Lawrence Hill in this country. Unfortunately, I only became aware of him when I had completed They Came Before Columbus. I had just come to the conclusion of my book when I became aware of Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop was to leave an impact upon the minds of all the people who had read him. He was the subject of tremendous attacks in France and in various parts of the world. And one of the most astonishing things is that although at the first World Festival of Negro Art, he was given, along with W.E.B. Du Bois, the award for the greatest scholar, black scholar, who has exerted the greatest influence on the minds of blacks in the 20th century. There was actually a conference in Dakar, just 300 yards from his laboratory, by Africanists, mostly European, and he was not invited. He, the greatest of all the Africanists, was not invited to an Africanist conference that was being held in his own country. You become aware through a study of Diop's life not only of great issues that affect the history of African peoples, but you also become aware of the tragedy of the modern world. Because Diop had his foot in many worlds. He was a great physicist and chemist. He was a great linguist. He was a great historian, of course, particularly Egyptologist. And above all, he was a great politician. Few people are aware of what he did in terms of his own country, how he was imprisoned. He founded 3 political parties, and in fact, he was to become as the leader of the opposition. He was most likely to become the next president of Senegal. So I shall speak of many aspects of his life. I must first speak of meeting him, because although I knew of his work and we had corresponded for about 9 or 10 years, I did not meet him until 1985. I did not meet him until January of 1985. That's one of the curious things about me. I am so busy that unless I meet someone at the lecture, I hardly ever meet them at all. There are many of my colleagues at Rutgers. I've been there 16 years. I have never met them. I know their names. I've heard them on the telephone, but I've never seen them. I remember Ronald Christ, for example, who edited a magazine, Inter-American Review, and I subscribed to that magazine. I wrote articles. He wrote me letters. I talked with him on the telephone. I have never yet seen him in my life. And Cheikh Anta Diop, for whom I had a special affection, wrote me several times, and I wrote him back. We had long correspondence, but I never saw him. And not until last January in England did I meet him. And I met him under the most unusual circumstances, because I had lived in England for many years. I had lived in England for 10.5 years. Only one of those years was spent in Africa, and part of it also was spent in Eastern Europe, but I kept coming back to London. But when I had spoken in London before, people were aware of me only as a literary figure, a writer of novels. I had written a book which was made into film, a television film called The Black Prince, and people knew me as a literary critic. I had sat on the Nobel Committee, at least when I came to America, I sat on the Nobel Committee based upon the work I had done as a literary person, but nobody knew of anything that I was thinking in terms of the black world, because that was not something that one talked very much about in England. People weren't even aware that they were black. In the sense of community, in the sense of having a shared experience with the rest of the world, in the sense of being able to operate as a world force to change not only the consciousness of man, but to change the circumstances in the world. There was only one issue that got to the root of every one of us. That was South Africa. And that issue, in fact, nearly led to my expulsion from university, because I never spoke. For 10 years, I kept quiet. I never said a word about anything political. And the only time I opened my lips was on South Africa. And this was conveyed back to the authorities. And the arrangement was that I should be expelled from the university. I don't want to go into that now. If I were questioned about it at question time, I will come to that matter. But the reason why I raise it is because I'm very much aware from a study of Diop's life that Diop, like myself, was deeply involved in politics. It is impossible to become involved in black history without becoming involved in politics. Because to reconstruct the history of black people anywhere in the world, you have to fight against a climate of great prejudice. Diop discovered that Diop could have had an easy route, because Diop was very fortunate. At the age of 22, he had his bachelor's. There was at least a university in Dakar. There was no university in my country. I did not get my first degree, my BA. I did not get my BA until I was 32. He got it when he was 22, which is normal. That's what you get here. There was no university in my country. So he had his career all set out. He was a brilliant young man. He was born in 1923. He died at the age of 61. He was born on December the 23rd, 1923 in Diourbel in western Senegal. He was a Muslim. He attended Quranic schools. His family was Muslim. He belonged to the sect of the Murids, one of the most independent Muslim sects that you can find anywhere in Africa. And he went out to Paris in 1946 to further his studies. But he was a proud, stubborn, independent mind. He could have got anywhere he wanted to go. With a scholarship to Paris, a French African could go anywhere in the world. He could even end up as a minister in the parliament. The British never allowed that. None of us were ever allowed to become head of anything until we became independent. None of us. That is one of the things when I was growing up. I remember when I was about 20, I entered the civil service. About 19, I entered the civil service in Guyana. The first thing I heard, I was at the meeting with the director of the audit department. They put me in the audit department, and he sat down before all the Asians and Africans and other people, and he said to them quite nakedly, "You can aspire to any position in this department except my own." Because only heads of departments could only be filled by Englishmen. And one of the things you noted in that country, it didn't matter what an Englishman did, he never went to jail. There was no Englishman who ever went to jail. They disappeared, meaning they put them on a ship and sent them back home quietly, but they never went to prison. No Englishman ever did a menial task. That is why many West Indians, when we went to England and we saw white porters lifting things, people nearly died from shock. They'd never seen a white man lift an object before. Everything was done for them. Now, in the French world, in spite of the prejudice, the great prejudice, there were certain distinctions made that were not always made purely on color but on class. So that someone who was highly educated, who was very French in culture, could get right up to the position of minister in the government. Therefore you find people like Aimé Césaire from Martinique, French Martinique, Léon Damas from French Guyana, Léopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal. All of these are men who eventually sat in the Parliament of France. Diop therefore had an opportunity to become anything he wanted to become, but he was too proud and stubborn to become a colonial. He therefore immediately set out on a very serious task, a very bold and courageous task. He set out to do his doctorate on Egypt and to challenge for the first time in a scientific way, more than anyone had challenged before outside of Gerald Massey, who was white, but no African, no black historian had ever with such skill, such expertise, such a range of disciplines challenged all that conservatives had said about Egypt. And he went straight into the mouth of the cannon. And of course the university rejected it. They said this is unfounded, because he tried to show that Egypt created the first major civilization, and that Greece, the fountainhead of European civilization, fed upon the Egyptian, which was the quintessence of the African civilization. And that Egypt was not possible without what came out of Ethiopia, which was not possible without what came from the interior cradle land of Africa. And he therefore deeply challenged all that had been taught for centuries, and this was rejected. Diop did not give up. Diop spent years trying to get his doctorate. He came back again and again. On the third time, he came with a battery of scholars, and he came with massive evidence and supporting professors. And they were forced to give him his doctorate. They were shamed into giving him his doctorate. He was not just a historian, he was a scientist. Diop came first in mathematics in his school, and he entered one of the most advanced laboratories in France. Many of you may have heard of Mario and Giulio Curie, who won the prize, the Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of radium. Their son-in-law, Giulio Curie, he founded a laboratory, the most advanced laboratory in France, and Diop worked in that laboratory. Diop was therefore open to the most advanced scientific knowledge available. He was so developed that at a time when only a few people in the world understood Einstein's relativity theory, Diop translated major sections of that theory into Wolof, his own language. That startled a lot of people. And that knowledge, that scientific knowledge of physics, there was also a knowledge of chemistry. Diop developed a special process known as the melanin dosage test, whereby he could tell by test going into the skin of dead mummies, African kings and pharaohs who have been buried thousands of years. He could take off square inches of that skin and test it in the laboratory and establish that the level of melanin in that skin proved that they were black people, that they were African. He was able to do that with the Mariette excavations. He was able to show that all of those mummies were of African descent. And when he established this, he asked permission to get square inches of skin from other mummies in Cairo Museum. No, sir, you're not touching our mummies. They're mummies, and they have absolutely no relationship by blood or history to those mummies. Because the modern Egyptian is as much Egyptian as the modern American is American. There are no Americans practically in this room. We are Africans, or there may be a European here or there, or an Asian. But we are not native to this place. So that many Egyptians are not native to Egypt at all. Many of them have no claim whatsoever to those pyramids and those mummies and the marvels of early Egyptian science and philosophy. When Sadat was here a few years ago, Sadat said, "I am a black man, and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years." What Sadat was saying, I'm not like them. I am for real. I am truly Egyptian. My mother is Sudanic. Many of them are not there. When I come to deal with the Cairo conference in 1974, you will find that the most reactionary of the delegates to the UNESCO conference were the Egyptians. Let me tell you about that conference. Let me read you my report on that conference in the introduction to this new Diop book. I have to point out that the Diop book does not come out until July the 7th, but I urge you to subscribe to it now, so that as soon as it comes out, I could send you a copy of the book. It is 400 pages. We have never attempted anything like that. It is delayed because we never knew that the material would pile up to a point whereby it would become almost twice as large as most of our journals. It's larger than African Presence in Europe. It's more than 100 and something pages larger than Blacks in Science. So it is the most ambitious thing that we have attempted. And now in France, strangely enough, here we are in the English-speaking country, and we've already done a tribute to Diop, the greatest of African scientists and thinkers. And now France has become aware of my work, and they're writing letters asking me to send an article to be published in their tribute to Diop. Their tribute to Diop may not come out this year at all, because they're not ready. It's a strange thing. A prophet is not without honor save in his own country. Diop went to this conference on the peopling of ancient Egypt. Now I want you to listen to this very carefully. After many years, more than 2 centuries in which European universities and academics have stated that Egypt is Caucasoid, or it is Semitic or Hamitic or Afro-Semitic or Afro-Hamitic, eventually they invited Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Obenga. This is the first time at any international conference on an intellectual matter that Africans are invited to deal with their own story. Theophile Obenga, he wrote me last week. This is the first time I'm hearing from him, because apparently Diop left a lot of papers after he died, and so several people in France and French-speaking Africa suddenly become aware of the journal for the first time. Theophile Obenga is an expert on Bantu. He's head of the Bantu Research Institute in Brazzaville. He's a great linguist, like Diop. And they appeared at this conference. Everybody else was European. or Arab from the Arab Republic of Egypt. And at this conference, everybody came unprepared except the two Africans. Could you imagine that? This is a conference meeting, an academic conference meeting to discuss the peopling of Egypt, and these guys arrive empty-handed, talking from their heads. The Africans arrive with heavily researched papers. The linguistic evidence of Diop was so startling that everyone had to admit this was one of the revolutionary things, that Diop and Obenga, particularly Diop, had proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Egyptian language was not Semitic or Hamitic, it was African. But there is where the agreement ended, because when Diop tried to show that not only the language was African, but that the people were African, everybody got upset. And those people who couldn't say that it is not so, they said, we mustn't talk about race anymore. We are all human beings here. Let's stop talking about race. So let me read you the passage from my introduction which deals with this. A summary of this conference is of interest and value to readers, since it reveals the state of Egyptology at the moment and the defensive reaction to the question of blackness or Negroness. Professor Galab of the Arab Republic of Egypt declared that the human race during the Paleolithic era, which is the Stone Age, was more or less homogeneous and Caucasian, meaning to say all human beings were first white. This is an Egyptian, you know. And that Negroes only began to appear much later. A Negro culture, he claimed, did not appear prior to the Neolithic, that is the age of agriculture. Professor Di Bono of Malta spoke of a race of pyramid builders coming into Egypt, a race with Libyco-Asiatic affinities, without even deeming it necessary to show where on this earth stands the proto-pyramid that this race constructed before it migrated to Africa. How could you have a race of pyramid builders who never built pyramids anywhere else? Several participants, finding it difficult to demolish Diop, decided instead to demolish all talk about race. Professor Saf Soderberg of Sweden, while demonstrating that the majority of Neolithic cultures in the Nile Valley belong to a techno-complex of Saharan and Sudanic cultures, said the concept of race was outmoded and should now be abandoned. After he showed that the technology of the early Egyptians is Sudanic and Saharan, which is African, he said, don't talk about race. Race is outmoded, must be abandoned. Professor Vorkut of France, insisting that there was no way to tell how many of the Egyptians were white and how many were black, felt the evidence nevertheless showed that Egypt at least was African in its way of writing, its culture, and its way of thinking. Now just imagine that. You can't tell how many white people are there, yet everything they're doing is African. In other words, they're white Africans. These white Africans, their language, they said, is African. Their culture is African. Their science is African. And yet you can't tell whether they're white or black. Professor Shinny of Canada said that Herodotus and all the Greeks and Romans who had called Egyptians black were merely being subjective like Dr. Diop. Race was not a scientific concept. Professor Mokhtar of the Arab Republic of Egypt said the problem of race was unimportant. Professor Abdullah of the Sudan, after chiding Diop for adopting an Africanist approach to this problem, went on boldly to assert that the Egyptian language belonged to a family of Proto-Semitic languages and that there was abundant evidence to prove it. He had not come to the conference, however, with his abundant evidence. This, in fact, was one of the remarkable revelations of this international conference. In its final report, UNESCO pointed out, quote, listen to this, although the preparatory working paper set out by UNESCO gave particulars of what was desired, not all participants had prepared communications comparable with the painstakingly researched contributions of Professor Sheikh Anta Diop and Obenga. The Africans at last had done their homework, and those theses, which had once seemed formidable, now shook with the fragility of leaves in the new intellectual wind blowing from the continent. All the time they had had their own way until they had become intellectually flabby. This is one of the things that I have noted. When I was in Arizona some years ago, I had to fight with someone they called an expert on Mexico. And when I opened up on this guy, I realized that I wasn't fighting an equal, that he couldn't fight because he'd never fought in his life. We have to fight. We have to fight for every inch of ground. Nothing is yielded to us without a struggle. But they always took it for granted. As my mother used to say, they're born with golden spoons in their mouths. And so when at last he met a fighter, he couldn't fight. When I started on him, I suddenly realized, I said, you know, animals when they fight like apes, etc., when they're about to overpower you completely and they realize that you are losing, the ape pulls back. Man doesn't usually pull back. And there is something Christian in me which said, you know, you've got him on the ground now, let him go. And there's something devilish in me that said, let him go, my foot. He has trampled us for centuries. These are the kinds of men who have destroyed us for centuries. They are still destroying us. Our children are being destroyed. Don't let him go. The time has come to kick these people. Amen. When the knowledge arises, there is no compromise here because we are dealing with something savage and brutal. It is something that is cruel. It comes on the smiles. It comes on the smiles, etc. And everyone is so sweet and kind and nice. But there are people being destroyed in every aspect of our life. People are being destroyed. You cannot look at some of our children today. You cannot go into those universities to teach without realizing that somebody is taking a gun and shot out a piece of their brains. You have to rebuild the whole world. You have to rebuild the whole intellect now in order just to get a few facts through. How can one be soft about something like that? How can one stand before something that is so painful, so absolute, so pervasive, so overwhelming, so destructive, and not feel an anger so great that when the time comes, one wants to shoot them all? Because when Diop told me about South Africa, do you know South Africa has an atomic bomb? And do you know how they got it? They have the finest atomic bomb. When you read the book I have brought out, Great African Thinkers, read the section where Diop talks in South Africa, and he's a physicist, he knows about uranium in detail. Read how they got their bomb. And one of our satellites spinning around this planet a few years ago saw a flash, an atomic flash out of South Africa. It was all covered up. I don't want to give you, I prefer you to read the section that deals with South Africa and the atomic bomb and where they got their plutonium from and where they got their expertise from. It is something frightening. And you have to read these things because Diop wasn't just a historian. Diop related himself to the modern world. He knew as a politician who had suffered in prison that unless these ideas can be related to our present lives, they will be lost. People have to know the relevance and urgency of this kind of information. I had a long correspondence with him once about the discovery in the body of Ramesses II of tobacco. This is something that stunned the world. Ramesses II was a great pharaoh who had been lying in state in the museum in Egypt for many centuries. Suddenly he developed, or over a period of time, he developed an infection in the leg. You can understand how extraordinary the African mummification must be, that it took thousands of years for him to develop an infection in his leg. This infection was eating away the mummy. They got afraid, and since France is in control of most of these things, many Parisian laboratories came to study the mummy of Ramesses II. He was taken over to Paris. Diop said, when they took off the cover, he saw Ramesses II. Ramesses II was very black. When they brought him back home, he was pale. They put so much gamma rays in that mummy that they turned him pale. Diop said in spite of all of that, it would still be possible to test him, to give him the melanin dosage test. But some strange thing happened. And I unwittingly had something to do with it, because Diop wrote me and says, they have found tobacco in the belly of Ramesses II. And he said to me in a letter which is published in this new journal, that proves that you are right. Not only the Egyptians come to America, but they came back bringing the tobacco. And I wrote him and says, no. Here you are likely to be making a mistake, because even though people have argued for centuries that tobacco is American, it is not. I have shown in my book, which at that time, he was writing in 1980. My book did not come out in France until 1981. So he had only read pieces of my book. He had not read the French edition of the book. And I said, when the French edition comes out, you are to look very closely at the chapter on tobacco, because I have shown that tobacco is not American. There is an African tobacco and there's an American tobacco, and that in fact the word tobacco comes from tobak, which comes from dubak, which is a Syrian word for viscum, glue, and the viscosity of the tobacco plant led the Syrians to call it dubak, and then it was changed to tubak, and it led to words like tuba, taba, tawa, tama, and that is what came over, so that the Americans started to call not the tobacco plant, for which they had a name since they had a tobacco plant, they called the pipe tobacco. And they called the act of smoking with the mouth, which was new to them, tobacco. So that could be an African tobacco. So use your laboratory, because Diop was the founder and maker of the radiocarbon laboratory in Dakar. Since his death, I think it was last month, the government of Senegal decided to call it the Sheikh Anta Diop Institute rather than the radiocarbon laboratory. It is now named after him. But he could not do this because nobody would allow him to touch the tobacco. But nevertheless, he informed people in Egypt and in France that I had raised the question that they should test the tobacco to see if indeed it is like American tobacco. Do you know, after the test was performed, everybody got quiet. There were 48 laboratories involved, and none of them published reports. And do you know what they said? They stopped studying Ramesses II, and then the rumor went around that they got the wrong mummy. In other words, either they discovered that that was an African tobacco, not like the American, which means it upset all the arguments, or they discovered it was American, which meant that there's a possibility that the Egyptians brought it back from America in an early time, which upset them even more. So either way, they got caught, so they shut up. That was the end of the matter. We never heard again about Ramesses II. Nothing has been published about it. How can you deal with that kind of duplicity? How can you deal with that conspiracy of silence without feeling a great anger? And you could see why a man like Diop would eventually be led into serious politics. Because when you become aware of all of those things, you begin to realize that history is a political fight. Because these guys are prepared to go to any lengths to cloud over what has happened in our lives, because they know that that knowledge can give you a consciousness so powerful that it could upset the world. Look, don't make any mistake about it. Consciousness is the key to power. A different kind of consciousness is the key to power. Even in spite of all their guns and everything, that fight that is going on in South Africa, where children are throwing themselves at the guns because of a different consciousness. 20 years ago, they wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have done that. So that it is with a different kind of consciousness that true revolution begins, because people are prepared to take this thing to a point where you can no longer fool anybody. If those Africans like Diop and Obenga were not alive, if that kind of complexity and sophistication of intellect did not exist, that UNESCO conference would have done the same damn thing they've been doing for centuries. It wouldn't have shifted a bit. Surely the Egyptians wouldn't have shifted it. It was through me and Diop that the Egyptians asked the British back for the splinters of the Sphinx's nose. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't dare think of that. So colonial Mokhtar. This man at UNESCO forced me to write almost an apologetic note in my journal saying that I have been given permission to print this essay by Diop, but not all the participants of the conference at the conference agree with it. How could they all agree with it when it stands in contradiction with all the lies that they have been preaching? And Diop's special scientific knowledge, not only his knowledge of linguistics, his knowledge of physics led him to question something very seriously. There's an article in this new book called Iron Metallurgy in the Ancient Egyptian Empire. Several French investigators said that although they found iron, listen to this, smelted iron was found in Egypt in the Great Pyramid, a niche in the Great Pyramid. And they said, well, it is an accident. It fell from a higher strata, meaning a later period, because the Egyptians couldn't have smelted iron, they said. And they said it was decarbonized iron, soft iron. Diop showed, because of his scientific knowledge, that soft iron is more advanced than hard iron, because you'd have to take the carbon out of it to get to that stage. And iron smelting advances and advances until it gets less and less carbon, so that this kind of carbon they found, stratum iron, is advanced iron. And then he showed that it couldn't have fallen from a higher strata because the people who found it went to great extent to establish that it was an untroubled strata or level in the pyramid, that nobody had touched that when they found it. So all these things were cover-ups and lies. And then he showed that King Tut's bed, the posts of King Tut's bed were made out of smelted iron. When he went in the Cairo Museum and he pointed out to the curator, he says, "This is iron, isn't it?" And the curator said, "Yes." He says, Diop said, "Well, could you write me a note saying that it is iron?" Not me. No, sir. They're not going to write any such note. They'll lose their job. And when he showed that the Eye of Horus was made of smelted iron, so that it's not only in the Great Pyramid, but periods long before the smelting of iron, you have objects of real iron, not meteoric iron which falls from the sky, but iron done through the smelting process. And he showed with great persuasiveness, based on his scientific knowledge, that this was so. Now years passed before I met Diop, and I want to read to you the beginning of this introduction to the book, because this describes how I felt when I met Diop, and it also says something about his death. I felt a strange sense of awe in his presence. It was the aura of nobility and graciousness, perhaps, the quiet air of intellectual authority, the legend of his life and his work that had preceded him. His eyes never left me as he spoke, but though his gaze and his grip were firm, his voice was surprisingly soft. The sibilances of his French rose and fell upon my brain like waves of whispers. "Monsieur Diop," was all I could say. "We meet at last." It was a cool blue London day, the light of a premature springtime loitering like a stranger on the streets of a winter morn. January 13, 1985, about a year and a month before his death. We had exchanged long letters. We had spoken on occasion on the telephone. I had read his work in English, he my work in French. He had followed avidly the issues of the Journal of African Civilizations. Yet nearly a decade was to pass before we met face to face. That week in London, we talked to packed houses. We dined, we discoursed, we debated. Diop's great friend of many years, Carlos Moore, made us feel at times as though we were conversing in the same language. But in spite of the growing familiarity, my sense of awe and reverence in his presence persisted. I saw him more as a father than as a comrade in arms. I felt the long road that I would still have to walk, I could not shake off the impression of being in the shadow of an elder spirit. It is not for us to say that the death of a man comes too early or too late. Fate is far too complex. But let us venture to say that we in America needed a guide and a teacher like Diop. Africa, above all, needed a leader like Diop. Had he lived to become president of Senegal, he might have piloted some of the nations of West Africa into the first stages of a federated state. His passing, therefore, is a very great blow to us all. Yet history teaches us that men like these do not die at the time of their deaths. Often it is that the fall of a great teacher or prophet is the beginning of the rise of his ideas. So let it be with Diop. Now, I want to say something about his work as a politician and his ideas about modern Africa before I come back to deal with his historical theses. Now, Diop was very determined to change Africa. He was deeply depressed by the state of modern Africa. He was well aware that Africa is only in the first stage of its independence. Lots of us are very unhappy about the state of modern Africa. We have seen tremendous disasters occur in Africa, in Uganda with Idi Amin, in the Congo with Lumumba, in South Africa, of course. That is the darkest, the most terrifying chapter of African history. But in many parts of Africa, apart from the imperialist thing, apart from the colonial thing, we find that the many centuries of colonization has created corruption among many of the ruling elite in Africa. Many of the Africans who've gone to British universities or French universities have come back without a sense of what they are, without a sense of what the continent of Africa is, without a sense of true history. Diop is unusual in that respect, like Nkrumah. They have a real sense of what it was to have been an African, what the very finest, what is the finest that occurred not only in Egypt but other parts of Africa, like among the Dogon, for example, where the excellence, the quintessence of the African spirit survived. This is something we can go back to. This is nothing that is past and dead. This is a model. And Diop was very concerned about that instead of having this fighting between little mini states, you can have federated structures. You can't federate all Africa, but you could have certain nations coming together in a certain working structure, because therein lies the great strength. We tried to do that in the Caribbean. We did not succeed. And so, it went all haywire. Diop wanted very much to do that in Africa, as Nkrumah did. But he knew that it could not be done unless they developed certain things. You had to have a sense of the cultural integrity of the African people. What did they belong to? Where this unity and continuity lay, so that you don't just see yourself as Nigerians and Ghanaians, etc. But above and beyond that, you see what Africa is, what it is to be African. He found that a certain re-education had to begin. He was the man, and he didn't just talk about this. Diop actually founded the first World Black Researchers Association, in which he was to bring scientists from all over Africa and other parts of the black world, so to make sure that whatever was being developed, that technology transfer would occur. It would be carried into Africa. Let me tell you, in spite of all this fight between Russia and America, America gives technology to Russia. America gives technology to China. They buy it. America gives all of its military technology to Israel. And Israel gives some of it to South Africa. So how come the Africans, Diop is one of the few blacks who is the director of a scientific institution. He actually founded and created a radiocarbon laboratory for radioactive research in Senegal, single-handedly. He was in prison because he founded a political party. They declared it illegal. They threw him in prison. That's how he did a lot of his work. He studied in prison. And when he came out of the prison, say, you keep quiet, we're going to help you. And for a while they kept him quiet, and he built his thing. And then he founded another political party, and once again, he was in trouble. When we invited him here to come to America, we had a lot of trouble. Every time, in the last days, every time we pick up the telephone, a woman answers. Not related at all. The American and French intelligence became involved. We just could not communicate with Diop. When eventually Diop got on the plane took off from Dakar. 1,000 miles from Dakar, the plane began to tremble violently. They said it had a fractured wing. They had to swing around and fly all the way back to the car. When they landed, all the tires exploded. Well, Diop stayed home. His friends begged him, don't go. This is a plot in your life. Don't go. We had the Nile Valley Conference here. We were there at the airport. Even the mayor of Atlanta, Andrew Young, paid for the plane to come down to New York so that we could meet Diop. Diop didn't turn up. Jeffries was waiting, John Clark, myself, Finch. We didn't see Diop. And nobody believed us. Many people thought that it was just a trick, that we'd only use Diop's name to bring people to. All sorts of rumors sprang up. When Diop eventually came to America, he told what had happened. But the next time we were smarter, we never telephoned him. We never told anybody we were bringing Diop to New York. That was the best way to get rid of French intelligence or American intelligence. Nobody knew Diop was coming. Only about 5 people knew. Myself, Dr. Charles Finch, the president of Morehouse, the dean of the Martin Luther King, and Andrew Young. Nobody else knew Diop was coming. We couldn't inform anyone. We couldn't take any risks, because we couldn't take any chance that intelligence would pick it up. And we made sure that Diop would fly to Paris. So Diop flew to Paris as if he was just going to meet his wife and his friends in Paris. And then we smuggled him out to Paris. We got him on Delta Airlines, and they flew him straight to Atlanta. So there was no interruption. When Diop took his flight, nobody knew. They just flew him clean out from France into the United States. We met him at the airport, and then the whole range of things began, his talks, etc. When he landed in Washington, D.C., myself and Diop had to speak before NAFIO. This is heads, black educators, heads of black schools and things like that, so forth. And even Howard, who had to provide a translator, didn't know who was coming. They were told it was a prominent Senegalese. We couldn't even tell Howard University. I don't need to say why. But Diop came here, and he was profoundly impressed by his treatment. He was treated as a head of state. Everything that could be done. We brought out the whole Atlantic police force to protect him, all the security, all the hospitality, everything. We brought Coretta King and so forth, and all the various people in the southern lead. That started a whole series of lectures. Now there are 2 or 3 main elements in the Diop lectures. One of them is the beginnings of man. Diop has argued that man, black man, African man, created European man and Asiatic man. Now in my university, in various parts of the world, it has been accepted for the last 15 to 20 years that man was born in Africa. That is not in question. Nobody doubts that now. They doubted it early in this century. They looked for man in Palestine. They looked for man in Asia. They looked for man in Europe. Somebody created a fabricated skull, half monkey, half man, called Piltdown Man, and fooled them for a long time. But since Leakey's work, it is accepted throughout the world that man was born in Africa, but that didn't solve anything. Because what they're saying is, okay, man was born in Africa, but then he came to Europe and got really advanced and evolved, created civilization and brought it back to that backward half-ape living in Africa. Diop showed that there were 6 stages of man, and that 3 of them never left Africa. The other 3 not only wandered all over Africa, but wandered into Europe and into Asia. In that period of time, the Straits of Gibraltar did not exist. It was possible to cross from Africa into Europe on dry land, because Europe is only 20 miles away from Africa. The northernmost part of Africa is only 20 miles from the southernmost part of Europe. Also, Asia you could have crossed because you didn't have that cutaway you could cross. Also, you could cross easily by boats because the distance is not great. So that man then spread out from Africa and spread into Europe and spread into Asia. Now this was, while Europeans accepted this, they're saying, yes, okay, fine, he came out of Africa, but he came out at the most primitive, backward stage. His brain was not properly developed. But when he got into the ice, then he started to evolve. Okay, and so European man is a highly advanced type, but African man is a backward type. Now, strangely enough, the most ironic thing to happen in this whole story is that the day before Diop died, a battery of 11 scientists, most of them from Oxford, England, the most conservative place you could find in the world, came out with proof that not only was man born in Africa, but modern man was born in Africa. Okay, I want you to note that there's a big distinction. This is the end of the argument. Not only have they shown, as Leakey did, that man was born in Africa, that has been accepted for quite some time. It doesn't prove anything. But they have proven that the last man, the most advanced type of man, the last phase in the evolution of man, the most modern man, the man with the brain case of the European, the Asiatic, and the African, was born in Africa. Let me read that section to you. It appears in Nature, as I say, the day before Diop died. It's entitled Evolutionary Relationships of Human Populations from an Analysis of Nuclear DNA Polymorphisms. It's the work of 11 scientists, most of them from the University of Oxford, England, and it appears in Nature, Volume 3, February the 6th, 1986. The team of scientists concluded, quote, the earliest fossils of anatomically modern man, which is known as Homo sapiens sapiens, have been found in Africa, at Omo in Ethiopia, Border Cave in South Africa, and at Classes River mouth in South Africa. The data from the last site suggests that Homo sapiens sapiens was present in South Africa more than 100,000 years ago, and an adult mandible from Border Cave has been dated to about 90,000 years before the present. Hence, it has been argued that the evolution of modern man took place in Africa. Our data are consistent with such a scheme in which the founder population of the modern world migrated from Africa and subsequently gave rise to all non-African populations. In other words, it has now been established by the analysis of DNA polymorphism that the European is an African. He springs out of the African, the Asian springs out of the African. The Asian is partly Africoid and partly Caucasoid, because the Caucasoid, the Asian, appears later. The Caucasoid comes out of the African. It's a shift. It probably comes from albinism, where the African gives birth to a pigmentless person. This is possible even today in Africa, though a pigmentless person does not survive in Africa. An albino only has about 25 to 30 years of life, but in the ice, an albino would survive. So that you have in the ice, about 50 to 55,000 years ago, in the ice of Europe during an ice age, a certain number of the Africans living in Europe began to undergo a change. The first change is that they retain African features, but they become albinos. The albino condition springs out of the fact that the pigmented skin, which is critical to survival in the tropics, is not critical to survival in the ice, in the extreme ice. And I'm not talking just the temperate zone. We are living now in the temperate zone. That's not ice. Okay, it has a certain amount of cold period. I'm talking about an extreme ecology in which great parts of Europe were covered by ice 1 mile thick. And the African population got into trouble because they were removed from the sun 3 times. A, the sun was no longer direct and abundant as in Africa. B, the sunlight was not only weak and tangential, but it was further removed because they had to cover their skin from the cold they had to cover their bodies from the cold in the skins of animals, which further removed them from the sun. And third, they had to live for a long time in caves. And the light of Europe, a great part of Europe, was twilight. It did not have the brightness of Africa. It was a twilight. Hence, you find a shift in terms of the melanin in the skin, which is critical to survival in the areas where man was born, in the latitudes of the tropics, that the melanocytes started to become inactive, and you have the calcification of certain things that are which feed on melanin. Like, for example, it has been pointed out by doctors recently that there is a certain part of the European that is calcified. It's the pineal gland which feeds on the melanin. Okay, so that you have shifts occurring at first, and then shifts occur not only in color of eyes, color of hair, color of skin, which is one shift. Because as soon as you lose pigmentation, eye color changes, skin color changes, hair color changes, but then you also have contraction change. That is, the bones of the face undergo a slow shift because the nose gets narrower, because the narrow nose in the ice is natural. Okay, you have a contracted nose as against an expanded nose, so that you have movements that affect ecologies that affect the structure of the face. Now, these things have been established on a scientific basis. While it has been speculated on before, it has not been established before. Now it is clear that the European is my brother, but he is my younger brother by several centuries, which is the opposite to what that great South African, what was his name, that great liberal South African, Schweitzer, said, the Negro is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries. It is just the opposite. Now, this doesn't establish inferiority and superiority of races. What it establishes, however, is that it is wrong to suggest that the African is late in time. He is not late, he's the elder. It is also wrong to suggest that any defects or disadvantages that may appear in black people any part of the world as a result of the sociology of their situation is not due to any biological defect, because biologically they are the original people of the world. And they're not just original in terms of being the birthplace of mankind. They are also the most advanced. That type, that is the most advanced type, that has the brain case of modern man, is African. In other words, there are pre-sapient types. There's the Neanderthal type, which also came out of Africa. We're not talking about that. That type disappeared. Some people think that some Europeans are still in the Neanderthal stage. I don't want to comment on that. But the point is that that Neanderthal type was not complete. It was missing a lobe in the brain. And that the Homo sapiens sapiens, which is the last man, he is complete. He is what we all are, regardless of our race, which is superficial, but which has become tremendously important because we are living in sociologies, we are living in a historical condition which has made it terrifyingly important. And we have lived for the last 5 centuries in a situation which make us feel as though we are the inferiors, as though we have contributed nothing to the world, as though we are the latecomers to the world, as though all the great science and civilization came from other people, and we are just sitting at the table picking up the crumbs from the civilization of others. This is the main thesis of Diop, not just the beginnings of man, but the beginnings of civilization, because his contention that Egypt was African is not only proven by a great range of things, but it is critical because it shows that European civilization would not have been possible. The Greek miracles would not have been possible without the contribution of the Egyptian. Every major Greek scientist went to Africa, or some of them who didn't get a chance to go claim they went so as to give legitimacy to their scholarship. Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Heraclitus, Anaximander, and Anaximenes. There's a whole list of them. One Greek scholar said you could fill a whole book up with the names of the Greeks who went to study in Africa. Every major development came out of that African world. The Europeans developed certain things, yes, they refined certain things, they defeated the Africans and were able to take things over. When you look at the medicine of early Africa, you are amazed at the developments and sophistication they produced. Many medical treatises, 10 of which survive in spite of the massive destruction of books. 10 medical treatises survive in Africa. 2 of them are very famous, the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus, named after the people who stole them. And parts of that survive in the New York Museum, one of the medical museums in New York. I think it's the New York School of Medicine. They have chapters, listen to this. Those 2 manuscripts, the Ebers and the Edwin Smith, are 2,600 years before Christ and 1,500 years before Christ. And the one that is 1,500 years before Christ, which is 3,500 years ago, has chapters on helminthiasis, ophthalmology, gynecology, pregnancy, diagnosis, treatment of abscesses and burns, diagnostic percussion, studies of the pulse, notes on circulation, 3,500 years ago. These are our ancestors writing books about that 3,500 years ago. Yet you hear about the father of modern medicine is Hippocrates. When even his theory of harmony and opposites comes out of the Egyptians, you hear about the great geometry of the Greeks. Geometry was created by the Africans along the Nile. They had to create geometry in order to deal with the fluctuations in the Nile tides. Pythagoras spent 22 years. I put it at 7 because I'm conservative. Even the greatest of European scientists stated that Pythagoras spent 22 years among the Egyptians, and the greatest of European scientists pointed out that we owe the Africans 3 things. He said the Africans developed the first atomic theory in Egypt. They call atoms monads. Now they hadn't reached the stage we've reached today, atomic fission or anything like that. But do you know what it is to be aware of atoms as the building block of the universe? The atom has to be magnified 1 billion times for you to see it. And yet they were talking about these monads, these unseen, invisible things that were the building block of the universe. Isaac Newton, the greatest of European scientists before Einstein, said that the Africans had a heliocentric theory of the solar system. That was not true in Europe. Europe believed the earth was the center, not the sun. That is why the Egyptians worshipped the sun. They saw the sun as a center and the earth and other planets revolved. They hadn't found all 9. They'd found about 5, but they saw it revolving around the sun. He also pointed out that they were the first to have ideas about gravity. They developed this business about the harmony of the spheres, these orbits moving in a certain order, having a certain harmony. These are new to Europe. We take all this for granted because all knowledge now comes from Europe. All books are made in Europe. All the teachers are in Europe. All those who get degrees and so forth, you have to go to Europe. So we have assumed that all this began there. It didn't begin there. The Greeks had to go to Crete as well as to Egypt, and Crete has been established both by Schliemann and Evans as largely an African civilization. And that long precedes the flowering of the Greek thing. Even the gods. You know how many of the gods and goddesses of Greece are black? And Tommy talk about the goddesses. Artemis, the goddess of chastity, is black woman. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, is a black woman. Circe is represented in Grecian vases as a black woman. She is the temptress in the Odyssey that turns Odysseus' crew into pigs. Jason, searching for the golden fleece, the great hero of the Greek legend, is helped by Medea, who is considered to be a black princess. Europe is named after an African princess, Europa. Most people think Africa is named by Europe. That's not true. Africa comes from Afruika, which means birthplace. It's an Egyptian word. So that the profound influence, not just on the science, in terms of mathematics, and in terms of medicine, in terms of these things, but in even philosophical concepts, religious ideas were carried over from Egypt, the seat of African civilization. When I say the seat, Egypt would not have been possible without all the things streaming from the cradle land of Africa, because Egypt is not the beginning of African civilization. They have found Tarseti in the Sudan, Kustal on the edge of the Sudan, which has kings, 12 black kings reigning 2 centuries before the first Egyptian dynasty, and all the elements that are later to appear in Egypt are already set down at Tarseti. Even the hieroglyphs, the world's first major writing system. Other people have developed writing systems, the Sumerian, but nothing was as highly developed as the hieroglyphic system. It was to affect a lot of people, including the Europeans. Europeans have very few writing systems. There are very few Europeans who had writing systems. The French do not have a writing system. The English do not have a writing system. The Spanish do not have a writing system. Only the Romans and the Greeks and the Russians and the Phoenicians. There are only a few people with writing systems, about half a dozen in Europe. You take for granted everybody wrote. When the Romans conquered the English, they were utterly illiterate. They had never written a line. Yet when I was at university in England, they're talking about Africans are preliterate. They have a part missing in the brain. They're preliterate. That is not a highly developed part. And they're bloody preliterate, so that Cicero, the Roman, had to say, when they conquered the British, they are so stupid. I am quoting his exact word. They are so ignorant. I am not sure we can even make them into good slaves. And in Africa, you have the Manding script, you have the Akan, this is pre-European, Akan script, the Manding script, the Afaka script, the Meroitic script, the hieroglyphic script. There are several scripts in Africa. You say, well, okay, if the Africans had scripts, why didn't they write books? The earliest books in medicine are African. The earliest books in mathematics are African. And they're now saying, now it's becoming more and more clear that early Egypt, classical Egypt, was African. People like Nugabor and other mathematicians are saying, yes. So the Africans did a few things, but they did not develop theoretical mathematics. They developed a sort of practical mathematics. The mathematics, they said, of empirical recipes. They learned from trial and error, but they didn't have a theoretical mathematics. Theoretical mathematics, theoretical abstract science begins with the Europeans, the Greeks. Do you know they actually programmed the computer in this country in 1967 to test that theory? And the computer discovered that of 22,295 possible decompositions, the early Egyptians had chosen the 46 most elegant and simple equations, which is what the computer would have chosen. Developed 4,000 years later, that is the absolute proof of a theoretical science. Because they weren't guessing. They couldn't have gone through all those possible computations to develop their structures. Geometry, which was borrowed from them, arithmetic was borrowed from them, their algebra hadn't gone very far. They had developed certain quantities of algebra. The Arabs during the Moorish period would carry algebra much further, but the Europeans didn't have algebra. It came from Al-Jabari and it came up into Europe. Europe was to feed heavily, very heavily, upon the work of Africans and Arabs, because there are 4 Moorish dynasties, and those dynasties, the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almoravid and the Almohade dynasty fed Europe. When the Moors, most of them of which were black, some of them were pale-skinned types, because the Arabs included both black types and pale-skinned types, and some blacks came as Senegalese types, some came as Arabs, some came in as Berbers. You have both fair-skinned and black Berbers, but the majority were black. I know that because the pictures, when you read African Presence in All Europe, you must purchase that book. That is an absolutely necessary book, because that shows you a range of things, and it shows you the pictorial evidence. One thing missing from that book, which I only discovered later, I was going to a scientific island in this country. It's called Plum Island. It's a place that deals with agricultural diseases, exotic diseases. And while I was on the boat taking me to this island with these scientists, somebody brought out a book on the Moors and started showing me the architecture. And I said, that's fine, but I'm interested in the people. Who are the Moors? There were no people, you know. Just one picture people. You know what that picture was? The only picture that showed Africans. The others didn't show people. The Africans surrendering. So how could they surrender if they weren't in power? What did they surrender? Suppose this country had to surrender to Russia. Is the blacks going to surrender, or Reagan's people? If we are not in power, how could we surrender the country? There are the blacks in the Almohade dynasty in 1492 surrendering Granada to the Spanish. Now they got them at last because they're in a lowly position, they're surrendering. But how could they surrender if they weren't in power? How could you surrender a major part of Spain if you're not in charge? What are you surrendering? I found that in books by the English, like one by Charlotte Young. There were no Africans. All the Moors were fair-skinned and blue-eyed. But the moment they started to defeat them, they turned black. The battlefield was littered with Africans. Where did these Africans come from? They just come to be defeated? Diop had to fight this nonsense for many years. And I want to say a few things that he said about America when he came here. This is when he was speaking the first day on April the 4th, 1985, in the chapel dedicated to Dr. King. I have come to America to meet with those who are members of my family, that is to say, with you all. In fact, I am convinced that my family has been divided in two, and that half of it is here before me now. Just as you Americans who go to Africa feel that you're making a pilgrimage to the lands of your ancestors, I too am making a pilgrimage here in America. The most important thing that we have to do by the end of this century is to reconstruct the links that tie us as communities. I subscribe to the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr. wholeheartedly. They are teachings that are aimed at unifying and reuniting kindred peoples. What I have to say here today is to reinforce the links that unite us and all people across the world. And then when he got back to Senegal just before he died, Dr. Finch went to interview him to ask him his impressions of America, and he said, I was very impressed by my contact with the black American community and with Americans in general. I discovered many things of which I was totally ignorant. As I said in the United States, I feel very strongly that this was a sort of pilgrimage for me. I think that all thinking Africans who go to America are in one way or another on a pilgrimage. I said before I left that I was going to find half of my family in America. It was just that. We are beginning to feel in a most vital way this biological kinship which ties us to America. The umbilical cord has not been cut, and this is very important. These relations must become much closer in the future. I believe that all of what lies in our common future is in this perspective. America is uniquely brought closer to Africa by historical ties. I was especially aware of this on American soil. And I want to end now by quoting the end of my editorial on this. On this American soil, on this side or plane of time, we shall not meet again, Shekanta. But we have gathered the leaves of this work together because of your presiding spirit, because of the essence and purpose of your work. It is our duty to continue what you have begun, since we knew one day we would be forced to continue without your physical presence. Your spirit, after all, is the catalyst. And even if the wings upon which your body flew are broken, that spirit has already flown to us. It shall reside with us. It shall be enthroned in the hearts of your people always. And I end with this poem, too soon, the banner draped for you. I would prefer a banner in the wind, not bound so tightly with a scarlet fold, not sodden with your people's tears, but borne aloft, down and beyond this dark lane of rags. Dear comrade, if it must be that I no longer speak with you, no longer walk with you, no longer march with you, then I must take a patience and a calm, for even now a greener leaf explodes, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. It is impossible within an hour or an hour and a half to cover such a vast field. But what I shall be doing, I shall deal with the beginnings of man and the African contribution to that. And I shall go on to deal with what has become absolutely critical in the reassessment of African man. Most of us are aware and most of us are given credit for our great music, our great contributions to sports, etc., which is good. But few of us are given credit for tremendous intellectual and scientific contributions. And I want you to become particularly aware of these contributions, because Europe, so-called Western civilization, owes a great deal to many of these contributions. And I want to begin, therefore, by talking about the origins of man and to go on to deal with sciences in inner Africa before the Holocaust, before the slave trade, and to touch also on the African element in Egyptian civilization, which is greatly misunderstood, and its profound impact on Europe through Greece, and finally to deal with the impact of the Moors and the African element among the Moors, and the impact of the Moors on the sciences of Europe on the edge of the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution. Now, it has long been understood and accepted that man was born in Africa. That has never been in great dispute, in fact, over the last 20 to 25 years. What has been in dispute is to whether it mattered. Because when I was going to university in England, it was said, yes, man is born in Africa, but he came to Europe in a very low-level stage, not complete man. And then he evolved to proper man in Europe, and then complete proper man in Europe and Asia, then went back into Africa to help his benighted brothers. So the fact that man was born in Africa was not used in our favor. What has been discovered within the last 5 years is that not only was the first man born in Africa, but the last man. In other words, it is not a question of who started the human race, because the first human being is not complete, is not very advanced. There are 6 sequences before we come to final man. Neanderthal man, for example, is also African. He enters Europe, he enters Asia, but he has a lobe in the brain missing. He's not complete. What we have discovered in the last 5 years is the last man, modern man, is African. That about 140,000 years ago, we're not pretty sure of the exact date. Scientists are working on the possibility that it's between 140,000 to 200,000, but they are almost unanimously agreed now that the last man, the fully evolved modern man that peoples this planet is African man. He has an African brain. And that he moved into Europe, he spread across Africa, he moved into Europe, he moved into Asia, he displaced Aryan types in the sequence of man. And that type, that final modern man, is caught in the ice in Europe in a period known as the worm in the stadium, and about 55,000 years ago, changes begin to take place. These changes are superficial changes. They do not involve any new evolutionary phase. They involve mutations. In other words, the African is capable of producing all the races in the world, since it is through him other races spring. You have the albino type, for example, where in the ice you have the dropping of melanin, or the inactivity of the melanocytes, the dropping of pigmentation, because it becomes a disadvantage in certain extreme ice conditions, not temperate zones where we're living now. It becomes a disadvantage because in the tropic and subtropical regions where man was born, he had to have melanin shield in order to protect him from the intense ultraviolet radiation. In the ice, where light was tangential, it was an advantage for the sun to go right through the skin without the melanin shield. Hence, the albino type began to have a survival capacity over the darker type in the ice, and then you have a stabilization of that type, which is still Africoid in feature, but the first change is melanin change, which produces changes in color of skin and color of hair, color of eyes, etc. You then have superficial morphological change, which affects the structure of the face, like the narrowing of the nose. The narrow nose is more effective in warming cold air. So that you have other things that follow this, contractions, like the mouth, the nose, etc. You have a broader type of face among the so-called sun people, and a narrower type of face or narrow features among the so-called ice people. European man, that is the Caucasoid type, does not emerge until about 55,000 years ago. Okay, so though you have about 5 million years of evolution of man, you do not get the final modern man in Africa until about 140 to 200,000 years ago, and then you have European man appearing, Caucasoid man appearing in Europe about 55,000 years ago. And then you have in Asia a complicated situation, because you have both the Africoid Asiatic, there are about 100 million black people in Asia today, and you also have the invasion of Europeans, or the Aryan type, in India, so you get an Indo-Aryan type as well, with more European type features but with darker skin. So that you have explanations emerging now for the differences between races, which are superficial. The differences between races today, particularly in America, do not remain superficial simply because of the fact that slavery and the denial of status to black people and the denial of their humanities created an entirely new situation. That is the reason why it has become necessary to make distinctions, and it has become necessary to discuss the contributions of the African type as distinct from that of the Caucasoid type, because every attempt has been made over the last few hundred years to deny us any significant role in history. We have been completely wiped out of history. Wherever we appear only as slaves, servants, little people. And in fact, all studies of Africa until recently, 95% of the studies in Africa are of little people. I know from my own life, you cannot go anywhere in a territory and study its people. You have got, if you want to have a sense of the complexity of a civilization, you have to go to the centers as well as the periphery. And if you smash the centers, you have no idea, until archaeology recovers what lay at the center, you have no idea of what people were doing. I have lived everywhere in the world except Asia. lived, not passed through. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I spent 24 years in South America. I spent 1 year in Africa. I spent 20 years here in the United States. I have lived in parts of Europe where many Western Europeans have never strayed. I spent 1 year behind the Iron Curtain. I speak Hungarian. I speak Swahili. I used to speak French. And of course I speak English very well. I went into parts of Europe there they have never seen a black man in all history except on television. I found in one village where I went into Eastern Europe, because we seem to think Europe is all one great industrialized world. I went into parts, villages in Europe, where I found as many as 12 Europeans using one outhouse latrine. They did not have flush toilets. They knew of them because it was in their cities, but they did not have it. They went to the standpipe in the morning and they fetched water in buckets, just as some third world people do in their shattered condition. And they brought these buckets and they bathed. They didn't have showers. This is Europe, 20th century. Now suppose I was to write a book about the little European, the European away from the mainstream. Suppose I ignored all the technical achievements and advances Western Europe had made, feeding as it did upon the wealth of Africa and America. What would you think of Europe? That constituted the potential and capacity of the European. We have been made to look at that at Africa. It is only within the last 20 years that we have begun to discover that Africa had more complex technologies than we were led to believe. Why didn't we find them before? Why only within the last 20 to 25 years have we found such technologies? Because we were not looking at in the right place. We have dismissed the African. We were willing to assume that only those little irrelevant, peripheral, non-mainstream people constituted the totality of African genius. In 1978, two of our scientists, Peter Schmidt and Donald Avery, discovered Africans were smelting steel 1,500 years ago in Tanzania, East Africa, along the lakes of Tanzania and Uganda. Peter Schmidt and Donald Avery of Brown University discovered this. Now other people were smelting steel too, but what was unusual here is that the Africans were smelting steel in quantity. What was unusual here is that when they studied their minerals, they discovered that there were greater densities of population in these areas than there was in parts of Tanzania today. Few of you are aware of what happened to Africa. You know what happened to us, the transplanted African. We are aware of the horror of slavery. We are aware of the shattering of our families. But do you know what happened to Africa? Africa is a far cry from what it used to be and what it could be. Thank God it is in this century that the clock has begun to turn. Thank God that men like Mandela are free, because it is possible now to make a genuine fundamental change that may bring us into a totally different world in the 21st century. Let me make it clear to you that the tragedy that struck Africa was like the dropping of a dozen hydrogen bombs. Empires disintegrated. You cannot enter a continent and take millions of people, the young people, out of the heart of that continent and throw them across the ocean and expect to have a sane world. Africa was recut, its boundaries were recut, even people who were close together became enemies. The shock was cataclysmic, and it profoundly affected, it altered the burgeoning technologies of Africa. Look at the steel machine. When we found the steel machine, they discovered that Africans were producing steel at temperatures of 1,850 degrees centigrade. that is 200 degrees higher than any machine on Earth until the 19th century. This they were doing in the 5th century. They discovered that Africans were not only producing at these high temperatures, they were producing steel in a single stage process to do this. It called for iron crystallization, which involves a semiconductor technology unknown in the world until the late 19th, early 20th century. They were doing it in the 5th. Even when the great German scientist George Wilhelm Siemens discovered a process for mass producing steel in the middle of the 19th century, the Europeans produced steel in two crude processes. First, the sintering of solid particles, and then the final stage. The Africans were doing it in a single stage. And then came another shock. That not only were the Africans producing this long before Europe, at higher temperatures and in a single stage complex semiconductor type process, but they were doing it using less fuel. They were using less fuel because they had less fuel in Tanzania and Uganda at their disposal than we had formerly believed. We had assumed, because of the little books that were written about African primitives, we had assumed Africa was a vast jungle. Africa, according to United Nations report, Africa has less jungle than any other continent comparable with its land space. Let me explain that. Europe, you can take two Europes and put it in Africa, taking out Soviet, Asia. There is more woodland and forest in those two Europe, the comparable land space, than there is in Africa. Africa has less jungle than South America, where I come from. I was born in Georgetown, in South America, in Guyana. Georgetown is a sophisticated little wooden city, but most of my population live on the edge of the Atlantic in the coastland cities and towns and villages. But when I was an infant, my father was sent into the jungle. The British put him in charge of all road and river transport in that jungle. So I grew up in the jungle. I did not come out of that jungle until I was 14 years old. There is no modern African of consequence who spent more time in deep jungle than I have. And I'm not talking about woodland and forest. I'm talking about the jungles you see in Raiders of the Lost Ark. And the one thing that made it clear, was made very clear to me for the rest of my life, that you could not study that jungle village and get an idea of what was happening in Guyana. You could not study that jungle village and have some idea of what was happening in South America. You cannot just go anywhere, study any people in a country and say, this is it. Therefore, all these books that have been written upon the African have not caught the quintessence of the African. Why didn't they find the steel machines? The British were there long before Peter Smith and Donald Avery, but the British wrote down in their scientific journals that the Africans had only achieved 1,250 degrees centigrade. How did they get that figure? Because it's the lowest figure at which you can smelt iron, and since they couldn't deny they were smelting iron, that was their figure because they're the lowest people in the world. It's as scientific as that. Just 2 months after Schmidt and Avery discovered this, Lynch and Robbins of Michigan State University discovered Africans had built an astronomical observatory in Kenya 300 years before Christ. They found about 17 alignment points at this observatory. The Africans had made alignment points to certain stars and constellations, Side and Bellatrix and Orion and Aldebaran, and a range of other stars and constellations, and on the basis of these alignments they had built one of the most accurate of prehistoric calendars. It was not their first. The calendar we are using today, with two variations, is the African 365 and a quarter day calendar. Did not come out of Europe. Even the Sumerians did not have a 365 and a quarter day calendar. They had a 364 and 365 day, and the Greeks did not have a proper calendar at all. It was not affected by stars. It was sometimes affected by politicians. It was as chaotic as that. But even more astonishing in terms of the African contribution to astronomy was our discovery through the French, Marcel Briot and Germain D'Italin, who discovered the Dogon people of West Africa. They found them 200 miles from the city of the medieval university city of Timbuktu, which, by the way, is not a myth. I've been informed by UNESCO officials that far under the ground in dry earth they have found some manuscripts which they thought were lost forever. We have not found everything, but we have found some of them. They're still being examined. And these Dogon people were found in an inhospitable mountainous region. They had fled into this region when they heard stories of how these strange, pale-skinned men, these alien figures had entered, and they were taking people up and throwing them into the ocean. Many people were disappearing in these boats, so they ran into this area. When they were studied, we were astonished by the sophistication of their knowledge. Those of you who want to follow this, there are 3 books on it. 2 of them have been translated into English so far. One of them is called Conversations with Ogoto Meli, the Dogon Elder. The other one is called The Pale Fox. These African people had started a dance to a star, the dance of orbits, a star which they call Sigi Polo, which we call Sirius B. It's a companion to the brightest star in the night sky, Sirius A. This star, Sirius B, is impossible to see with the naked eye. Let me repeat that. It is impossible to see with the naked human eye. The Africans not only saw it, they plotted its orbit right up to the year 1990. They did this 500 years ago. They showed it had a 50-year elliptical orbit around its parent star, Sirius A, and an orbit of 1 year on its own axis. We have established through modern science that it has a 50-year elliptical orbit. Perhaps next year, using our Hubble telescope, we will find out if it has a 1-year orbit on its own axis. They went further. They said it was made of a bright metallic iron, and that although it was an imploded star and seemed smaller than all the big bright stars around it, it was so heavy that if all the creatures on this earth were one lifting mechanism, they could not budge it. We have since discovered through modern science that it is the heaviest type of star in our galaxy. They went further. They said there was something flashing and darkening, contracting and expanding within the region of this star. 3 years ago, the Einstein orbiting satellite sent out from NASA found the Africans were dead correct. There is such an object. It's a dwarf nova. How did they do it? These are supposed to be primitives. Kenneth Brecht of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology wrote in Technology Review, the Africans have no business knowing any of this. And true. The African we know, the African we've been made to see in books is a simple, nice fellow living on the edge of civilization, and we praise him for his humanity because we do know, and this is a fact, civilization is not just machines. Civilization is the humanization of the human. And therefore, there is good in saying that simple people, because they're not capable of the wickedness of more advanced people, that's good. But we're not just simple people. Because that kind of astronomy indicated they were involved in complex things. The Russians, I had communication with them some years ago because the New York Times, I brought out an essay in the New York Times on its op-ed page on December the 4th, 1975, Archaeology's discovery of an African presence in America, which the New York Times subtitled Bad News for Columbus. That article went all over the world, and then I got a letter from academician Sanarov of a Russian science city in Asia. They said that they had been working for some time on Pacific migrations, not just the Bering Strait migrations of the Native Americans who came across the Bering Straits, but also migrations from Japan in pre-Columbian times, which I mentioned in my book, is the finds Jomon pottery in Ecuador. In fact, the Japanese were the first people to offer to translate my book into Japanese, though my publisher rejected that without even informing me. But nevertheless, they wanted to know more about these Atlantic migrations since they had concentrated on Pacific migrations. They did not do this out of prejudice. They did this because they had no real contact with Africa in earlier times, and that they were interested, they wanted to know more about this. So a correspondence began, and they eventually informed me, because I was very curious as to what they'd found in Egypt, because they spent a lot of time in Egypt before eventually they were kicked out. And they told me that one of their scientists, Bolosimo, had discovered perfectly ground spherical crystal lenses in ancient Africa, leading them to the conclusion that some Africans had telescopes. The Egyptians, Galileo had told us that there were telescopes in ancient Egypt. In fact, Galileo used an African water clock in one of his experiments in accelerated motion. And it is possible, since the Dogon kept up a linkage with the Egyptians even after the fall of ancient Egypt, that they could have got telescopes from there, but they could have got it through their own work, though it may have disappeared over time. But we cannot explain away these things because they do indicate sophistication in technology which we are not aware of, because we are finding these things in shattered worlds. The Dogon preserved their shattered world because they fled, and thereby protected themselves by going into an inhospitable mountainous region, protected themselves from the European invaders. Mathematical systems, we did not know those existed in Africa. Why? Because we went into the bush. We were interested in finger counting. It looks so exotic, it makes good television. Then Claudia Zaslavsky spent a great part of her life studying what Africans were doing in mathematics. She discovered a range of mathematical systems. She even found some African people like the Shona, the children of the Shona. Almost all their games are mathematical games. She found a range of geometric designs, complex geometrical designs among the Dogon. She found the Yoruba, who had traded for centuries before Europe, who had traded, involved in intensive and extensive trading, had developed an intricate vigesimal number system, and that the ordinary Yoruba market women were working in this. And I remember her telling me how a Yoruba mathematician said to her, "How come? I am Yoruba and I'm a mathematician, and I did not know of this until you pointed it out to me." And Claudia said quite rightly, though rather sharply, "It's because your brain was manufactured in Europe." It's very important to know that being African does not make you know anything about Africa. Most Africans know nothing about this. It is only within the last year or two that secret copies of the Journal of African Civilizations are finding themselves in many places. I was starting to find how many South Africans knew about the journal because tapes had been smuggled into South Africa. So that you have to become aware that we are at the cutting edge of a whole new movement. While we must feel great anger at what has happened in the past, let us not give up hope, because something is beginning to turn in the world. And while it seems turbulent and confused, possibilities occur when cracks occur in rigid systems. There are brave cracks in this system. Cracks so large you can walk through. Do not forget that. When I was a boy, I was told, the sun will never set upon the British Empire. I knew nothing about Africa or Africans. We were taught to hate ourselves. I hated the fact that I had African blood because there was nothing to show me that Africans had done anything. There were no books in Africa. The only books we had in Africa was Tarzan. And Tarzan was always this beautiful, great white Tarmangani. He was always saving my brothers from the beasts of the jungle. He knew more about them than the guys who were living there for thousands of years. He talked with them. They brought him up. So without the white ape man, we couldn't survive. That's what Tarzan taught me. So it is only through grave, cruel, slow processes that one began to realize that one civilization was alive. That one had been murdered inside, that one's spirit had been murdered, that one's pride had been murdered, that one's conception of oneself had been destroyed. I felt proud on Empire Day. I was so glad. We were given a penny and a mauby and a bun. And we said, how marvelous is the British King and Queen to give us a penny, a mauby and a bun. We did not know how much we had given up for that mauby, penny and bun. So that was my work. And I believed, as many of us believed, that the sun would never set in the British Empire. By the time I became a man, it had not only set but gone down. This is the century, therefore, in which we have to find hope again. While we must be filled with anger by the horrors of the Holocaust, never let us lose faith. Never let our children lose faith that we can change the world, because that's the only thing that we know for certain in the universe. It never remains the same. Not only do worlds change, stars change, planets change, man also changes. And therefore we have got to become aware of this history, because it has the capacity to change us. We are the inheritors of a certain consciousness. That consciousness is clouded and overwhelmed by certain myths. As we begin to become aware of new truths, a certain mist falls away from us. It becomes possible to act again, to resense oneself again, to feel again, to act again, to speak again in a new way. And therefore this history is not just throwing sensational facts around. They are seeds that can germinate and create the flowering of a new spirit, a new man. When we look at Africa, when I was in university in London, I was so proud to go to university. It was impossible to go to university. There was no university in my country. When I was 16 years old, the highest you could go was high school. There was no college. I finished my exams. I had to sit all the exams over again at 17 to get 10 more marks, because only the person who came first for the whole country could go to university. So you had to get the highest marks in the country to enter university. You had to be the brightest person for that year. So I did my exams all over again at 18 for the third time to get 10 more marks. But I couldn't do it because only the scientists, people who took the precise sciences like mathematics and chemistry and physics, they got the scholarship. So I stayed at home. It took me 10 years before I got into university. I got into university at 28. I got my first degree, BA, at 32. I hear people around here in their early 20s talking about their life is finished. What absurdity. So there was I. And I was particularly chosen because I had written a special series of things in the Caribbean novel. I was not in this. I was writing novels. I was studying literature. And the thing that attracted me to Africa was the sophistication of its literature, not anthropology. I never entered anthropology initially. It was literature. And because of what work I had done in literature, I was given a scholarship and I sent to the best school for African studies, so they said. School of Oriental and African Studies, London. The only school at that time that was supposed to have more professors than students. I don't know if it is true, that was a rumor going around. And I had the best professors in Swahili. But after 2 years, I realized that my anthropology degree was making me more ashamed of Africa than proud. Because anthropology at that time was distinguished from sociology. Sociology was supposed to be the study of advanced industrial people. Anthropology was the study of simple people, simple society. So professors I had great admiration for, I thought they were world authorities. And then you find they're world authorities, yes, but world authorities and woogaboogers and lugaboogers. They would go out into the bush, find the simplest, smallest tribe, where they could control all the variables and vectors, and they study them to death and they come back. That's why they found no technology. That's why they found no writing. That's why they found no mathematics. That's why they found no metallurgy. That's why they found no remarkable plant life or medicine. They could dismiss us all because they were always looking at the periphery. We were always, when we look at Europe, we look at its great civilizations, Greece and Rome and the British Empire, and all the great achievements of its great geniuses. But when we look at Africa, we always look at the naked African, the hungry African, the diseased African, the shattered African, the battered African, the oppressed African. How, therefore, can you have a sense of equality? Where you see the best of the white man and the worst of the black man. That is why we found nothing, because we were not even bothering to look. I was told that Africans never read nor wrote. They're preliterate. That's what my professor told me. Africans are preliterate before the age of writing. I did not know then that many Europeans were preliterate, if that term was used. The English, look at this book, Egypt Revisited. Look what is written in. Those are songs. Anglo-Saxon songs, perhaps. Egyptos, Greek. But these are just songs. There is no script. There is no English script. English does not have a script. This is Roman. The Spanish have no script. Roman. The Germans have no script. Roman. The French have no script. Roman. One European tribe conquered others and gave them writing. When the Romans conquered Britain, the Romans were starting to find that the Anglo-Saxons never read nor wrote. They didn't have books, they didn't have script. They talked, everybody talks. They didn't write anything down. And I remember as a boy, I read the Roman and Greek classics because my father had come third in the British world in Greek, and he had all the Greek and Roman classics. And at that time I thought that there were only three civilizations in the world, the Roman, the Greek, and the British. And I read when Cicero said, when they had beaten the English down, he said, these people are so ignorant, I am not even sure we can turn them into good slaves. So what are the scripts that Europe has? Europe has Greek script, it has Roman script, there's the Cyrillic alphabet in Russia, there's the Phoenician script, which is half and half, greatly influenced by the Egyptian. There's the Celtic script, which according to the Book of Ballymote is not entirely European. Does Africa have less? Africa has the Mandé script. You can go back to Utmurtatek 3,200 years before Christ and see the script, writings, inscriptions on the Sahara walls. You see it surviving in the modern variant, the Vai. Africa has the Akan script, both a drum script and a written script. It has about 145 symbols. Nyangora Bua of the Ivorian Coast has shown us this script. He's written a whole book about that script. Europeans didn't know it was a script. They thought it was just gold weights because that's what they were interested in. There's the Faka script, the only script that travels from Africa to America. It's used in Suriname. We found Africans writing to their girlfriends in the Faka script. When Africans were brought out of Africa, they were usually split up. If they spoke the same language, they were separated. But they made the mistake in Suriname. They were in such a hurry to get labor that they took large sections of a tribe and brought them over. And they brought their script, which still survives, the Faka script. And there's the Meroitic script at UNESCO. We have discovered more than 800 books written by Africans before Christ. At least 600 years before Christ, it's in Meroitic. My good friend and colleague in Okanta spoke of him, Sheikh Antidiop, took us further than anyone else in the decipherment of the Meroitic script. His death is a great blow to us. It has thrown us back by at least 20 years. We are extremely fortunate, however, that we have a genius in Africa who may take his place. Theophile Obenga of the Congo, whose work appears in this book, Egypt Revisited, and who is a master of many languages. And then there's the hieroglyphic script. People argue that the hieroglyphic script only appeared in the north, in Egypt, because the blacks in the south, we'll come to that in a moment, the blacks in the south did not develop any script. Not true. In 1962, and I want you to note this because this is the most important single discovery in Africa in the last 300 years. In 1962, an American team under Keith Seal and Bruce Williams discovered a pharaonic dynasty known as Ta Seti in Nubia, Ethiopia. A dynasty which began at least 200 years before the first pharaoh appears in Egypt. Among the indisputably black people of the Sudan at a place called Kustul, Q-U-S-T-U-L, they found a pharaonic dynasty establishing clearly for the first time that the pharaonic empire, the pharaonic dynasty, the pharaonic culture was born not in Egypt but in Nubia. And there they found evidence of at least 12 black kings who reigned in Nubia at Kustal on the edge of the Sudan at least 200 years before Nama or Scorpion or Menes appears in Egypt. And there they found the palace facades and the palace erects. And there they found the costumes of the pharaohs, and there they found the falcon god Horus, part of the Trinity, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. And there they found on the black king's head the crown of the south, which was to join later the crown of the north. It has an unmistakable shape. And there they found the boat that takes the pharaohs to the underworld, all in the king's chambers. They came upon 33 large tombs. The Russians had just finished building the Aswan Dam for Egypt, and the waters were to flood over part of Nubia, and the great archaeological treasures would be lost forever. And teams rushed down from all over the world. The American team was extremely fortunate because they found an enormous cemetery which they call Cemetery L, and there they found 33 large tombs as large as that of the great northern kings of a later time, Ka and Nama at Abydos. And there they found thousands of stoneware vessels and pottery and ancient cloth and jewelry, and they brought them back to the United States, where for 16 years they painfully pieced it together until a picture began to appear, establishing very clearly that pharaonic dynasties, pharaonic empires, pharaonic culture was not born north in Egypt, it was born in Nubia, south of Egypt. This has been a great controversy. Within the last few months, I have been attacked viciously by the New York Times, the Washington Post, Biblical Archaeology, the Smithsonian, because of this book. This is no joke. The claim to Egypt is a very serious matter because it affects everything. Egypt has left a lasting impression on the world. The word Christ, K-R-S-T, is an Egyptian word. The word thought comes from the Egyptian god Thoth, the god of learning. The word Africa comes from the Egyptian word Afrika, which means beginnings. The word Ray comes from the Egyptian Ra. There's a whole range of things. Those are just superficial little things. I shall go into it into greater depth. It had a profound effect upon the world. It still has. Do not for one moment believe that what happened 10,000 years ago is something we could forget, because according to Einstein, what happened 10,000 years ago and 10 minutes ago occupies the same space-time in consciousness. This is the universe. And our prejudices and our assumptions and our notions and our reflexes are determined by what we think happened in the past. And because our past has been manipulated, and because we have been made to think that the only figures who shone in the past were the figures of other races, and that we had no part in it. That is why so many of us have such low self-esteem. Half of the people who communicate with me, half of the people who buy my journals are in prisons. They write to say how profoundly it affects their vision of life. Because in the darkness and emptiness and despair of those souls, this is like a light shining again in the world. We have got to look at our history almost as a religious force. When I was in Africa, the first week I cried like a child. I felt so alone and so lost. And then, after that, I felt almost like if I had an umbilical cord that stretched out from my body that I could put in a socket. I felt almost as if there was some peculiar ancient electricity that could enter my system and revitalize me, because I fell upon things which I was told did not exist. And I want you to bear that in mind. This is no mystical notion, it is real. Men are determined, the size and stature of man is determined by the size and stature of his consciousness. We have shrunk in the consciousness of the world. We have shrunk in our own consciousness. And if we are to rebuild it and make it a huge thing again, we have got to go back to our history. We have got to be alive what happened in the world. And in Africa we were told there was no great medicine. That the Africans, whenever you see the African practicing medicine, they pick out of some stupid witch doctor. I'm not saying all the witch doctors are stupid, some of them are excellent doctors, but they always pick on the mumbo jumbo and get fine. It makes good television. You would think there is no scientific superstructure to African medicine. The Africans gave us urbane, the Africans gave us capsicum, the Africans gave us physostigmine, which is used in eye diseases. The Africans gave us Coca-Cola. The cola drink was used for thousands of years. Coca-Cola put the fizz in it. The Africans gave us reserpine, the first drug to treat hypertension and psychotic disorder. The Africans gave us carpectin, which we use for diarrhea today. And we have found vaccines in Africa long before Jenner invented the vaccine in Europe. Cotton Mather tells us that the slave Onesimus brought the smallpox vaccine to America. We found the Africans had come upon the vaccine by puncturing the skin for beautification and identification markings, and they soon learned that you could introduce a germ at a certain level in the body, and that it would build up an immunity against germ coming at a greater intensity. They had quarantines, they had sick bushes, they had autopsies. We have found all that. We found some delicate operations, which I will touch upon in a moment. We found tetracycline among the Africans. Do you know when we started to use tetracycline as an antibiotic? In the 1950s, we found tetracycline in the bones of ancient Africans in Nubia 14 centuries ago. We found they were using tetracycline as an antibiotic 1,400 years ago. We found the yellow-green flash of tetracycline in the bones of these Africans, and where we found it, we found the lowest incidence of infectious disease in an ancient population. And then we found aspirin. We found the Bantu were using aspirin, they were using salix capensis, which is salicylic acid, the main active ingredient in aspirin. Long before us, they were using it for certain skeletal, muscular, neurological pains. They were using it long before us. And operations, we found the Africans were the first to initiate eye cataract surgery. We found it in Jenny in medieval Mali. We found the Africans had still solutions that could almost freeze the eyeball, and that they could take delicate instruments and knock the cataract off the eye. Nobody was performing eye cataract surgery in the 14th century. They were, the Arabs reported. In the middle of the 19th century, the caesarean section was an extremely complex operation. Almost invariably, women who had problems with their birth canal and had to have caesarean sections died in Europe. Then the British Empire, which had spread its tentacles over half the world, became aware of the fact that certain Africans were performing the caesarean with 100% success. A team under Dr. Felkin went out among the Banyoro surgeons in Africa and discovered the Africans were performing this operation with a skill that exceeded that of their best Harley Street specialists. They studied it very closely. They studied how the Africans collapsed the abdominal wall. They studied how they used the cautery iron, that they were able to stanch internal bleeding almost instantly with minor tissue damage. They studied how they stitched. They actually drew the stitches and brought it back. It was published in the Edinburgh Medical Journal at the close of the 1870s, after which the caesarean section became very successful in Europe. You've never heard of that. Plants. We have found plants in this country that we cannot explain. Long before the slave trade, botanists discovered there are two major cultivated cottons in America, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadens. They're known as tetraploid cottons. When we took them in the lab, we found of 26 chromosomes, 13 are African and 13 are American. Botanists were amazed how could an African cultivated cotton, which is Gossypium herbaceum, intermarry with a wild American cotton in order to produce the two tetraploid cottons, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadens. Do you know what they said? Perhaps it floated from Africa by itself. They actually built a tank, Professor Stevens built a tank to simulate the salination, that is the saltwater content and temperature of the Atlantic, to see if the cotton could float by itself. In the second week it sank. Wouldn't give up, you know. He said perhaps it will sink, but it will remain submerged under the current, clinging to driftwood and come to America. In the third week, it lost its potency, abandoned that experiment. Then came another brilliant botanist, Proctor, who said perhaps birds flew from Africa to America with the cotton. Birds, you know, not blacks. Blacks were seen and have been seen for the last few hundred years as static people who make no major advances unless somebody comes up with something and drags them along. So it was impossible to think that blacks could have cultivated or domesticated cotton. We have found now that the Africans domesticated cotton long before any other people, and that the Asiatic cotton, Gossypium arboreum, is a mutation of the African which entered Asia later. And we cannot explain away the intermarriage between the two cottons. In America, long before Columbus, thousands of years, not just before, at least 2,000 years before Columbus, according to what we found in the lab. It couldn't have come by itself. But I want you to be aware of how our conception of the African has become frozen. For years, I had a secret correspondence with the South African professors with Waterstrand University. I didn't tell him I was black. My name sounds Dutch, Van Sertima. It is a Dutch name. I'm the son of someone who was a slave of the Dutch called Van Sertima, the Dutch slave master called Van Sertima. So he thought I was Dutch, perhaps African. So we had a nice long correspondence. He had made an incredible discovery. He was a brilliant linguist, and he had discovered that maize, Zea maize, an American cotton, had traveled into Africa and crossed through parts of Africa, and he wondered how on earth could it have gotten into Africa. And then he began to pursue this, and then he found that African things had got into America. The colocasia, the yam, and one or two other things had got into America before Columbus. We had this correspondence going, and I was studying all of his linguistic evidence and exchanging information with him. And then suddenly one day, he wrote me and he said, Van Sertima, if you see the yam, the colocasia, and the Negro, listen to this. If you see the yam, the Caucasian, and the Negro, all of three of which are West African trading items in America before Columbus, someone must have brought them there. In other words, although he had come to the conclusion that Africans were American before Columbus, he thought somebody, a human being, had brought these items, the Negro, there. Do you understand? Even when they make leaps, even when they make discoveries, they are fixed and locked in that racial stricture. And I found that this was something that was so crippling, that once one had racist ideas, it went beyond merely social relationships or economic relationships. It affected everything. It affected serious scientific objective inquiry. Now to come to deal with Egypt. I could say so much more about African science, but we have a limited amount of time. This has been the source of so much fighting. But let us look at the evidence. First of all, let us look at the culture. Because Jean Vercoute, when he appeared at UNESCO in 1974, and everybody was trying to knock Sheikh Anta Diop down, he jumped up and said, okay, it's proven that their writing was African, their culture was African, their way of thinking was African, their language is African, but still, Monsieur Diop is still not sure how many of them were Africans. Could you imagine that? The French have a European language. Their culture is European. Their writing is a Roman script European. We're not sure whether the French are European. That is the extraordinary situation. In 1974, a break occurred in this subject. For the first time, a world body invited Africans to talk about African history. African history had always been written by outsiders. They invited the wrong right people. Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal and Théophile Obiang of the Congo. Sheikh Anta Diop got up and spoke for 6 hours without drawing breath. He presented a vast amount of evidence, thousands of intimate interconnections between inner African languages and Egyptian language, established through adjectives and verbs and suffixes and everything to establish beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Egyptian language was not Afro-Semitic or Afro-Hamitic or Afro-Nilotic or Afro-Asiatic, it was African. And UNESCO said, in spite of the passion and prejudice that marked that conference, there was one thing upon which at last they were unanimously decided, that the language of Egypt was an African language. And Sheikh Anta Diop showed that many of the Greek and Romans who had seen, they had entered, they were not guessing as we may guess now, they were there. They had attacked the people, invaded them, captured the place. And they said they were black-skinned with woolly hair. Herodotus makes it quite clear. These are black-skinned people with woolly hair. And Sheikh Anta Diop went to the Museum of Man in Paris and took square inches of skin off some of the mummies and put it to the melanin dosage test. Sheikh Anta was an extraordinary man. He wasn't just a linguist, an ethnologist, an Egyptologist. He was a physicist and a chemist. He worked in the most advanced lab in Europe under Frederick Julio Curie, who was related to the Curies who discovered radium, who got the Nobel Prize for the discovery of radium. Sheikh Anta Diop actually established the first radiocarbon lab in Africa. And Sheikh Anta Diop presented this evidence. I got a letter from a doctor who's a skeletal radiologist who told me that of 11 mummies they found in the Cairo Museum, 2 of the 11, this is just a small sample, 2 of them had triquetral fusion, that is fusion of the bones of the wrist. It only occurs in black people. When it occurs in a European, it's 1 in a billion. They found 2 in 11 and they said they were Caucasoid types. We look at the skeletons. William McIver of Oxford, Falkenberger, did studies of skeletons where they shed the craniometric measurements, the structure of the skull and so forth, indicated that only 1/3 of the Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, were black. 11% were white, and the rest of them were brown Mediterranean peoples. Now, let's look at that closely. Chatterjee and Kumar did a study much later, and Sheikh Anta Diop showed the same thing, that if you were to take those craniometric measurements and put it in Africa, almost all the Africans would be brown Mediterraneans. Unless they found the classical Negroid type which they created in their mind. Everybody has to have a broad nose. Everybody has to have a certain prognatic jaw, and if you don't have heavy prognatism and very broad nose, you're in black. Sheikh Anta Diop showed that there are variants of the black type, and these are not brown Mediterranean. Chatterjee and Kumar showed that when we look at pre-dynastic Nubia and Egypt, and we look at Middle Kingdom Egypt, we look at Old Kingdom Egypt, the craniometric measurements are roughly the same. Even though there are people trickling in from Europe and Asia, they have not profoundly affected the physical character of the ancient Egyptians. But let us look at their culture. That settles the matter. Their plant life is African. The bottle gourd, the cotton, the tamarind fruit, the oil palm fruit, the watermelon, a range of their plants, African. If the Mediterraneans were coming in, where are their plants? Let us look at their techno-complex. There's no mummies in the Mediterranean, but you can find mummies in Africa 500 years before we found the first Egyptian mummy. We have found mummies in inner Africa, mummified, flexed and buried, hands crossed, fingers open, just like in late Egypt. We have found the Pharaonic dynasty at Tasseti. We have found the language to be African. We have found the writing. We found hieroglyphs at Tasseti. Hieroglyphs! We have found the beginnings of the hieroglyphs south of Egypt before it appears in Egypt. We have found all their rituals to be African. Their circumcision is African. Their totemism is African. Their form of divine kingship is distinct from any divine kingship in Asia, and it does not exist in Europe. Now, how could the rituals of a people be African? Their techno-complex be African. Their plant life be African. Their language be African. Their writing be African, and they're not Africans in Africa. It's so ridiculous. And then the Egyptian delegate of all people, and the modern Egyptians, please note, because several of you are going on pilgrimages to Egypt and you're making big mistakes about certain things. The modern Egyptian is not necessarily native to place. Some of them are, many of them are not. They can claim the pyramids, they are later invaders. It's just like most of us in this room, white or black, we are not Native Americans. We are later Americans. Most of the Egyptians are later Egyptians. They're not native to place. So that was an exception. When Sadat was here, he said on CBS, they struck it off the air, I am a black man, and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years. No melodramatic statement, but he wanted to make a distinction. Yet when we put a black man to play Sadat, some of you remember, it was banned in Egypt. They don't want a black man playing Sadat. Now I'm not attacking all modern Egyptians, I've had to work with them, but some of them are very, very prejudiced. They would not want to be associated in that way. They tell you things like, ancient Egyptian heritage is neither white nor black. Now, it is true, and let us say this if it needs to be said. To distinguish the world as a place of people of color and people without color, the colors of human beings are superficial things. They have become less so here in America because of savage, brutal things which have not passed. We have been separated in that way. It is not entirely our fault. But while that may be true, we have got to go back deliberately and consciously to pick out and select that which is African, because we're always put out into the cold. We're always told nonsense about how it only became so because everybody was mixed up in it. Like in biblical archaeology, we're being told about Egypt is multiracial. Egypt did become multiracial. We're not talking about the late period, when the trickling and invasions of people changed the racial and cultural character of the people. We're talking about the early period when the pyramids were built. We have found the evolution of the pyramid in Africa. We have found the mound with its little steps, and then developing interior rooms which become more complex before we see the final pyramid in Egypt. There are no pyramids in the Mediterranean. If these brown Mediterraneans created the pyramid, where are their pyramids? We have found no mummies in the Mediterranean. Where are their mummies? We have not found their plant life in the Mediterranean. Where are their plant life? So if they are the inspiration of ancient Egyptian civilization, how come it all comes out of Africa? It doesn't make sense. And why is it so important? Why is there such a fight? Do you know why? Because Egypt was to have the profoundest effect on Europe. When the Greeks invaded Egypt, all of their scholars went and sat at the foot of African teachers, even as I, out of my shattered world today, must go to Europe for my miseducation. Then did the Greeks go to Egypt for their education. Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Heraclitus. There are so many of them. St. Clement of Alexandria tells us that if you were to write a book of 1,000 pages, you could not put down the names of all the Greeks who went to Africa to study. And even those who did not go claimed they went because it was prestigious. And those early Europeans did not develop any great prejudice against Africans. Let me tell you that. They revered blackness. They took Isis, the black goddess, the wife and sister of Osiris. She was worshipped throughout Europe. Paris is named after Isis. Paris, place of Isis, shrine of Isis. Europe comes from the African princess Europa. The Greeks made Artemis, a black woman, the goddess of chastity. They made Medea, who helped Jason win the golden fleece, a black woman. Circe, who helped Odysseus, who enchanted the crew of Odysseus, is a black woman with African features. You could see that in the book I edited, Black Women in Antiquity. Even Andromeda, who married Perseus, the Greek hero, is a black woman. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, is a black woman. The first Europeans who saw the advances of the Africans were so startled that Alexander did not even build his capital in Europe, he built it in Africa, at Alexandria. And there they came. Pythagoras spent 20 years, according to Newton, spent 20 years, as much time as I have spent being educated here in the United States. 20 years with the Egyptians and came back talking about the Pythagorean theorem. Newton tells us, Newton, the most remarkable of European scientists who had brought about the synthesis of the sciences, tells us that three things were prefigured by the Africans in Egypt. He said they had a certain sense of gravity, that they had a sense of the atom, they call it the monad, and although they had certain mystical notions about it, they recognized it as the building block of the physical universe. He said they were the first people to develop a heliocentric theory of the solar system. Europeans thought that the sun was the center. They thought that the earth was the center. It was the Egyptians who knew that the sun was the center. And there were so many other things. I cannot go on and on, but let me point to one thing before I leave Egypt, and I begin to conclude in talking about the Moors as I come to my conclusion. Let me point to the fact. Theophilo Benga in this book gives us a vision through text translated from the early Africans, a vision of God and of the universe, which is unique. Only among Africans does it appear. It does not appear in Europe. It does not appear in Asia. If Europeans or Asiatics created ancient Egypt, how come their vision of God and of the universe was different? These Egyptians believed, as many modern physicists believe, they come close to that conception, that there was a primal stuff in the universe. And through that primal stuff came a peculiar vibration, yerity as they call it. They call God the same thing that the Dogon call God. Some of the Bantu call God. The Egyptians have the same name. If it's Mediterranean, how come they do not have that name? And they believe that this primal stuff slowly grew to consciousness, and then there came this incredible consciousness of all things, God, who then reconstituted the primal stuff of the universe and set the present universe on its course. They believed of a universe before this universe. That's unique. It may not be true because no man will ever know what is the morning of time. We believe with this Hubble telescope we will come close to staring into the eye of God, the beginning of times. But whether we do or we do not, in terms of its modernity, in terms of its uniqueness, in terms of its complexity, only in Africa, among the Dogon and among some of the Bantu, you can find parallels with this. So how could it, all of this, be African, and these people, the majority at least, are not African? But let me come to the last period, the Moors. After the greatness and glory of Greece and Rome had faded, Europe fell into a dark age. It went into decline. It went behind the great powers in Africa and Asia. And then came something worse than AIDS, the Black Death. The Black Death practically decimated Europe. In some places it killed 50% of the population. As we go out in the morning to empty garbage, in every European home, in some places, they had to empty a body every morning. And then came an invasion from outside. The Africans and the Arabs invaded Europe. They ran into Spain, they took it over. They ran into Portugal, they took it over. They took over Sicily. They got a small part of France right up to Tarascon. And they introduced something unusual into Europe and to a great part of Africa. They introduced 4 Muslim dynasties into Europe: the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almoravid dynasty, and the Almohade dynasty, the last 2 of which were formed on the Senegal River. And they went into Europe, and they brought so much. Europe had 2 universities. Europe was 99% illiterate, as was the rest of the world. Only a small group of people read and wrote. And they introduced 17 universities into Europe. Everything that could be translated in the known world and the past world. Out of Egypt, out of China, out of India, out of Persia, out of Arabia, out of Timbuktu and other places, centers of learning in Africa. It was all brought up, translated into Arabic, which, by the way, as a script, was created by a black African Abul Aswan, according to the diaries of Ibn Khalikan. And this was brought up into Europe. They brought lemon into Europe for the first time. They brought strawberries for the first time. They brought ginger for the first time. They brought the cotton industry into Europe. They brought windmills for the first time into Europe. They brought crankshafts. They brought worm and pinion gears operated hydraulically. They brought new concepts in trigonometry. They brought algebra. They brought eyeglasses. The first people to cut eyeglasses in Europe were the Moors. They brought new concepts in agriculture. They brought lighting. There was not a single street, there was not a single city in Europe that was lighted. Not London, not Paris. But where the Moors were in Cordova, you could walk for miles by the flash of lamps. The finest silk in the world was produced in Murcia, where the Moors were. The finest blades in the world were cut at Toledo, where the Moors were. The finest sashes in the world were in Almeria, where the Moors were. The finest leather in the world was in Morocco, where the Moors were. The finest carpets were made in Tulala, where the Moors were. And they brought so much. They only insisted, it is true, that every people suffer from an invasion, but they did not take away the language of the Europeans. They did not take away their legal system. They did not take away their humanity. They did not totally take away their status. They merely insisted that they should have some say in the election of bishops, and since at that time the church was more powerful than the state in some places, it was a reasonable request. They brought public libraries into Europe. There was not a single public library in Europe, only private libraries owned by small groups who read and wrote. They introduced public baths into Europe. They introduced public markets into Europe. They introduced air conditioning into Europe. Air conditioning perfumed by flowers, mind you. They introduced hot and cold water systems into Europe, as in parts of North Africa. You could ran water from the mountain in lead pipes into the cities. They introduced so many things. And as I told Congress, when Columbus sailed, the Latin sails on the ships of Columbus and Vespucci were Arab Latin sails which Arabs and Africans were using on the Indian Ocean. The Africans were not new to water. The longest trade, the longest sea traffic lanes in the world were the Niger and the Nile. They were not new to water, and it wasn't just inland stream. The Chinese report, according to Tapvideo, that Africans were bringing elephants to the court of China 2 centuries before Columbus. You can't take elephants to China in a dugout. And the compass was not developed in Europe. And the number system, let me close on this. The numbers we use today is not European. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which the world uses to count. Europe did not have ciphers. This is how the Romans counted. 1 is 1, 2 is 1, 1, 3 is 1, 1, 1, 4 is 1, V. 5 is V. Then they start all over again. V1, V11, V111. You can't do higher mathematics in that. When Fibonacci in 1205 discovered the number system with ciphers in India, Europeans would not accept it. The church ruled numbers are works of the devil. It is only because of the use of those ciphers by the Moors in the marketplaces of the world that ciphers were eventually adopted. They call it Arabic numerals, but we found it came out from India. We do not know if the Indians got it from elsewhere. We can't swear about that. And the gun is not European. Gunpowder technology was taken out of China by the Moors, and the first evidence we have of the use of the gun is the Moors attacking India. Europeans took that and it became the source of great tragedy for other countries. So I want to say this. This was on the edge of the Renaissance the edge of the Industrial Revolution, so that in the great sciences of the world do not for a moment believe that we were excluded, and do not for a moment believe that today we are totally out of it. I have been in Bell Labs, the largest research facility in the world, private research facility in the world. I've been at NASA. I'm one of the people who was sent, the Kennedy Space Center, to witness the blast off of the first black into space. I have met the black space scientists. One of them piloted a spaceship, Colonel Gregory. He also commanded the ship that took the most delicate reconnaissance satellite into space. I met people like Gillum IV, a black man who was in charge of our space program when we produced the shuttle. He saw it from babyhood to blast off the most advanced machine in the world. Our leading technical astronaut today is a black man. He is the man who redesigned the cockpit, the brain of the space shuttle, Colonel Gregory. We were responsible for major revolutions in the science of this country. Who revolutionized the food transport industry? A black man, Frederick Jones. Who revolutionized the whaling industry in the world? A black man, Lewis Temple. Who revolutionized the creation of the sugarcane industry? Who made sugar crystals for the first time? A black man, Norbert Ryu. Who revolutionized the shoe industry? Who created the first machine to mass produce shoes? A black man, Jan Manzelega. Who revolutionized the communications industry, the light guide, cables industry? Who was the first man to put those cables on the ocean to write a guidebook for the world? A black man, Al Richardson. Who prevented the nasal alarm that showed us when the cable broke and twisted? A black man, Richardson. Who gave us the mathematics that enabled us to understand glass for the first time, that we could stretch it from 4-foot rods for 6 miles, so that we could create hair-thin strands of glass through which we could send pulses of information coded on pulses of laser light flying at the speed of light. A black man, Northover. Who is the man who put these light guide cables for the first time onto the streets in this country in Chicago? A black man. Who manufactured the tools, all the tools that made it possible for us to do this? A black man. Who is the leading woman at NASA, who has taught us how to deal with sonic boom factors so that we could fly several times the speed of sound by the end of this century without creating sonic boom explosion. A black woman, Dr. Christine Darby. Let us therefore, and I want to close now, let us therefore remember, not only did we not do what they thought we didn't do, we did so many things before the Holocaust, but in spite of the Holocaust, we have not been destroyed. We brought light into the world. It is true Edison pioneered the electric light, but it was a black man, Louis Latimer, who invented the carbon filament that made light cheap, practical, and universal. He was the man who lit New York. He was the man who was flown to London to light London when it was the most powerful city in Europe. We have lit the world, not only in the past, but we have the capacity even now, with this new illumination that our history gives us, to light the world and light our lives again. Thank you. Now I want you to look very closely at these slides. Okay, we'll just spend another 15 minutes in which I will point out certain slides to you. Some of them go beyond the lecture. Could someone operate the machine for me? Could you alter? This is early Britain, when you have both black as well as pink types still surviving in Britain. When the Romans attacked Britain, they found among the white Britons many people who were Ethiopian in caste and color. This is from Royal Crest in Britain. Here is another from Great Britain. Here is a black knight and his fair lady. This is very early Britain. This is from Crete, Malone Crete, where Schliemann and Evans in separate excavations established that the vast majority of the Cretans were black. These people were to have quite an impact on early Greece, even before the Greeks attacked. Long before the Greeks attacked the Egyptians and were later affected by the Egyptians. This is a war scene from early Crete. This is about 5,000 years ago. This is from ancient boats in Crete, when Africans were in charge. This is the captain of the guards in ancient Crete. This is a priest from Pylos in ancient Crete. This is a stag hunt in ancient Crete. This is the first evidence we have at Wadi Kumania in the north and Wadi Tushka in the edge of Sudan that Africans had entered the age of cultivated crops thousands of years before any other civilization. This is about 18,000 years old, the first mortar and pestle to grind grain found in Africa. This is from Tarseti, one of the thousands of fragments showing a range of things like the kind of the palace facade in Serex, the boat of the underworld that takes the pharaohs to the underworld, the king sitting in the middle with the strange cap, pharaonic cap, the falcon, indicating the falcon god Horus. This is Osiris. Note, in spite of the broad nose and the full lips, that he appears to have red skin. He does not have red skin. Red ochre was used in Africa for thousands of years. It's found in southern African paintings when there were no people in the world but blacks. Red ochre is used to indicate vitality, okay, because it's red as blood. Yellow is used on women to indicate fertility. So that this red and yellow, when I was interviewed by the New York Times in February, that was the first question they asked me. If these people are black, how come the men have red skin and the women have yellow skin? And I said, there is no race with red men and yellow women. These are artistic conventions. They ignored it. They never published that. This is his wife. This is Isis. This is the couple, and there in her arms is Horus. This is the beginning of the Holy Trinity. Osiris is the male aspect of God. Isis is the female aspect of God. Horus is the child, forming the Holy Trinity, the first family. This is her again in Egypt. This is her in Spain. Because the Black Madonna, she was the prototype of the Black Madonna. It was to touch a great number of countries across Europe. Even the lunatic Caligula, the Roman lunatic Caligula, had a shrine to Isis. And you would never guess who this is. This is Pope Miltiades. Pope Miltiades, the Black Pope of Rome. This is a painting more than 1,000 years old. It was in St. Peter's Basilica. It's probably now in the Vatican. This man was the Pope of Rome between 311 to 314 AD. He was the Pope at the same time that Constantine, the emperor, was converted to Christianity and stopped the persecution of the Christians and gave back the property of the church back to the Pope. This is one of the 25 saints, black saints of the Roman Catholic Church. This is Saint Maurice, who was patron saint of Germany and Austria. Of course, by the time of Hitler, he was removed from that position. There are several saints, Saint Augustine, an African saint, There are several other saints of the Roman Catholic Church. This is Narmer or Menes, the first pharaoh of Egypt. Now this shows you how the Egyptians saw themselves. I want you to pay close attention to this picture. It has never been published in all those marvelous Smithsonian and other books, National Geographic, who loves photographs. This one shows the Egyptian as he saw himself, black. There comes the Indo-Aryan, pink, with long hair. There comes the Nubian, his brother, and other blacks. Notice the only difference between the Egyptian and the Nubian, here in these realistic colors without artistic convention, is that the Egyptian, the man in the north, has 3 stripes because he's in power, and the Nubian has 2 stripes. And then comes the Semite. Notice their clothing, notice the effort to show everything as natural and distinct. Their clothing is distinct, structure of face is distinct, coloration of skin is distinct, hair is distinct. This is how they saw the world. This is Zosa, who was the pharaoh. You will notice that most of the noses are smashed. He was the pharaoh when the first pyramid of hewn stone, not the Great Pyramid, the first pyramid of hewn stone was built. And it was built by Imhotep. This black man, the multi-genius of the ancient world, that was worshipped by both Europeans and Africans. Europeans know him as Imhotep, Africans know him as Imhotep. He was the prime minister of Egypt under Zosa. He was the chief architect who built the world's first pyramid of hewn stone. He was also a doctor. He's known as the father of medicine, not Hippocrates. Hippocrates, by the way, thought that the brain was a gland. Whereas the Egyptians, 1,000 years before Hippocrates, had mapped the cortices of the human brain. Having some problems here getting this operated. This is Egyptian women making perfume about 5,000 years ago. This is Mentuhotep. This is now the Middle Kingdom. Interesting thing about this picture is the joining of the 2 lands, the white crown of the south and the red crown of the north. This is Kafir or Sheprin, who people believe is the model for the Sphinx. This is another pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, Amenemhet III. This is Djedefre. Notice always the noses have to be put back together again. Middle Kingdom. This is Sesostris III. He led armies in many places. He conquered 110 cities in Asia. He's also possibly responsible for blacks appearing in Russia. The Russians found, about 40 to 50 years ago, the Russians found a whole village in the Caucasus in the heart of Russia composed purely of black people. They wondered where they came from. We do believe it had something to do with Sesostris, the movement of Sesostris' army. This is Akhenaten, son of a Nubian woman, Tai. He was responsible for the religious reformation. He insisted that there was only one God. Perhaps he did not understand that the reason why several gods were worshipped is that they saw the other gods or semi-deities as netters or attributes of the main god. It's very difficult to talk to God, who is the universe. That is why we choose saints or semi-deities or prophets in order to talk to God. But he made an attack on Amon and insisted it should be replaced by Aton. And some people believe that Moses was born at this time and that he was affected by the teachings of Akhenaten. This is Tut, his brother, and this is the mother of them both, Queen Tai, the Nubian woman. Look at the dishonesty in the New York Times. New York Times knows quite clearly that this is the Nubian woman. There's no dispute about her like Nefertiti. Nefertiti presents us with problems because we found two Nefertitis. We found the Berlin bust, which may or may not be a fake, which has a cast of feature that is not necessarily Africoid. We've also found her in her temple, where her face looks Africoid, but is made to come very close to that of the face of Akhenaten, and some people believe that her face was so structured to suit that of the pharaoh who married her, and that it is quite possible that the foreigner at that time could have entered the royal family. That has nothing to do with the ethnicity of the Egyptians. Napoleon married a mulatto from the Caribbean. That didn't make the French mulattoes. So I mean, that is a ridiculous argument. Here is Queen Tai, who at the age of 13 married her pharaoh, who was 51. She gave birth to 3 sons, 2 of whom are very famous: Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, Smenkare. She was worshipped by many people. Everything she did was became a model. Her earrings, her wigs, her clothes, her eyebrow, everything became a model for ladies of both lands. When her husband aged, she took power. When her son Tutankhamun was too young to rule, she became queen regent. When Akhenaten became so involved with the religious reformation, she protected the motherland. This is her granddaughter. This is the last of the great Sun Kings of the ancient world, Taharqa. He, at the age of 21, entered the battlefield of Jerusalem to protect the Jews from the attack of the Syrians. The Jews, as you know, were largely black in Egypt in early times. They became mixed with other peoples. So you have the Semitic type, and today the type that is most numerous among the Jews are the European Jews, but the early Jews are largely black types. And even though there is a charge, most of references in the Bible are anti-Egypt, by the way, because the Jews who wrote the Bible complained of the way they were persecuted by the Egyptians. This was not the persecution of a race, since they're not a race, it was the persecution of a sect. And therefore they harbored certain feelings of resentment against the Egyptians. So that you have lots of negative references about Egypt, but nevertheless they retained a love-hate relationship with Egypt. Jesus, as you know, grew up in a village of Malatia near Heliopolis in Egypt, and we find him first in the Bible when he's a grown boy at the age of 12 among the Egyptian priests. What happened to him in the 18 years before his appearance, his return to Palestine to preach his ministry, we do not know. Some people claim, however, he was completely Egyptian. This we cannot prove. However, Taharqa was called upon by the Jews to protect them, and he entered the battlefield and protected the Jews against the charge of the Asiatics under Sennacherib. The Bible reports that the blacks were victorious in this victory. The Ethiopians were victorious in this victorious in this encounter with the Syrians. Here is Taharqa again. When I was doing the decade before Columbus, I had difficulty finding a black Taharqa in Britain. The leading British historian who commented on Taharqa, Arkell, said that it is impossible that Taharqa could have been a Negro. He may have only had 1 drop of Negro in his vein. This is the drop. Now this is an African princess in Egypt. This face is 4,000 years old. It shows you the incredible way nobody since that time have caught up in this. This is her African hair, her skin, her eyebrows, her eyelashes, her teeth, all preserved over 4,000 years. This shows you Maasai, pure African, no mixture. It shows you the problems that occurred when sculptures were made of some women who differed from the basic Africoid type. This is wigs, African wigs, used by Egyptians in early times. He had great difficulty photographing this in the Cairo Museum. This is medical texts of Egypt. This is trepanation, boring a circular hole in the skull to relieve pressure in the brain by the ancient Egyptians. It is an operation that was performed on ex-President Reagan recently when he fell from his horse. Some people believe it should have been performed earlier. Medical instruments, ancient medical instruments of Egypt, mathematical papyri of Egypt, wheel ladder in building the pyramids, mixture found, that mysterious mixture found which Egyptians used to make the ground icy, smooth as ice, so they could push huge objects across it. Diagram showing how everything they built in the pyramid related to certain knowledge of the cosmos, how their metaphysics and their science fused. This shows you, once again, you see the red and the yellow. Woman's face, clearly Africoid, yet she has yellow skin. It's not yellow skin, it's yellow ochre, symbol of fertility. We wondered how they could go far below the pyramids and yet light it up. How could they see on the ground? There was no electricity, there's no evidence of lamps or candles, and then we found that they had ventilator shafts that were aligned to certain stars and the sun, and that they had metallic mirrors and they could ricochet the light on the ground. First steam engine, 300 BC. First glider, 300 BC. NASA informed me of this. This is the Carthaginian period, where after the victory by Hannibal against Rome, coins were struck showing the African elephants and African types. This is the iron furnace that turned out to be a steel smelting furnace. This is the plotting of Sirius B by the Dogon. That was the astronomical observatory at Namaratunga in Kenya. This is the plotting of Sirius B by the Dogon up to the year 1990. This is the Caesarean section observed among the Banyura surgeons. This is from Zimbabwe, largest stone city in the world, 800 years old. Conical tower where you could see from the top of this tower any figure in the valley 30 miles beneath. I'm going to rush over this. These are ships used 1,000 years before Christ by Africans in the Indian Ocean, the Swahili people. This is a boat used 1,000 years before Christ, recreated by Africans in 1969, crossed the Atlantic using current power, showing that they could have done the journey on these currents. This shows the currents, latitudes of the currents, shows how Africa was linked up before the Holocaust. This is the most remarkable map in the world, showing Africans had mapped. They had the correct latitude and longitudinal coordinates between the African Atlantic coast and the American Atlantic coast, and they had mapped the Amazon, and they had mapped the Trata River in Colombia for 300 miles. There it is again. This is several blacks were adopted by royal families in Europe. This is the Tsar Peter of Russia adopted this black boy who became a general in the Russian army. He was also put in charge of several Russian towns and villages. He was the tutor to the Crown Prince of Russia. He taught him mathematics. He also, when he was an ambassador, he signed a treaty between Sweden and Russia. He was the grandfather of Pushkin, who is seen here, the greatest of early Russian poets. This is a result of a liaison between a pope and an African woman. This is Pope Clement VIII, who had an African mistress who gave birth to the Duke of Florence. This is a very remarkable scandal in France, where many of the French kings had African mistresses, and black was considered to be the color of beauty, hence you have a lot of the nobility and the royal family involved with black women. Shakespeare had an African mistress, Lucy of Clerkenwell. He wrote an ode to her. And this is the famous Black Nun of Moray. Because Louis XIV had an affair with a black woman, his wife, Queen Marie Therese, had an affair with a black man and gave birth to this child. And when she was born, Louis turned to the doctors and said, "How could I give birth to a black child?" And the doctor said, "You see that black man in your coat? Now, it is possible that when your wife was pregnant, he looked at her and the child turned black." And King Louis XIV said it must have been a very penetrating look. Anyway, Nabo disappeared and she was sent to a monastery where she died. And last of the pictures we have to end now. This is a captain of the guards among the Moors. This is warriors behind the veil from the Senegal. This is the Prime Minister of Sicily during the Moorish invasion. This is Africans performing circumcision ritual in the heart of Spain during their occupation of Spain. This is an African dignitary arriving in the heart of Spain, road being cleared for him. These are African noblemen playing chess in 12th century Spain. This shows you the interior complexity of African cities. This is from Leo Africanus, whose book was read by Shakespeare and gave him a lot of notions for building Othello. This white man was the richest man in Italy, Gonzaga's family. He married a black woman whom you see up in the ceiling. That is his daughter, and this is his son. He is Othello. He married a white woman whom he murdered on Christmas Day, and led to the novel by Cincio. Shakespeare picked up the plot, hence we had Othello. This is Laurence Olivier blackening up to the part. And this is Paul Robeson playing the true part. Thank you.
And Blacks in Science. He is professor of Black Studies at Rutgers University. Please let's warmly welcome Dr. Ivan Van Sertima.
Both a pleasant and unpleasant announcement to make tonight. The unpleasant announcement is that I have a cold, and therefore I will have to speak in slow, measured tones in order to keep my voice going for the next hour. The pleasant announcement is that a week or two ago I got a letter from the Secretary General of UNESCO electing me to the International Commission to rewrite the history of mankind. In this letter, he mentioned that Cheikh Anta Diop had earmarked me as a man of great competence and experience, and in the light of his death, the death of Cheikh Anta Diop, I am being elected to the International Commission, and he had asked me to pay a very close attention. There will be 7 major volumes on the scientific and cultural history of mankind, and that I'm to pay very close attention to all the sections dealing with African people. I shall certainly pay most close attention to those sections. Now, I had announced that I would be speaking on the Moors, but the Moor one broods on the influence and impact of Africa on Europe. The Moor one is aware that while you may concentrate on the Moors in a talk, you have to give a sense of the whole thing. You have to give a sense of the impact, the movement of the African into Europe over a much longer period of time. Because people could say afterward, oh yes, that was a flash in the pan, or oh yes, but who are the Moors? There was an African presence among the Moors, yes, but that was not of any great significance. European civilization was already formed, it had its own independent base, and even if they did have an impact, that was late in the day, too late to make much of a difference. Well, it wasn't too late in the day. And it made a difference, the African made a difference on European civilization much, much earlier than the Moors. In fact, Africa made an impact on Europe much, much earlier than European civilization itself. When Cheikh Anta Diop died, and Cheikh Anta Diop, for those of you who don't know him, and I have been here about 2 or 3 times this year, and none of you have been able to get hold of the book Great African Thinkers. It is in great demand, not just here, it's in great demand. The president of Senegal asked for a copy. Madame Diop's wife, I got a letter from her a few days ago in which she said that she and her sons were amazed by the range and scope of the work dedicated to her late husband, and that she was deeply pleased by this. So this is also in very great demand now in France and in French-speaking countries. And those of you who do want to get a copy of this, please do so, because Cheikh Anta Diop is the greatest African thinker that lived in the 20th century. And his passing is a great blow to us. What is extraordinary, what is ironic, is that the day after he died, 12 Oxford scientists brought out a report in Nature. This is a very significant report because they announced that not only was man born in Africa, but modern man, the man that now occupies this planet, springs from an African population. In other words, the European now has been established by new studies, by new medical studies. It has now been established beyond the shadow of a doubt, both in studies in England as well as studies in Hawaii and California, the analysis of DNA polymorphisms, that all man on earth springs from the African. And I'm not just talking about the beginnings of man, that's not terribly important. Everybody accepted for about the last 25 years that man was born in Africa. That in itself is not terribly important. Apes are born in Africa too. So people could say, yes, 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 and that's what they said when I was at university. Okay, man was born in Africa, but he was at a very, very low level stage. And when he went to Europe and Asia, he evolved at the highest stage. Whereas those who remained in Africa, they deteriorated or remained the same. And therefore, even though man was born in Africa, he left that stage a long, long time ago at the level of, say, Homo erectus. The new studies show that all the stages of man, from the first to the very last, occurred in Africa, and that the last man, the very last stage, the stage that now occupies about 100 or 120,000 years ago, we have evidence of a man with the brain case, the sophisticated brain that we have now on this planet, is in that African man who left last. He spread over the rest of the African continent, and he also spread out into Europe, and he spread out into Asia. Many people may ask, how did he spread out into Europe and Asia? Why would he go to the ice after the warmth of Africa? African man did not seek to go out into Europe. He went out because from where he originated, in Eastern and Southern Africa, where he found the last modern man, and in fact, in Hawaii and California, the University of Berkeley, it was announced that all human beings on this planet spring from a black woman that was in Africa about 120,000 years ago. So that after the Australopithecus bocide, Australopithecus gracile, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo this and Homo that, then came the Neanderthal man, then comes the final man, which is Grimaldi man. Grimaldi man emerges in Europe. There are no Europeans in Europe. Now these are not studies by blacks, so nobody could say they are grinding a racial axe. These are the most conservative. These are people who have no respect, who had no respect for black history. These are the people making their announcements because their machines, their new eyes, their new windows on the world tell them beyond the shadow of a doubt. In an irrefutable way, there is no longer speculation on this matter. This is not theory now. This is what the study of DNA polymorphisms are saying. They have clues, molecular clues, just like how you could check out the atom. They've now found something that goes beyond anything we knew before that tells us that modern man has an African ancestor. And this occurred, as I say, about 120,000 years ago, and it spreads out. Man was born longer than that, 3.5 million, but we're now talking about the last stage. Okay, not just man in a primitive or half-formed state, like Neanderthal man is not complete man. That's an African man too. He's not complete. He has the anterior lobe missing, the seat of the imagination. And then comes this man I'm speaking about, Homo sapiens sapiens. Neanderthal man, which precedes this final man, is known as Homo sapiens. But the last man is known as Homo sapiens sapiens. This is the man that is now in this room, whether he be white, black, or Asian. That man moved into Europe because from that point he started to migrate outwards. People were still at the hunting and gathering stage, and as they occupied certain territory and they exhausted their resources, they migrated, they moved forward, they spread out. So Africans spread out into Europe. Europe is only 20 miles from Africa. At its closest border, the southernmost border of Europe touches the northernmost border of Africa, is about 20 miles distant. So it was very easy to spread out into Europe. And then they also spread out into Asia. Asia at that time did not, it was joined by a landmass to Africa, and they spread out into parts of Western Asia. So you find the black man in all the early civilizations of the world. You find even in China, we have the dynasty of the Shang. I don't want to talk about China today, but I must mention this as we're talking about early civilizations and the spread of the black man. We find the Shang dynasty, when it was defeated by the Chu said that the Shang people were very, very black. These were black, and we also find the first emperor in China being called a black man. We find this even among early traditions of the Japanese, where they speak of the samurai, the most revered type in Japan. It said, in order to be a samurai, you must have a bit of black blood. I wish Nakasone remembered that. But in Europe, we have something unusual occurring. We have an ice age known as the worm interstadial, and during that period, African man begins to mutate. First of all, he throws up the albino. The albino is a man with the morphology of the African, but he has no pigmentation. Now his hair color is different, his eye color is different, his skin color is different, all three related to pigmentation. Pigmentation was absolutely vital in the tropic and subtropical regions because we need the screen to protect us from heavy and intense ultraviolet radiation. In the ice, however, this was not necessarily an advantage. In the ice, African man began to suffer because instead of having abundant sunlight pouring into him, you have separation from the sun on many levels. First of all, the sun in the tropics is very different from the sun in the temperate zone. Where I was born, the sun is a powerful light. At noon, you cannot lift your eyes to the sky. You will be blind in a minute. We automatically walk with a slight movement downwards of the head between 12 and 2 because you cannot raise your eyes to the sky. It's a huge ball of fire, silver fire in the sky. I was born in the center of the world. So it is not like the skies, it's not like the light you have here. And so separation from that light, and then further separation in caves, then separation by having to cover himself in the ice with animal skins most of the year in order to protect himself from the cold. All of these things led to problems with mineralization of the bones. Certain things could not be sustained in the ice. Hence you find the albino type becoming a mutation that is advantageous and selective. So that you have that turning into the Cro-Magnon type. Slight morphological changes then begin to occur over 10,000 years, where you have contraction of features in the ice. Ice tends to contract, heat tends to expand. So we have expansive features among sun people and contracted features among ice peaks. So that accounts for the narrowing of the nose, the slight differences in jaw structure, etc., which you would get in extreme ice forms. This is not the case today. In other words, a black cannot turn into white or a white turn into black. Okay? Because those are extreme conditions over a long period of time. Ice covered in parts of Europe to the depth of 1 mile. So we are talking about the extreme conditions. We're not talking about merely people in the temperate zone turning slowly over centuries into pigmentless types. In fact, the climatological shift that is now occurring in the world is likely to bring about black types rather than white types, because we have a hole in the ozone layer, as a result of which the ultraviolet radiation of the Earth is increasing. So that instead of having situations which you had in the Ice Age, in which ultraviolet radiation moves away from certain parts or is very weak in certain parts, now you have ultraviolet radiation breaking through the Arctic, thereby likely to produce a slightly different kind of change, perhaps even mutation. Because we have found within recent times that the increase in skin cancer among whites is 20%. It is quite radical, it is quite extraordinary. Nobody tells you about this because it's very frightening. I learned about it when I was in the space program studying blacks in space science, and fell upon a black scientist in the astrophysics lab who had sent up 2 balloons with laser machines he had invented to test the ozone layer. And he was a young man, brilliant, but probably because he knew I was interviewing him for a book, he said more than he had a right to say, because these lasers are not only used to test these things, some of them have military uses. So when I went to visit him the next time, I was arrested. And I was quite surprised, but I said to myself, you know, this arrest can't last long. In fact, people who arrest me are going to look like fools. So they asked me, who sent you here? And I said, NASA. And they said, who at NASA? And I called the name Curtis Graves, and they checked it out, and they found, in fact, Curtis Graves was in Libya. He was on a mission, a secret mission. So I no longer had my backup, so they put me in a cell, and they said, you keep quiet, we'll call the British Embassy and check you out, because you're a foreigner. We don't know why you're here. So I said, and I called the name of the guy who had done this work. It's a black scientist. And I said, he told me to come and interview him. And they called him, he said, no, he doesn't know anything about me. Well, I know he was trying to save his job. So that was quite a dilemma, but I said to myself, you know, this is interesting. I mean, so I didn't take it too seriously. In a matter of fact, within an hour's time, they found everything was all right, so they let me in. But they would not allow me to speak with him on his own. There was another scientist with him, and every time I asked him a question, he would turn to his senior scientist to see whether he could answer. And if he said anything, the other man would modify what he said, so I never used it. But one thing he told me in private, before we got into that situation, he said that this is a very, very serious matter. In 75 years, if that ozone layer opens up, if that hole opens up, people who do not have pigmentation screens will die like albinos died in Africa. They will have a shorter life. Now that is nothing to rejoice about. I'm merely mentioning it because I want you to be aware. that nature has an odd way of going through various sequences. But let us move from the origin of man for a moment. The important thing there is to understand that Europe was originally occupied by black people. And not all of them died out. Even when the Grimaldi type was replaced by the Cro-Magnon type, several explorers found black people in strange places. They found blacks in Ireland, for example. Blacks controlled Tory Island in Ireland. We have a black king in Ireland at one stage called Gorman. We find blacks among the Vikings. We found powerful Vikings like Thorhall the Hunter, Thorstein, who were regarded as tall black giants. They were much taller than the ordinary Swede. When Eric the Red entered Greenland, he found blacks among the other people. When the Romans entered Britain and defeated the British, that is the Anglo-Saxon type, they were started to find, they said, many of the people look like Ethiopians. So that even for a long time after the final black type, Grimaldi, began to change, albanize, and alter in pigmentation as well as morphology over thousands of years, you still have surviving types among the white types because they're all Homo sapiens sapiens. Okay? However, our great concern is not so much with very early man. Our great concern is the impact on civilization, because people say, okay, so there were blacks in Britain, and there were blacks in Ireland, and there were blacks in these places. But what influence did they have? Were they just after Cro-Magnon man, that is the Caucasoid man, emerged? Were these people relevant? Were these people significant? Did they leave any impact on Europe? They did. The blacks had tremendous influence and made an impact on Greece. And that's a place called Crete. You will see a black priest in Crete when you see the slides tonight. You will see black people with boats. These are people long before Christ. This is preceding Greek civilization now. You will see them going about in their great boats. You will see them at war. You will see them in the hunt. This is from Crete. Crete was to move in. Many people came out of Crete and affected Greek civilization. So Greek civilization was not only affected later by the Egyptians, it was also affected by the Cretans. And Evans and Schliemann, those people who had excavated Crete, pointed out that the ancestors of the Cretans were largely black. These are people, once again, who were even startled by what they found. I am pretty sure that Oxford scientists, knowing Oxford as I do, were quite startled when they found that they could no longer argue with their machines. The impact of Egypt on Greece is something that has been dealt with many times by many people. Let me just point to three aspects. One of them is absolutely new. This startles even me, and I thought I had known enough about it not to be surprised. But to my great surprise, in December of last year, I received a letter from a young black mathematician in Philadelphia, Ted Irwin. Ted Irwin presented to me the Xerox of something he'd taken from a book called Mathematical Recreations. In 1932, a Dutch scientist, a Dutch mathematician, Dr. Keerder, discovered something astonishing. They found on the sarcophagus of an Egyptian in the step pyramid at Saqqara, built by the black genius Imhotep, they discovered a stone. People had looked at this stone many times, but they had not noticed
that it was, how significant it was, because on this stone were snakes, formed things in the form of snakes, and there was a harp player, etc. And they did not take this as very important. They did not understand what it was. After he began to look at it, and you will get a chance to see it tonight, it's our last slide. What did you think he discovered? He discovered that all the decimal numbers we're using today, which some of us call Arabic numerals, and some of us, even myself, thought to be Hindu numerals that the Arabs had brought into Europe during the Moorish civilization, had actually been created 2,900 years before Christ by the Egyptians. The decimal numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those had been created by the blacks in Egypt 2,900 BC. But we never suspected this because the general Egyptians were using other ciphers. This was held by a secret society of Egyptians. Imhotep and a few people knew about it. And there is no question about the date. And do you know, although that was discovered about 60 years ago, nearly 60 years ago, announced in 1932, nobody said a word about it. It's right there in this book. It's sitting on page 311. There is absolutely no question about it. It's more than 1,000 years before the Hindu picked it up. And Thutmose III had carried this over into Asia when Thutmose conquered 110 cities in Asia. And there was never a word about it. That is one of the astonishing things that we are discovering now. That when Sheikh Anthony Diop was taking skins off the mummies in the Museum of Man, Diop told me when I was in England in '85, Diop said, do you know that when I was taking off the skin to study it in my lab, I discovered other people had already taken off skin? Yet nobody had said a word. In other words, some people had actually found out what he was to find out later, but they never said a word about it. It is very important. That is the reason why we have to be very educated about these things. Because after a period of time, if you're not vigilant, things that we have discovered now, 50 years from now, we may be told, that's not true. Where did you get that from? I never heard of that. It is very important. It is very important. Now I have to get close to the mic, I understand. It is very important that this knowledge, which is not just being hooted about in words, this knowledge is now captured in journals, it's captured in books. Every year, since 1979, after I finished They Came Before Columbus, I have edited 1 or 2 books a year. I am now on my 14th book, which comes out on June 30th. There's Africans in early Europe, Africans in early Asia, which is being revised and expanded to include Japan and other parts of the world. There's Africans in early America, which comes out in June. There is there is Egypt Revisited. There's Nile Valley Civilizations. There is Great African Thinkers. There are books on African presence in the art of the Americas. There's a whole range of books. Black women in antiquity, etc. You are not to go without these things. It is not enough to make hollow boasts or outlandish statements about what blacks did in history. It is important that you should know the facts. If some of you learned the Bible by heart, most of our mothers or grandmothers or grandfathers learned the Bible by heart. Why shouldn't we learn our history by heart? There are certain people among us, and I needn't name them. You ask them about anything in their history, they will recite you page, chapter, and verse. We have to learn to do that, because that is a protection, a tremendous protection against the loss of our past. The loss of that past, the inability to present and project it in such a way as to give us a certain strength during the years of our fragmentation and disunity and loss. Those are the things that kept us away from this kind of internal strength that we are now beginning to recover and revive. The Egyptians gave us the calendar. The first people to invent the 365 and a quarter day year were the Egyptians. It went up into Europe. They were the first people to cut the year into 365 and a quarter days. They dealt with the quarter differently. After 1,460 years, they created a leap year. Around 300 BC, when the Greeks came in, they changed that. You have also the Africans creating the exact calculation of the year into 12 months of 30 days each. They had 5 festival days. December the 25th, which we now celebrate as the day of the Christ, Africans created that day. They were the first people to celebrate December the 25th as the day of the Christ. Jesus was not born. Jesus is the last and perhaps the most powerful of the Christ figures. But the Christ figure was already in Africa. Christ is an African word. It's K-R-S-T, Christ, Christ of Christ. That's an Egyptian word meaning the anointed one, the revered one. And that exists in Africa. The figure that was being worshipped as the Christ was Horus. Horus, the mother of Horus was Isis. We have found, Bruce Williams, Keith Seal discovered that in Nubia, on the edge of the Sudan, the place called Kustal, they discovered a pharaonic civilization where Horus, the Christ, is already in existence. This is 200 years before the first Egyptian dynasty. We have discovered these figures in Ta-Seti, a civilization known as Ta-Seti, which precedes the Egyptian by at least 2 centuries. All of these things, these ideas, these concepts are carried over. The first image of Christ, the first physical image of Christ is not of a European at all. On the coin of Justinian II in the 2nd century AD, we could see a bronze Christ with woolly hair, just like he appears in Revelation. He is not a European. And we could look down the history of Egypt, of Greece and Egypt, and we could see a vast number of things carried forward from the African world into Europe. Look at the goddesses in Europe. Isis, the great African goddess, the mother of the Christ figure Horus, is carried right through Europe. Every major European power, Rome, Greece, even as far as the British Isles, you find them worshipping Isis. That is how the Black Madonnas began. And initially the Black Madonna has African features. It is only later that she's changed into a European woman, but she keeps the black skin. And then they tried to explain it away by saying they fell into fires, or that's the suit of the ages, or some such thing, or that's just a ritual color. And the first representation of Jesus in the arms of Mary is that of the Black Madonna and child. In fact, for centuries, the only image of the mother of Jesus and of Jesus is that of a black woman with a black child. That is throughout the world. Many many queens, many princesses coming out of the Ethiopian world were carried into the European world. We find, for example, you have, I have to pause for a moment. We have Andromeda, who had Jason win the Golden Fleece. Andromeda is one of the great figures in the pantheon of the Greeks. Andromeda marries Perseus. This is a black woman. She's represented as a black woman in Greece.
Medea is represented as a black woman. Andromeda, married Perseus. Medea helped Jason win the Golden Fleece. Both are represented as black women. Circe appears in the Odyssey as a black. She's on the Greek vases as a black woman. She's the one who tempted the crew of Odysseus. Artemis, the goddess of chastity, appears as a black woman. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, appears as a black woman. These are actual black women in the world who turn into mythical figures in the European world. Even Zeus, the great god Zeus, comes out of that world of the black and is taken into Europe. Those are the gods and goddesses they worship. Professor Scobie, who is here tonight, and to whom the book African Presence in Early Europe is dedicated, has shown us the profound influence of the blacks on the religion of the Europeans. There were 3 black popes in Rome. There's Pope Victor, Pope Gelasius, and there is Pope Miltiades. Let me speak of Pope Miltiades and you will see his face in the slide. Pope Miltiades is a very important pope. He reigned between 311 and 314 AD. He's tremendously important because during his reign the Roman Emperor Constantine became converted to Christianity. The Christians were being fed to the lions. The Christians were persecuted. Their property had been seized. But it is when the black man, Miltiades, was Pope of Rome, that the Romans were converted, at least their emperor, and the property of the church was given back to the black Miltiades. The Pope knows that. The Catholics know that. They had his picture in the Sistine Chapel. Where is it now? They represent him as a white man, just as they represent Christ as having blue eyes and blonde hair. As Reverend Daughtry was saying on his tape just before this lecture began, what profound psychological impact it would have had on the world if Christ was represented as he was first represented. If that mother and child was seen as he was seen then, he was seen here today, it would have made a tremendous difference. We could not have been treated the way we were treated. And we could not have grown to think of ourselves the way we have grown to think of ourselves. But it is not simply with the Ethiopians and with the Egyptians that the impact on Europe became so great. Carthage presented something else. How many of you have heard of the great city of Carthage and of the Carthaginians? It is true that there are certain stages in Carthaginian history when whites were in power. There's a Greek Carthage, there's a Roman Carthage. We're not speaking of those later periods. We speak of the period in which the greatest of them all, the greatest of the Carthaginians, was in power, Hannibal. They have been back to the graves of Carthage during the time of Hannibal. They have made a study of what Carthage was like in the time of Hannibal. Do you know what they found? They found in the graves, when they dug the graves, Gazelle and others, they found that the predominant type, 95% of the people, not just the common people, but the ruling class, is African. They compare it with the so-called Phoenician type in Lebanon, in Tyre, in Sidon, in those cities. In Byblos, they look in the graves and they find it's a different type. It is African. And don't tell me you can't tell what an African is. Sometimes in the graves, looking at skeletons, where populations have become mixed, you can get confused. But here, the brow ridge, the nasal ridge, the canine foci, the whole thing, the structure, everything shows clearly you're dealing with an African. And it doesn't end there. You could say, all right, perhaps we made a mistake. The coin struck by the Romans after they were defeated
by the great armies of Hannibal shows Africans on one side and elephants on the other. Do you know how they deal with that one? They say the people on the back of the elephants were riding the elephants. On the back of the coin, in other words, to celebrate, they're celebrating the riders, the elephant riders. In that time, only kings and gods and goddesses were on coins. But suddenly, because a black appears, he's not a god, obviously, because he's black. He's not a king, obviously, because he's black. Hence, he must have been the rider of the elephant. That is one of the great victories and one of the greatest strategies. You cannot become a general anywhere in the world without studying the strategies of Hannibal. Hannibal advanced with a largely African army across the Alps. You cannot imagine what that means. Do you know what it is for Africans coming out of the tropics to go into the ice for 1 year, taking elephants as cavalry, going right through those steep precipices, going through the Po Valley, fighting skirmishes with the Europeans all the time on their way, until the Europeans begin to admire them to such an extent that when they reached the doors of Rome, do you know Europeans joined with them to defeat their own Europeans? You know why? Because the Romans to them were not just white people. They joined with the blacks to defeat their own whites because Rome was an imperial power. Some of them wanted to escape the imperialism of Rome. And hence they were prepared when they saw for the first time someone could successfully challenge Rome. They joined with Hannibal. Hannibal sent an army forward. This is where the Romans, the greatest European power, owning the whole world, having control over the greater part of the known world. There were only two powers fighting over the Mediterranean: the black and Phoenician power known as Carthage, and the white power known as Rome. And they thought for a moment that this was what the army was. So the Romans advanced. Hannibal's army then retreated swiftly, and the Romans thought it was a quick victory. But Hannibal had not really committed his army. He committed a part of the army to trick the Romans into advancing. So the Romans, instead of stopping and saying, well, why are these people running away from us without a fight? The Romans ran straight ahead, and he had two pincer movements. And as the Romans advanced, the pincer movements closed in. And when the Romans realized they were in a trap, they sounded the retreat. And as they retreated, they saw the elephants at the back. So they had the pincer movements on the side. The retreating army then began to advance, and the elephants came on that side, and they were caught in a trap. 55,000 Romans died on that day. That was the end of the Roman army. The Africans dealt a blow to the greatest European power that they took 10 years to recover from. That's the Battle of Cannae. It's very important to note that what defeated the Africans was treachery. Other Africans in Africa, an ambitious African, Scipio Nasica, trained at the same academy, military academy, as Hannibal, he did him in. Because Hannibal called on his brother Hasdrubal to come and bring reinforcements up into Europe so he could sustain the ground he had won. But Hasdrubal was murdered, and he was not able to sustain that ground. It is not only the coins that were struck, it is not only the skeletons in the graves, but studies have been done of culture. They found the pick. The first use of the pick is in Carthage. Well, what is the European doing with the pick? If these are not Africans, if these are other types, what are they doing with the pick? They looked at their hairstyles, they looked at their veils, they looked at their food, they looked at their desserts, they looked at their decorations, they looked at their jewelry, they looked at their custom, they looked at their ritual, they looked at their language. African, 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 dominant African. Yet they say they're not sure. This is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. It's like at the United Nations. That was the one thing that the Secretary General of UNESCO said in his letter to me. There have been great complaints. That's why they're revising the history. There have been great complaints that Africa's been left out of the writing of its own history. There have been great complaints that this is a Eurocentric history. But I am very happy they have a chance to revise it. That is the beginning of something new. I shall certainly make full use of all that I know to help rewrite that history. Now to the Moors. As I say, there have been many movements into Europe by Africans, but the Moorish thing is very, very important. It is important because it's the last great movement into Europe by Africans before the slave trade. It is important because it made possible to a large extent the Industrial Revolution. Many of us are not aware of the impact on the Industrial Revolution made by the Africans and the Arabs and the Asiatic types who were touched by the Muslim invasion and also brought their genius up into Europe. What we consider European technology, European civilization is really world civilization, in which we have a major part, in which we have played a very major role. In 711 AD, the attack was made against Europe. But we cannot begin in 711 AD, we have to begin with Muhammad. Arabia was originally a black country. It did not remain so. In the time of Muhammad, it was not a black country. 10% of it was black. Other peoples had come in, Asiatics to a large extent. The so-called Semitic type, though it's difficult to define what Semitic means. But nevertheless, Asians had entered, different type. The Arabian type was different from the African type. Black blood, yes, but nevertheless different. Okay, let me use the word Arabian so that you don't get confused with the word Arab. Because Arab is not a race, okay? You have black Arabs, you have blue-eyed Arabs. It's just like the Jew. There are black Jews, and in fact, in the early stages, they're nothing but black Jews. When the Jews left Egypt, they were speaking Egyptian. You can live in a country, a small minority, for 400 and something years and come out of it speaking anything else. Let me pause for a moment. One is not trying, bear in mind, to run down the Jews because we are part of that. We have been pushed out of that legacy, but in fact, the further you go back into early Jewish history, you find a lot of blacks. The Jews were not a race. They were persecuted by the Egyptians, also our people, because it was a sect that at one stage was so very different from most of the other people around it, that like most sects that are different from the general thing, it's persecuted. It wasn't persecuted because it was a race. The Jews left Egypt, but they were to come back to Egypt in many ways. Jesus was educated in Egypt. When the trouble started with Herod, where did you think they sent Jesus? To Egypt, the home, where he could be protected, where he could be educated. That is why the Bible says, out of Egypt shall I call my son. He came back to perform his mission. And many Jews believe that he couldn't be the true Messiah. Some people have actually said, some Jews have actually said that Jesus was an Essene, that is, he was affected by that Egyptian religion. I don't want to go into that because Jesus was an extraordinary individual. Whatever he may have grown up among, whatever sect, etc., like Muhammad, who transcended limitations of the Arab, Jesus transcended the limitations of any sect or any group. Jesus was an extraordinary individual. It is because of his uniqueness that he's become universal. The same thing is true of Muhammad. Jesus was crucified because of disagreements among his own people. When Pontius Pilate said, "This man is innocent, why don't you have Barabbas?" The Jews said, "No, we want Jesus." I'm not attacking the Jews, I'm just pointing out that it is a tribe or a sect or a race is not what determines finally the power of a prophet. That is why we cannot get involved in things about Muhammad is such and such a race or Jesus is such and such a race. He belongs to all human people. What is sad is when one people conquering another people takes their prophet or takes a prophet which is not theirs, whom they've helped to crucify and defile, and then put this prophet in their own image and sell it to us, as though God has suddenly decided to turn up in the face of those who have oppressed us, in the form of those who oppressed us. That is the reason why we have to know our history, or this is the sort of
The very first major civilization in the Americas is known as Olmec civilization. This civilization occurs in the Gulf Coast of Mexico. When we speak of Mexico, however, you must get it very clear in your mind that we're not speaking of the shrunken Mexico of today. We speak of Mexico when it was the very core and heartland of Native American civilizations. A Mexico that included parts of Colorado, parts of Texas, parts of California, going right up to La Plata in Canada. This civilization, known as Olmec, was to touch all other civilizations in America. The Maya, the Toltec, the Aztec, etc. It was even to stretch right out into South America. What is very unusual about this civilization was that not only was it the mother of American civilizations, but it contained elements that were not just native to America, but was a fusion between the Native American and people coming from outside. The most significant of those outsiders were the Africans. We have very clear evidence in stone heads, in terracottas that are clay sculptures, as well as skulls and skeletons of an African physical type entering that native population, somewhere between 948 and 680 BC. How do we know the date? It is because on one of the platforms in the holy center and capital of the Olmec world, a place called Aventa, we were able to date the stone heads because they were rooted in a wooden platform where the Americans worshipped, and we got this dating of 948 to 680 BC. Now, several people have wondered what kind of Africans these were. Who were these outsiders? These were largely Egypto-Nubian types. At least that type was in command. Because what we do find in the evidence is that not merely the presence of this physical type, which is African, but the presence of cultural elements, which we will talk about in this program, which are clearly of Egypto-Nubian origin. The question arises, why do we include Egypt among classical African civilizations? There is now absolutely no doubt that the ancient Egyptian civilization was overwhelmingly African. They have found the kingdom of Ta-Seti in the Nile Valley, where all the major elements, political and religious elements, spring out of the south of Egypt, spring out of the Nubian world at Kustal in Nubia, where we have about a dozen black kings reigning before the first Egyptian dynasty. Even the hieroglyphs, the writing system of the Egyptians, we find it have their roots in the Sudan, so that as the Africans move up from Nubia, they go into Egypt, so that we find the African not only in the evening of Egyptian civilization, but in its very dawn. And we find them also in the noon dynasties. This is very important because it's important to understand that the Egyptian thing, the Egyptian miracle, was not only to touch Europe, not only to touch Asia, but was to stretch out to America as well.
But the different point for this picture. Oh, okay. Go right ahead. These other big sites in Mexico. This is the best example of the samurai that they practice in the ceremonial setting. That's why they usually brothels, lakes, and circus in Mexico in the ancient times. Typical separate construction. Most of the buildings that we can Look at these two ones over here. At the beginning of this museum, I was made the information about from the picture, from where they got at the face. Then when we was passing in the other house, you saw those pictures when they found the faces. This is one of the face more beautiful. You can see the lips, the nose, the eyes. This is completely negroid face, and the weight of this face is 25 tons. We're wondering how they carry in that time, from where they carry these rocks, because it's solid. This head they bring from 134 kilometers far from here. Yes.
So it hasn't been moved since?
No.
Was that stone quarried where they found it, or how far did they have to bring the quarry stone?
They say from 100 kilometers far. They call basalt. Basalt.
Is it one solid piece?
It is one solid piece. From 25 tons.
What is the relationship between this head and the African presence in the New World?
Well, they showing it to you the exactly origin, Negroid, the basic origin for these peoples.
Why do you think they made, they would carve a Negroid head? What would be the significance of that?
To show when these people was arrived to this continent. They tried to demonstrate when they arrived to America, and that was before Christ. About 1200 years BC was the time when they made these faces.
Were these heads looked at as gods, as priests?
Priest.
They were priests.
Priest.
So then the African present here was one of priesthood, or what?
Priest.
It was one of priesthood.
Yes.
Are there any other heads this size for the other races of people?
No, this is the most principal.
Dr. Van Sertima, can you make a comment on this? I was asking him the significance of this in terms of the importance in the society of these heads, and he was saying that these were represented priest class.
Yes, this is the priest king class, because it would appear that these people were among the ruling elite of the Olmec. And these heads were revered. In fact, on one of them you have a flat top and you have an altar where people worshipped. And there is another one in which you have a sort of eustachian tube that runs from the ear through the mouth, so that the priest could stand at the back of the head and talk to the people. It was a kind of oracular thing, you know, the sort of oracle. This is one of the great heads. And one of the things that you should note too, which many people do not note, is the way that thing falls along the ear. And also note the markings, the way it is cut, the way it is eroded on top, because the top of the helmet is also very important to note. The things right on the brow, the way these are formed, because this is the way in which even on top, I don't know how we can get on top there, but there's something quite interesting on the very top of the head. There are certain striations on the top of the head that are also significant.
Okay, Victor.
Pay close attention to everything that is said tonight, and that you should prepare yourself to ask questions about the many troubling problems that beset prehistoric America. It is not really prehistoric, it is merely pre-Spanish, but anything that is pre-European is considered to be prehistoric. It is the really critical missing pages of history, both for America and for Africa. And what I want to do tonight, apart from touching on what we have seen within the last day or two at Mitla and at Monte Alban, what I would like to do is to go on to make a summary of what we have achieved, what we have seen, what we have witnessed in the last week in Mexico. We began in von Butenau's studio. Make no mistake, there is no studio in the world where you will find such a collection of African physical types in ancient America. Many of you have not had the opportunity to examine closely at leisure all the pieces in that collection. It is a priceless collection, and many of you have raised the question which must be pursued: what will happen when von Butenau, who is now 84, dies? What will happen to a collection which is of tremendous significance for us blacks throughout the third world? Because the likelihood is, as has happened in previous centuries, the likelihood is that all of these marvelous pieces which we have seen, and which we have not yet had time to photograph completely and to preserve, may disappear. Von Butenau has, in addition to these little sculptures, he has a catalog of everything he has. Brilliant photographs taken by several professionals over the years.
He is apparently the director of the dancing group. And this is a man, and his features are Totonac. They are not Negroid, but they paint them with chapopote, so it is a warrior who is black. That is also an atavismo, because they knew that the Olmecs were black.
You're saying that the Olmec people themselves were black?
Not all. No, but this one certainly was black. You see, you can't see. And here is the proof for it. It's one of the best proofs I have. This is a figure made that is between the Olmecan period and the Totonacan period, transition period. And this is an Olmec sculpture, and to be black, they covered it with tar. You see, it's a stone head, but it's covered with this tar. So not only the features and the thick lips come out, primitive, but it is made black. This piece was put on the cover of Revista in Mexico in March, and shows you that another colossal Olmec head was found in Mexico, which has not been, in my opinion, I don't know where it is, it's never exhibited. I wonder if they really have excavated it. Of course, you see these, there is the item that the people in Tabasco is one of the provinces here, I mean one of the states, is a state, just as Louisiana is a state. And the people in Tabasco don't want it to disappear from their place to Mexico City. And there are frictions between the Instituto de Antropología and the state, you see. And that's why I don't know if they've done in the state something about it. In any case, it has not been shown up here in Mexico City. But it is 100% Negroid features, and I wish we could get it out and get some.
To the choice of archaeological sites to link all that we have seen together as a single piece. This is one of the most difficult things to do in Mexico. There's a vast amount of confusion, even among the guides who are supposed to have mastered the material in their own area. There's a vast amount of confusion about dates, about the occupation of sites, about the nature of influences, about what the various things we have seen mean. Some of these things cannot yet be explained. Some of these things people can only guess at. But what we are certain of, what we are absolutely certain of, is that the Olmec civilization, which is the mother of all American civilizations, is not a single-stranded civilization. It does not belong to one race. It does not belong to what we conceive of as the Native American who came across the Bering Straits. There obviously were other influences, and among those influences was the African, specifically the Egypto-Nubian of the Mediterranean. When we look in von Wuthenau's studio, we see quite a number of heads, most of them pre-classic. By pre-classic is meant periods between, say, about 1000 BC going right down to about 600 BC. This is a significant phase in Olmec civilization. There are several phases of the Olmec. I must deal with phases now, and those of you who are taking notes, please note, because you can get very confused when you see the Olmec appearing in other places in later centuries and becoming mixed up with other peoples. This is some of the things that lead to confusion. We must understand that in the capitals of the Olmec world, in the Olmec morning or the morning of that Olmec world, you have people coming into the site, occupying these sites as early as 1200 BC at La Venta, the holy capital, as early as 1500 BC at San Lorenzo. Those dates have nothing to do with the actual sculptures, the actual monuments, etc. People walk into a site and start to occupy it because they find there is land there, they can plow the fields, they can grow crops, they can eat, etc. They don't just walk in today and tomorrow they start building colossal sculptures and massive ceremonial platforms and pyramids, etc. So when people come into a site, has nothing to do with when the flowering, the high point, the climax of the civilization occurs. The Olmecs came into their sites pretty early as 1500 BC at San Lorenzo, as early as 1200 BC at La Venta. You must look carefully at this map and see the diamond points. Those are the capitals. And those diamond points show you where the Olmec first made their major settlements. Now it is as early as 1858 that Mexicans became aware of these sites. Remember that just like in Egypt, a great civilization flourished and then died, and then people forgot all about it. The pyramids lay under the sand, the Sphinx lay under the sand. Some things stood there like enigmatic witnesses of a glorious past. But many people continue to live for centuries without recovering the majesty of that civilization, without being able to go back to their roots. This is what happened in many of the great cities of the Americas. That for a long time, for centuries, a shadow fell upon this world. Something very unusual seemed to happen somewhere around 8900. Some people put it slightly later, but something very unusual happened in America. It may have been some kind of cataclysm, it may have been an epidemic, it may have been the upheaval, some revolution in which the elite was overthrown and many of the marvelous statues and many of the marvelous platforms were abandoned. We do not know exactly what happened. It was suggested by Victor Damas at Palenque that there was an epidemic of cholera and that could account for the disappearance of people. And that may be a plausible explanation for the disappearance of some of the people from the Mayan sites. But when we come to the Olmec morning, which I want to dwell upon because it affects everything, when Michael Coe and others speak of the Olmec as the mother of American civilization, they are really stating the whole thing in a sentence. It really is. Because in the Olmec morning, on that great platform at La Venta, we find quite a number of things that is to affect the civilization centuries afterwards. But let me come back to 1858. 1858 was the discovery at Tres Zapotes of a stone head. Now this is the stone head. This is the first head to be discovered. Now look closely at this head. When the Mexicans saw this head, when their scholars saw this head, scholars like Orozco Ibarra, Jose Melgar, etc., they were absolutely convinced that there were Africans in America at some ancient time. Why were they convinced? They were convinced by two things. By the African physiognomy, the dome of the forehead, the cut of the nose, the jaw, the mouth, etc., but also by something which has never been mentioned in the archaeology for some odd reason. And that is, at the back of the stone head, there was hair, detailed Ethiopian type hair. No Native American has hair like that. And if that was presented in the archaeology, all this nonsense about babies and jaguars, I have never seen a jaguar with hair like that. And I've never seen a baby with a face like that. People had to find explanations for things they found embarrassing. It is similar to the discovery of the great civilization of Ta-Seti, the kingdom rather of Ta-Seti in the Nile Valley, which precedes the Egyptian. The man who found the Ta-Seti, Keith Seal, never said a word about it. He died without saying anything. And it was left to Bruce Williams, who many of us will hear in Atlanta in September. It was left to Bruce Williams, his student, to take it out to the back rooms of the University of Chicago Oriental Institute and present it to the world. They said the reason why they delayed so long is because it took 15 years to put the pieces together. Without all those pieces, the stoneware vessels, etc., the pottery that was found, the stone incense burner at the site of Ta-Seti at Kustal, the site of Kustal, did not need putting together. It was intact from the very beginning. What needed to be put together were their heads. And that was not put together until the head who had a right to put it together died. Thank God. It is absolutely important for us to take a very serious view of this, because we find again and again and again that you have a deliberate effort to wipe out the evidence, to hide it, to explain it away. Why is it that this photograph, even now, I am not permitted to use that until 1985, because it involves a whole series of things. But why is it that this head is not among the heads at Villa Hermosa, is not among the heads in the National Geographic or the Smithsonian or any traveling circus of Olmec heads? It is hidden at Tuxtla where nobody goes. It's very important to note that that was the first head found, and it had a profound effect, although it was the only thing found at that time that indicated an African influence. It was left to the expeditions of 1938 and 1939, expeditions carried out jointly by the Smithsonian Institute, the University of California, and the National Geographic, before they found more of these stone heads. They recovered the one at Tres Zapotes, and then they went on the next year in 1939. They went on to La Venta, and then they found 4 of these stone heads. They also found, and many of you have noted this in the museum at Villa Hermosa, at La Venta Park, you have noted the plan of the city. I want you to look at that plan carefully. There is the first pyramid in America. There is the first step pyramid. There are the arms of the village. And on those arms stand the great stone heads facing the Atlantic Ocean. This is in the Gulf of Mexico. This is at the point which on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico where you find the terminus of the Atlantic currents from Africa. Because the currents from Africa take you to northeastern South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico, swinging towards Florida. And then if you're lucky, if you learn as the Africans were later to learn, perhaps not at this period, you can find a circular current that takes you back towards Europe and Africa. Here at La Venta, they began to see a distinctive art style. Here at La Venta, they began to see something in the faces of the monuments, something in the traits, the cultural traits of the Olmec that was to leave its stamp on later civilizations like the Maya. Out in Palenque, out in Monte Alban, out in Mitla, even in the evening, the twilight of the gods at Teotihuacan, out at Tlatilco, at Cerro de las Misas, in the Monte Alban phase. All of these are branches coming out of the mother culture, the Olmec. And there's something very distinctive. Here, for the first time at La Venta, are the pyramids. Here, for the very first time, is found the sarcophagus, like in Egypt. Here, for the very first time, are monumental stelae and sculptures of colossal proportions. Here, for the very first time, are the great priest-kings. Here, for the very first time, are enormous ceremonial temples and altars built to the gods. Some things must be said about the stone heads which you must note. There is one of them that has a tube running from the ear out of the mouth, which was featured as an oracle, and it has a flat top which functioned as an altar. This is very important because it is that kind of oracular thing that was found in Egypto-Nubian the period. In order for the priest-kings of the Egyptians to hold the world together, which was being torn apart. The Bible describes Egypt at that time like it describes the great factions and frictions in Egypt at that time. They speak of it as some sort of a torn nation. And in order to pull it together, they had to find once again the power of religion. Religion is responsible for the extraordinary vitality that built the temples and the pyramids and the great tombs of both Egypt and America. Note that. People do not do those extraordinary things. Only giants could do those things. Man becomes a giant when he develops a peculiar kind of focus, when there's a crystallization of his psychic energy. In civilizations that are highly fragmented, that have lost all their certitudes and cannot find again any kind of certitude and focus and power, the tremendous capacity to have the consciousness to operate as a giant is lost. Only giants can build those things. It has nothing to do with size, because the American is small in size. It has nothing to do with machines, because the Egyptian machines were crude compared to the machines we have today. It has to do with a peculiar kind of consciousness which made it possible for one to do things so monumental that even we now, with our great machines, cannot attempt to do what the Africans did. It is so extraordinary that just a few years ago, the American government sent out a team to study how the Egyptians moved heavy objects across the sand. And in spite of all of our technology, when one of the great nuclear things with nuclear reactors were being moved across the deserts at Gary, they used the identical method the ancient Egyptians used. This is the high technology, the 20th century, looking for a method that was the most practical and efficient method for moving a heavy object across the sands. So you're not dealing here with primitives, in spite of the ancient nature, in spite of the time, the prehistoric time of these cultures and civilizations. You're dealing with highly sophisticated people, a state of mind, a consciousness that made it possible for this extraordinary leap to occur. And the peculiar thing about the Olmec is that that leap occurs with all the Egyptian elements in it. It had its own native elements. It had its jaguar. The jaguar is not Egyptian. Nobody in Egypt or Nubia has a jaguar that they worship. There's a little cat cult in Nubia which I noted, but it's not equivalent at all to the great jaguar which prowled the swamps of the Olmec. Why then suddenly they start with things which are duplicated nowhere else in the world in such a complex, in such a combination, in such an arbitrary combination? The stelae with the hieroglyphs, the monumental sculpture, the sarcophagus, the pyramids, the step and the true pyramid, and all of these elements, even including, as I have shown, the bird and the serpent on the crown of the Egyptians and the Olmec, and all of the monarchic traits, a whole series of monarchic traits that distinguish royalty in the Olmec world and in the Egyptian world. Clearly, we have evidence of some kind of body of people who came into the Olmec world at that time. And there is a reason for this, because people have asked, okay, fine. All right, people can cross the Atlantic, fine. You have proven they have boats, fine. But why did they come here? The Egyptians have no business in the Atlantic, which is true. The Egyptians have no business in the Atlantic. The Atlantic is very, very far from Egypt. And Egyptian ships have no right in the Atlantic circa 800 BC. The reason why they are in the Atlantic at all, in the North Atlantic, is because of an unusual situation that is occurring in the Mediterranean at that point in time. It is very important, therefore, not only to study what was happening in Mesoamerica, but to study what was happening at that point in time in Egypt and Nubia. What you have is a war going on between Africa and Asia. The Asiatics are attacking everyone in the Mediterranean. They have smashed the Hittites. They have taken iron smelting process from the Hittites. They have smashed the Phoenicians. They have made vassals of the Phoenicians, who have always been servants of the Egyptians and the Nubians. 50% of the Egypto-Nubian navies are Phoenician. These are people who Sheikh Anta Diop claims were once black, who, like the Arabs who were once totally black in Saudi Arabia, became mixed with Asiatics, and you get this what you call the Semitic type. So that you have a mixed type Phoenician, which gets black again as it enters North Africa and begins to intermingle once again with black people, until by the time of Hannibal, the Phoenician or Punic type is African. This type is restless up and down the Mediterranean. It has its cities at Tyre and Sidon, its great ports, but it's restlessly moving up and down the Mediterranean. And because the Asiatics block the seaports, to the Indian Ocean, blocked the seaports to the Pacific, and we do have evidence of the Egyptians in the Pacific. We have Egyptian script found in Hawaii. These guys are ranging far out. Nothing stops the Egyptian. Wherever you go, you find him. I have found him in Spain. They have Egyptian villages in Spain, where Barry Fell has shown the cartouches of the Libyan kings around 1000 BC are found at Almunecar, Spain. And that runs right through the Spanish mention in their early chronicles that Taharqa, the Nubian general who is later to become the king of Nubia and Egypt, enters Spain with a garrison, so that the Africans are already in Europe. They're invading. They come in with a garrison into Spain, and then they retreat back because they have their own problems at home. So that we have evidence of movements in the direction west of the Mediterranean towards Africa, towards that part of Africa. And more fleets were driven, both military as well as commercial fleets were driven west of the Mediterranean, because tin was needed for the bronze armies, because this was the late Bronze Age. Copper was needed in Cyprus, tin was needed. They went right up into the British Isles and the North Atlantic searching for tin. And around 600 BC we have the Phoenicians going from Ezion Geber and going right down and coming right across Africa, right round Africa, right back into the Mediterranean. The Europeans did not go into the Atlantic because the Europeans were terrified of the Atlantic. The Europeans spoke of the Straits of Gibraltar as if there were monsters in the sea. They did not attempt any movement in that area. But the Phoenicians did, and they were very much tied up, as I say, with African navies. That is the reason why many of the great heads have military helmets. Not all of them do, but they're distinguished by military helmets. They are a warrior dynasty because this is a period of war. For nearly 200 years, the world is in a state of war, as we are. Since the 1930s right up to the 1980s, every major army in the world has been ready to fight. We are in that state in which both the Africans and the Asiatics were. We cannot relinquish that state in this century until there actually is a war, which God forbid. But we cannot relinquish that state. All armies are armed to the teeth in the 20th century world. Regardless of whether you go down into Latin America, whether you go into the Caribbean, whether you go into Africa, whether you go to Israel, whether you go into Russia, whether you go through Eastern Europe, every army on earth now is armed to the teeth, ready and waiting for the conflagration, which, pray God, may never come. But that was the state of the world, where therefore a warrior dynasty appears with the great helmets. The warrior dynasty appears among the Olmec, carrying all of these elements. You find that apart from the stone heads which we have seen, we see cultural traits which I have mentioned, and then we go on to see, as I have also mentioned, that when the Olmec move out of Levanta and they send parts of their elite out at Tlatilco, at Cerro de las Misas, and at Monte Alban, when they study the skeletal evidence right in this territory at Monte Alban, when they go to the graves in this very part of Mexico, in Oaxaca, when they go to the graves of Monte Alban and they look at the ruling class, not the common people have nothing to do with it. The common people are Zapotec, later they're Mixtec, etc. But the ruling class, when they go into the graveyards, 4.5% of the ruling class here at Monte Alban is African. As much as 13.5% at Tlatilco is African. They're not in the common graves, and you can tell because side by side with the native, you're finding a different nose bridge, which remains in skeletal evidence. There's a ridge, there is a nasal index, there is a brow ridge, there are structures of the jaw, there are lengths of the arm. The African arm is different from the Asiatic arm. The lengths, the proportional the proportions of the body are different. You find not only skulls, but extended skeletons for study at Tlatilco. And Wierzyński, making allowance for all the blending and mixing of things, still comes out with the conservative estimate of 13.5. We even have graves where you have an African male lying beside a Native American female, indicating that you're having mixings and meltings into different kind of population in some places. And when the Olmecs stretched out, when we went to Teotihuacan, that is the evening, that is quite late. Teotihuacan is around the birth of Christ. This is long after the morning of the Olmec. But there again you see the Olmec. You see the jaguar at Teotihuacan. And you see the jaguar undergoing a strange transition where the plume serpent is becoming the powerful thing in Mexico, which it was in Egypt. In America, the United States, the stars and stripes is our great emblem. In Egypt, it was the plume serpent. In Mexico, it is the plume serpent. Even today, the plume serpent is the stars and stripes of Mexico as it was the stars and stripes of ancient Egypt. Can all this be coincidence? Here at Teotihuacan, here they're building this enormous pyramid, and here all the major principles of the Egyptian pyramid are in evidence. The base is identical. Some people had said it was 1 meter off, but now they find that the meter mistake is what they calculate for error in the reconstruction of the site. Because all those sites, that pyramid was buried under the ground, they did not see it. Many of these things that we're seeing today were not visible in Mexico 30 years ago or 40 years ago. People only started digging those things up out under the earth. This was not all standing here looking at the Mexican. They had to find those things again. They found some levels and then they had to dig deeper and deeper and deeper. The story is still largely untold. Victor Damas has pointed out at Palenque, which was called Palquin, that they have 400 temples in the jungles. They haven't started digging yet. They don't have the money. And as you know, with archaeologists, they have their political reasons for digging. Look at La Venta. That's the most important site. Nobody can go to La Venta unless he is an archaeologist sent out by the government. The oil fields are there. They don't allow anybody to come into La Venta. That's on the big shroud. They're doing a lot of excavation. They're finding things. Not a word about what they're finding. We go to Palenque. Palenque is only partly dug up. You see the great tomb and temple. They say it's the only burial found in a pyramid. That is not true. It is the only complete man found in a tomb at the bottom of a pyramid in America. But there mentioned many pyramids in the Americas in which you have urns, 1 or 2 sarcophagi, skeletons, all sorts of things found in the hollow of the pyramids. So that it is evidence that they were not only used as temples but as tombs. People have said that there is a distinction to be drawn between the American pyramids and the Egyptian pyramids. That American pyramids are stepped, whereas the Egyptian pyramids are conical. That American pyramids are used only as temples, whereas the Egyptian pyramids are used as tombs. This is not true. The Egyptians began building the stepped pyramid, which you find at La Venta. When the great black genius Imhotep began building pyramids, he did not build a conical pyramid, he built a stepped pyramid. There are many stepped pyramids, not very many, but they're still surviving out of the 60 pyramids that survived, the 60 major pyramids in a complex in Egypto-Nubia. There are several of them that are stepped pyramids, just like in America. Then the Egyptians started filling in the steps, so that when you x-ray some of the pyramids, you can still see the steps, although you don't see it with the naked eye. If you x-ray some of them, you can see the steps, because the step is built at the core, because it more easily solves the problem of the ratio of run to rise in the building of that enormous thing. It's called the second of the pyramid in mathematics. So that it makes it easier to build a conical pyramid by putting the steps and then filling it up. It is true that as an idea or a concept moves from one continent to another, regardless of the nature of the influence, however profound, since natives are building it, not Africans, and Africans couldn't build Teotihuacan. Africans influenced the building. To build Teotihuacan must have taken more than 1 million people. There weren't 1 million Africans in America. So that you have native labor, that is people who are living here are building, but the ideas, the engineering, even before they started to build, these guys worked it out like Washington, D.C. They have grid patterns, they have quadrants, they plan the whole city even before they start to put down the first brick. Obviously, you're not dealing with guys who had never entered urban worlds before, because there was no urban complex in all America. Levanta was a great ceremonial city, yes, but real urban life begins at Teotihuacan. So here are these peasants going to sit down one day and say, let us build a city and let us work out all the structures exactly as a city could be worked out, so that all of these lines are drawn in a certain way. That is exactly what happened. Only an elite who had the intimacy and familiarity with such structures could actually sit down and plan it out before they even start to lift the first brick. So what we're dealing with is conceptual diffusion, the diffusion of ideas, the diffusion of certain kinds of ideas from people who had been working in this for a long time. We're not talking about Africans building the pyramid. Consequently, therefore, when you see the pyramid in America, you see a different configuration. Superficially, it is different. But it has all, Teotihuacan has all 3 functions that the Egyptian pyramid had. It is a temple. It is a tomb. They have found skeletons inside of the rooms at Teotihuacan, and they haven't dug all of Teotihuacan up yet. There's still hidden temples, hidden passages, inside of Teotihuacan, and it functions as a geodetic marker. That base is not an accident. To build that base, you have to know all the astronomical knowledge Egyptians knew. You have to know the circumference of the earth. You have to know all the units of measurement which came out of the sky, the study of the sky, because we did not make the inch. The Africans did not make the inch by accident. They didn't get up one morning and somebody says, look, let me take my little finger, this is an inch. They didn't build a second of time by accident. The second of time was worked out by the relationship of the sun in its movement across the earth, the rotation on its axis, the rotation of the earth on its axis, all of those things. Those are astronomical things. You cannot have units of measurement without astronomy. Mathematics and astronomy are related, just like geometry is related to the problems they solved in the inundation of the Nile. So all of these things were carried over. Why are they using units of measurement the Egyptians are using? Why, when you go to some of the burials, you find a canopy, like in Egypt you have canopic jars in the north, south, east, and west, and they have 4 distinct colors to mark the cardinal points. The Chinese have distinct colors to mark the cardinal points. They're not like the Egyptian. They are not like the Egyptian. No Asiatic color scheme marking the cardinal points are like the Egyptian. But the early Mexicans are doing it exactly like the Egyptians. How did they arrive at that color scheme? And later on they change it. But at that point of time of contact, they are using the identical color scheme of the 4 cardinal points. They came across the Bering Straits. They're Proto-Asiatic. Why are they not using Asiatic color scheme? Obviously an influence has come in. They have calendars. The Mexicans have more calendars than anybody else. why in addition to the 3 other calendars they introduced a 4th calendar, which is Egyptian, with the identical 365.25. They have their own counts, they've worked out their own native mathematics. Why then are they taking this into their system? All of these things have to be explained. Why at Elvia John in the Olmec world, in the heart of the Olmec world, there is paper found made from wood pulp. Nowhere on earth is paper made from wood pulp except among the Egyptians at this point in time. Why are they moving enormous stones which they never moved before from vast quarries, using the same method of breaking stone and linking it together, using the same methods of moving the stone as the Egyptians, bringing it down the swamps? Why is their agriculture identical as on the Nile? They're dealing with the same flood problems. Why they're responding in exactly the same way? They have the same hydraulic system of agriculture. You go down in Peru, which is touched by this, you see the terraced agriculture like in Egypt. Why are they doing all of these things? All their kings are carrying these things. They have the plume serpent motif. They have the great earrings under their ears. They have their beards as an index of rank and royalty. They have the purple, the use of purple. Yesterday, for example, I caught our guide Hector saying that these things were painted red. I said, "Are you sure you mean red?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Well, tell me what makes the red. What do they use to make red?" He says, "Cochineal." I said, "That's not red. Cochineal is the equivalent in the Mediterranean of the murex shell purple. Cochineal makes purple. All the temples in America, wherever they paint purple. They even painted the stone heads purple. Medinel Zenel found the patch of purple on one of the stone heads and found that the weathering of time, the erosion of the years, have taken the purple off the stone heads. That's the color they use in Egypt. That's the color they use in painting, when the main color used in painting the temples is purple, because purple is emblematic of the power of the gods. And the reason why the Egyptians struck on that was by a peculiar arbitrary phenomenon, that the murex shell, before it reached its final fixed purple, went through a series of tints which were like that of the Nile in flood. Now most of you are city people who think that water is colorless or crystal. Water is not. This is only one kind of water. There is red water, there is blue water, there is green water, there is yellow water, there is brown water, there is silver water, there is crystal water, there is black water. All of these types of things, if you lived on rivers as I did, or you lived on the Nile as the Egyptians did, you will find water goes through many color changes. In fact, after a thunderstorm or a lightning storm, every color on earth, every color of the rainbow is on the water. And if you were accustomed, just like people who live among cattle, every cattle has a different color and marking. So that if you're accustomed your eye to cattle, you know that this is Jimmy and this is Johnny, etc. You don't mix the two things. You can tell one cattle from the other. We can't, because we are not cattle people. And most of us can't tell water color from another water color, because you're not water people. You don't live on rivers. And it is because of this that they were able to make a connection between the color scheme of the fluid in the murex shell before it hit purple with the color scheme of the Nile in flood. And because it seemed identical to them, barring a tint or two, they concluded that the color purple was sacred, because the Nile is sacred. That is why they worshipped it, and that is why common people could not use purple. I told you, for example, of the case of Margaret Handke, who wrote a monograph recently on purple, in which she showed that purple became so important in the Mediterranean. Every European pope, every European king has a bit of purple taken from the Egyptians. They then took up purple. The Phoenicians ran up and down the Mediterranean with Tyrian purple. They destroyed all the ports that had the Murex shell until the Murex shell was exhausted. And some people say that the Phoenicians came over here with the Africans searching for purple cochineal, which is American. Nowhere on earth is cochineal found. It has been found stamped on caves in North Africa. It doesn't belong to Africa. Barry Fell and his colleagues found cochineal, and it's been analyzed and examined, and they found it on some caves in North Africa. And the cost of purple was so great that 1 ell or yard of purple could be sold for nearly $1 million at a certain point in time. Only kings could buy purple. It was not the common people. All of these are things that seem to link up the old world with the new. The Olmec then go on, not only touching Teotihuacan, they seem to go on to touch other places. We saw Mitla yesterday. Mitla does not have very much to offer us because Mitla is almost razed to the ground. You saw the savagery with which the Spanish struck Mitla, so that our friend could tell us that 70% of the population were destroyed by the Europeans. 70% were destroyed by the Europeans within a matter of 50 years. And you find their temples razed to the ground. And I raised with him the question of something, the question which intrigues us is that there is a secret passageway at Mitla which has not been found since the 16th century, which was found by some of the Dominican priests, where they found an enormous burial, and they closed it up, and it was never found again. There are lots of secrets at Mitla, but there again you find Olmec elite coming in, and then the Zapotecan and other people operating at Mitla. At Monte Alban, we have something very extraordinary occurring. Monte Alban seems to be evidence of an Olmec elite which landed in the place, and as building began in new ceremonial centers, they were sacrificed. They were overthrown, it seems, by the people, the Zapotec, the people who were in that area. What evidence do we have that these are not dancers? Because at first they said they were dancers, and recently they started this nonsense about hospital, that how these are sick people, that's why they look so strange. You note those people. First of all, their eyes are closed. They have a distorted pose and posture, and they're in a strange state, and their loins have been cut out in some cases. You can actually see the castration occurring. Now, I do not know of any sickness that causes people's testicles to fall out, because that is what they're presenting as a new theory now. This is a hospital at Monte Alban. That is why you have these figures. Do you know, we only saw a few of them, 140 of those types have been found at Monte Alban. And they indicate this extraordinary sacrifice that was made of ruling types. And for the first time, note, they said that at La Venta, we were not dealing with real people, we were dealing with babies and jaguars. Now they say at Monte Alban, these people have Olmecoid features. How can they have Olmecoid features when there is no such thing as Olmecoid features? Because they say that the reason why these people have these peculiar kinds of faces at La Venta and those places is not because they're real people looking like that, but because they're representing the baby type or they're representing the jaguar type. Now they say they have Olmecoid features. What are Olmecoid features? The Afro-Asiatic, the strange face that begins in the Olmec world that touches Monte Alban. There is the revolt. Now that is not a happy note on which to end. Obviously, all great civilizations reach a certain point when they're either invaded from outside, they're struck by some tremendous cataclysm, or they become arrogant like the Aztec in later days, or the Europeans as they are becoming now, or have been for quite a while, but they're becoming more and more arrogant to a point where they may bring about, they may generate within their system a revolt that makes it impossible for them to operate with the kind of certitude with which they operate now. Most of you are filled with a sense of hopelessness when you think of the European giant, the tremendous shadow that he's thrown over the world. But let me tell you that changes have already begun to occur in the 20th century. When I was a boy, one of the things that was told to me repeatedly, and which I believed, is that the sun would never set on the British Empire. There was absolutely no way when I was growing up that anyone could be mad enough to imagine that Africa or the Caribbean would become independent. Now, I'm not saying they're independent, it's a paper independence, but it is a step in that direction. There is a measure of independence and movement away from the metropolitan power. It seemed utterly impossible for such a thing to occur in the world. The imperialist powers of France and England and Germany were so powerful that we did not for a moment believe that anything could happen. But there lay at the heart of the system certain contradictions that eventually exploded, so that the European himself, without the help of the African, began to destroy himself. After the war in Europe, it was impossible for European powers to maintain their hold in Africa and the Caribbean. Riots broke out everywhere. And the more riots that broke out in Africa, the more riots broke out elsewhere. I remember the only time I heard of anything about Africans that made me feel proud and that made me feel that I could identify with them was during the Mau Mau Rebellion, when the radio, which we listened to as if it were the Bible, the BBC, said that the British Army was closing in on an African who was the right-hand man to Kenyatta. I can't remember his name now, but Dedan Kimathi ran 40 miles on his toes to escape the pincer movement of the whole British Army in Kenya and jumped away from them. That was the first time in my life that I heard of an African different from what I had heard of in Tarzan. That is the first time I began to think that perhaps we were dealing with something else other than what I had been told. It was just a flicker. It was to come later, for example, when books started suddenly to arrive from Russia in English about the revolutions in Africa, and they tried to seize these books, but they couldn't find them. We passed them on fast. So the tide and the movement began and could not be stopped, because suddenly, with almost a religious fervor, peoples all over the world began to become conscious of themselves as having the power to change things. That was all. They did not have guns, they did not have bombs. Everything was against them, but they had a new moral force. A new moral force that came out of a contact not as profound as ours today, but a contact, however flickering, however faint, of another kind of history, of another kind of person. Suddenly, as if what had been buried for centuries in history began to resurrect itself, creating a new sense of person. I was talking today with someone, and this is something that has been raised constantly by students as one travels around the country. Why is it important to talk about what blacks did in America 3,000 years ago, or in Africa 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 years ago? What does it matter? The black man is reduced throughout the world. So to talk about what he did or didn't do in ancient times is irrelevant. That is not true. That is not true, because of the fact that this consciousness is where change begins. Consciousness is the beginning of a new man, beginning of force. It is like putting a plug into ancient source of electricity. Something actually happens. One begins invaded with a new energy. I always remember that. There are circuits of energy in the human. Energy has nothing to do with how much food you eat or what is your native constitution. Gandhi had more energy than anybody who was weightlifting. Gandhi could walk into England with his loincloth and sit in the snow. without feeling cold. That is energy. It's a different kind of energy. Energy, Gandhi acquired a peculiar kind of energy because he was plugging into something that was different from what the Indian had plugged into for a long time under the British. A different conception of freedom and power and dignity. When Gandhi sat at that table and the British said, "Of course, you don't expect we are going to leave this place, do you?" And Gandhi said, "Yes, you're going to leave this place," with an absolute confidence, because he knew from the shift in consciousness that there was no way that the British could move against the tide that was rising in the consciousness of the Indian people. They were going back to a sense of what they were. They were no longer thinking of themselves as mere extensions of that civilization. That is why we go back into history, because history, its resurrection, its reconstruction, produces different qualities in the human. It is almost like a religious energy and fervor and zeal that rises in consciousness and reshapes the people. That is why one goes back, because it really affects the living present. Our conception of the world, our consciousness of what is happening, is determined by our conception of history. If you think your history starts with slavery, as most black Americans do still, and most whites still do, and Alex Haley's roots didn't change it, merely consolidated it. If you think that history begins with slavery or with primitives in the jungle, there is absolutely no way that you can speak with confidence that you can overturn a civilization, because at the root, regardless of any protests that may spring superficially from your mouths, at the very center of your being, there's an absolute conviction that you're dealing with people who are essentially superior in every way. They only cease to be essentially superior when you rediscover through your history that it is not so. That fundamentally there are large extent invaders who struck as barbarian forces other peoples, captured them, and destroyed not only their cities and their civilizations, but sought systematically, as they still do, to destroy their conception of themselves as people. It is only then through that history, whether it be in Mexico or in Egypt, the recovery of this, when one sees that one is at the very center of formative civilization. Olmec was formative. It wasn't just something flowering at La Venta, Tres Zapotes, San Lorenzo in Veracruz. It was to touch Mitla, it was to touch Monte Alban, it was to touch Teotihuacan, it was to touch Tlatelolco, all the great centers. It was even to go right down into South America so that it touched Chavin, Kupisnik civilization in South America. And we were involved in it. And Egypt was not just Cairo and the Sudan. Egypt touched Europe. The Greek would not have been possible without Egypt. Asia and its great quantum leaps would not have been possible without Egypt. That Nile Valley carried a fire into Europe, a fire into Asia, right through the world. We were there at the heart of that. And it had